Chapter 121 Find Ji Yu Han for me. And he was troubled. How can I obtain the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion secret technique from the Haoshan sect and give it to my beloved Yu Shaogang? Suddenly, Bibi Dong couldn't help but think of Tang Hao, the scapegoat. Go and attack the Haoshan sect, and seize the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion secret technique from them. With her current abilities, she probably can't do it for the time being. But apart from the Haoshan sect, it seems that Tang Hao, the Haoshan Douluo, also knows the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion secret technique. She remembered that Tang Hao had a child with a blue-silver emperor that had been transformed for 100,000 years. Under the relentless pursuit of that disgusting man and his spirit hall master, the blue-silver emperor ultimately sacrificed himself, allowing Tang Hao to break through to the title Douluo level and escape with the child. If we can find Tang Hao's whereabouts, she could have easily led Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and numerous Spirit Hall Soul Masters to besiege Tang Hao and find his child. Using the child as a threat, they forced Hai M to reveal the secret technique of the great Sumeru hammer and the ring explosion. Obtaining the ring-breaking secret technique in this way is much easier than directly attacking the Haoshan sect and stealing it from them. Unfortunately, no one knows where Tang Hao is hiding now. Bibi Dong couldn't help but sigh helplessly. But Bibi Dong never expected this. In her mind, Tang Hao's son was He key to her obtaining the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion secret technique from Tang Hao. Right under her nose. However, there is currently no way to obtain the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion secret technique. After much deliberation, Bibi Dong decided to bring back Ji Yu Han, the disciple who had truly found the method to evolve Luo Sanpao's martial spirit. Ask around and see if you can find a solution. Although the possibility was not high, Bibi Dong really couldn't think of any other way. But what gave Bibi Dong a headache was that she sent the Golden Eagle Soul Douluo Lordiera to secretly track Ji Yu Han. But no one knows where her disciple Ji Yu Han went. It's been a year or two already. None of the Golden Eagle Soul Douluos she sent out have returned to report to her. Have no choice. Bibi Dong, in her capacity as Pope, could only issue orders to the various branches of the Spirit Hall to search for her disciple Ji Yu Han's whereabouts. Heavenly Do Imperial City. AF. Tear his cultivation level broke through to level 60. Ji Yu Han took ZG to the Star Do Great Forest and obtained a sacrifice from a 40,000-year-old void Darkwing Dragon. He successfully broke through to the Soul Emperor realm. After fusing with the external Soul Bone, the Void Holy Dragon wings. Ji Yu Han's cultivation level directly broke through from level 61 Soul Emperor to level 63 Soul Emperor. They returned to the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the Heaven Do Imperial City once again. Ji Yu Han continued to serve as the team leader and instructor, training Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and Shui Binger. He also refined pills at the same time, providing them for his own and Qian Runshui's cultivation. On one side, it was provided for Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and Shui Binger to cultivate. More than half a month has passed. Shui Binger, who possesses the highest quality Ice Phoenix martial soul with attributes that have transformed into ultimate ice, has finally broken through to level 40 in cultivation. In the novel, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and others would have to wait at least 5 or 6 years before breaking through to the Soul Master realm. But with the help of the pills given by Ji Yu Han, this timeframe is 5 or 6 years ahead of schedule. And because Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix is of the Ice attribute. In the Douluo continent, Soul Masters with Ice attribute martial souls usually travel to the far north of the Douluo continent to hunt Ice attribute soul beasts for soul rings. Therefore, Ji Yu Han also planned to go to the far north with ZG, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian and the other 7 people. They set off from the Heavenly Do Imperial City and headed towards the far north. The journey is very long. Because there's no rush to get there. Therefore, the martial soul Holy Dragon was summoned. When everyone rode on the back of the Holy Dragon, they set off for the far north. Ji Yu Han did not use the external soul bone, the iridescent crystal, to make the Holy Dragon travel continuously to the far north. But it happens when more than half of the soul power has been consumed. Ji Yu Han then withdrew his martial soul Holy Dragon and led everyone back to the ground. On the ground, it leaps and bounds to cover a distance. Take a good look at the scenery of northern Douluo continent, which you've never seen before. After entering the northern part of Douluo continent, the temperature gradually became colder. The forests along the way gradually changed from broad-leaved forests to coniferous forests with very narrow leaves. Anyway, the scenery I saw was quite different from what I had seen before. On the way to the far north, one night, in a dense mountain forest, Ji Yu Han, as usual, prepare. Ed to lead everyone to camp for the night. The next day, they continued their journey to the far north. But Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang went and hunted a few prey. Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and the other women finished building a fire at the camp, preparing to roast their prey and make a pot of meat soup to warm themselves up. Suddenly, a commotion arose from all around. At this moment, Ji Yu Han was sitting to the side. His eyes slightly closed, enjoying Ziji's shoulder and leg massage. Upon hearing a noise, Ji Yu Hanjin's handsome face broke into a wide-open gaze. He swept out with his mental energy and instantly knew what was going on. Around them, several soul masters, exuding an extremely evil aura and clearly not good people, approached with sinister smiles and greed. Enemies. Because they realized that the soul power fluctuations emanating from these invading soul masters were only at the soul master and soul king levels. It was entirely within the capabilities of Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and the other four. Therefore, Ji Yu Han had no intention of making a move, but after thinking for a while, he spoke up to remind him. They planned to use T's enemy attack as a practical test for Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and the other three. As for the sudden commotion around them. In fact, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, Shui Binger, and others also noticed something. After receiving a positive answer from Ji Yu Han, the 7 people instantly stood up and quickly formed a formation of a Soul Master team. Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wuxuang stood at the very front. Next is Shui Yue. Next are Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and Yi Lingling. Everyone watched warily in the direction from which the commotion was coming. At this point, they see me. To realize that they had been discovered. A sinister laugh suddenly came from the dark woods. Then, 8 figures suddenly appeared and stood in front of the firelight. These were 8 soul masters of varying heights, builds, and clothing, all exuding a strong aura of evil and bloodlust. None of them looked like good people, their smiles were fierce and sinister. There were 3 soul masters leading the group. One was a bald, scarred, and fierce-looking man with a face full of scars. One was a short, sleazy man with extremely lewd features and shifty eyes. Another one was a tall, thin man with curly hair, a somewhat sleazy face, and a horse-faced man with buck teeth. Brother, I really didn't expect this. Let's escape from the spirit hall and go kill everything there. I can't believe I've run into so many gorgeous girls on the street. I heard that once you get there, it's basically worse than death. We need to have some fun before we go in. Upon seeing Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, and Shui Binger, the lewd man couldn't help but gleam with lust. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, rubbed his hands together, and chuckled lewdly. Chapter 122 News from the City of Slaughter. Court Death. Quote. Upon hearing that these suddenly appearing, unfamiliar soul masters dared to make a move on goddess Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian was instantly enraged. Gale 3-headed wolf, possession. In a fit of rage, Feng Xiaodian roared and summoned the martial soul Gale 3-headed wolf, which evolved from the Gale 2-headed wolf. Then, he entered the state of martial spirit possession. As the 3-headed wolf spirit of Gale possessed him, a burst of azure light instantly erupted from Feng Xiaodian's body. Amidst the surging blue light, Feng Xiaodian's figure suddenly began to grow taller. His muscles swelled, his hands transformed into sharp wolf claws, his eyes turned into eerie green wolf pupils, and his body sprouted blue fur. At the same time, a ferocious blue wolf head emerged from the left and right shoulders respectively. Furthermore, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath Feng Xiaodian's feet. Surrounding the body, Gale 3-headed wolf, concept art. At the same time, Feng Xiaodian summoned the Gale 3-headed wolf martial soul to possess him. Huo Wuxuang, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yue also summoned their evolved new martial souls, Crimson Fire Dragon, Flame Queen, Ice Phoenix, and Ice Crystal Dolphin. He entered the state of being possessed by a martial spirit. Yi Lingling and Shui Wu Al so summoned their evolved new martial souls, 9 Hearts Immortal Tang and Extreme Ice Snow Dance Satin. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose one after another from beneath the feet of the 6 people. When they saw the martial spirits summoned by Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wuxuang, and Shui Binger, and the spirit rings rising beneath their feet. The scarred giant, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man, along with a group of fallen soul masters behind them. Their expressions changed drastically, because of the 7 people's martial spirits. Especially the martial spirits summoned by Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wuxuang, and Shui Binger. They are clearly all top-tier beast spirits. Moreover, it's the best soul ring configuration. Even though the 7 of them were only soul masters, they were still fallen soul masters who had been chased here by the spirit hall. The scarred man, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man, along with their group of fallen soul masters, all knew the truth. Cultivation level does not completely determine a soul master's strength. First soul skill. Ice Seal. Third soul skill. Gale Wings. Third soul skill. Tyrannosaurus Rex's Wrath. AF. Tear summoning the martial soul and entering the martial soul possession state. Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 3 immediately let out a loud shout or a delicate cry, activating their respective soul skills. First, Shui Binger, a control-type soul master, took the lead with a shout and activated her first soul skill, Ice Seal. Shui Binger's freezing soul skill is not a targeted soul skill, but a locked soul skill. Once an enemy is selected, activate the soul skill. Then the enemy will definitely be hit. For a moment, facing the icy light emitted by Shui Binger, whose martial soul was the Ice Phoenix. The scarred man, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man dared not be careless. They immediately shouted, summoned their martial spirits, entered the martial spirit possession state, and hid to the side. The scarred man's martial spirit was a ghost-headed saber. The lewd man's martial spirit is a bloodthirsty demon rat. As for the horse-faced man's martial spirit, it is a skeletal ghost horse. All 3 of them were soul kings. However, the 3 summoned their martial spirits and unleashed their full power, trying to dodge to the side and avoid Shui Binger's ice-sealing soul skill. But they discovered that the frozen light followed their dodges closely, instantly changing direction and coming right after them. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically again. But they could no longer dodge. In an instant, after being hit by the freezing light, the 3 of them were immediately frozen in ice. Despite his cultivation level being that of a soul king. However, when facing Shui Binger, whose martial soul is the Ice Phoenix and whose attributes have evolved to the ultimate ice, she unleashed her ice-sealing soul skill. Whether it was the scarred giant, the sleazy man, or the horse-faced man, none of them could break free after being frozen. After Shui Binger's ice-sealing soul skill hit, following closely behind were the strongest soul skill attacks unleashed by Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Shui Yue. Seeing that Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Shui Yue were about to be hit, Shui Binger seized the opportunity and quickly released the scarred man, the lewd man, and the horse-faced man from the ice. The ice on the scarred man, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man vanished instantly. The next moment, a barrage of sharp wind blades, exploding fireballs, and chilling ice arrows rained down on the scarred man, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man. The 3 men immediately beat him until he vomited blood and flew out. 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Wolf. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian pressed his advantage, shouting loudly as he unleashed his self-created soul skill. The 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Wolf, at the scarred man. With arms that were connected to the sharp, swift wings, he continuously slashed out the swift wings like sharp blades, striking the scarred giant. Huo Wuxuang, his entire body radiating a blazing red light, roared and swung his fist, the size of a sandbag and covered in crimson dragon scales, violently smashing it towards the horse-faced man. As for Huo Wu, her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, her fists were engulfed in blazing flames, and she shouted angrily as she punched the lewd man. Shui Bai, Ner and Yi Lingling were responsible for assisting the 3 of them. Shui Binger used her incredibly precise control over ice attribute energy to continuously control the ice-sealing soul skill. The ice occasionally froze the legs, shoulders, arms, and other body parts of the 3 scarred men. Yi Lingling provided healing and buffs to Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wuxuang, and Huo Wu. After the 9-heart Begonia martial soul evolved, the evolved 9 hearts immortal Begonia martial soul not only possesses stronger healing abilities, but its soul skills also have buff effects, no longer just focusing on healing. On the other side, Shui Yue, under the weather soul skill unleashed by Shui Wu, used the ice crystal dolphin martial soul, which also possessed the ultimate ice attribute. It W. As just an ice storm soul skill with a freezing effect. He froze a group of fallen soul masters at the soul venerable and soul sect levels into ice pops, their feet firmly frozen to the ground, making it difficult for them to move. With the cooperation of Shui Yue and Shui Wu, they managed to control the group of fallen soul masters underlings of the 3 scarred men. With the help of Shui Bin, Zhi's control-type soul skills and Yi Lingling's assistance, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wuxuang, and Huo Wu were able to fight. They quickly and severely injured the scarred man, the sleazy man, and the horse-faced man. The 3 were beaten and injured, coughing up blood as they flew through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Finally, Ji Yuhan stopped the three of them, telling them not to kill anyone. Brother Ji Yuhan, what's wrong? The original plan was to kill these three soul masters, who were clearly not good people. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan suddenly called out to stop him, and Feng Shi. Aoshan turned to look at Ji Yuhan with great confusion. Hee, there's something I want to ask these three guys. Ji Yuhan stood up with Ziji, smiled slightly, and walked over. You guys go help Yue and Shui Wu first. And take out the other fallen soul masters. Ji Yuhan walked up to the three scarred men. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu went to help Shui Yue and Shui Wu, and to deal W. The group of fallen soul master underlings who were almost unable to move due to being controlled by the three scarred men. Shui Binger and Yi Lingling walked over curiously. I want to see what Ji Yuhan is planning to ask. The place you three were talking about earlier, what's it called? The Slaughter City. Looking at the three scarred men, Ji Yuhan asked slowly. Although it's in the books of the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall in Wuhan City, Ji Yuhan had seen books that contained information about the city of slaughter. However, the book only records the approximate location of the key Ling capital in the northern part of the Heavenly Dou Empire. But the exact location wasn't clearly recorded above. You want to know where the killing capital is? We won't tell you unless you release us. Upon hearing that Ji Yuhan wanted to know the location of the killing city, the scarred man felt a glimmer of hope to survive. He gritted his teeth and tried to threaten Ji Yuhan again. You're not going to tell me. But Ji Yuhan could only laugh silently. I was originally going to let you die a little easier, but since you insist on courting death, then don't blame me. After saying that, Ji Yuhan directly used the heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique to pull the consciousness of the three scarred men into the illusion. Through the illusion, Ji Yuhan easily learned the location of the slaughter city and how to enter it. They also learned that the three scarred men were vicious evil spirit masters who had killed countless people. Ji Yuhan also acted on behalf of heaven, inflicting the most painful and desperate torment on the three scarred men in the illusion. Anyway, all sorts of extreme punishments I'd heard about in my past life. Ji Yuhan used all his skills on the three scarred men. However, as evil spirit masters who had committed numerous atrocities, the three scarred men had very limited endurance. Ji Yuhan has only tested the waist cutting and dismemberment techniques on three people. The execution by slow slicing wasn't even finished yet. All three of them were immediately brain dead. Chapter 123 The Arctic Ice Pine Forest, the Frosty Ice Phoenix. Brother Ji Yuhan, what kind of place is the killing city? After Ji Yuhan tormented the three scarred men until they suffered brain death in the illusion created by his heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique, Ji Yuhan finally succeeded. Seeing Ji Yuhan open his tightly closed eyes, Shui Binger couldn't help but ask curiously. A city of slaughter. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile slightly and said slowly. This is a place where risks and opportunities coexist. This place, though most people who know it call it the killing city. But I think another name is more fitting, that is, the chosen land of the Asura god. The chosen land of the Asura god. At this moment, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu also helped Shui Yue and Shui Wu to eliminate all the fallen soul master und heirlings of the three scarred men who had been controlled. As they walked over, they heard Ji Yuhan say that calling the city of slaughter the chosen land of the Asura god would be more fitting. This startled all seven of them. Even on Ziji's cold and beautiful face, a hint of shock flashed across her face. Because the gods in Douluo continent are not just vague legends. I was shocked to hear the city of slaughter was actually called the chosen land of the Asura god. This greatly shocked Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, Shui Binger, and the others. Because none of them expected that the killing city was a place that clearly didn't sound like a good place. It's surprisingly related to a legendary deity. Aren't the gods in legends all beings of universal love, kindness, and justice? Just like the angel god worshipped by the spirit hall. After Feng Xiaodian couldn't help but ask the question, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but laugh. Who says gods are necessarily benevolent, kind, and righteous? In this world, where there is light, there is shadow, where there is good, there is evil, and so is God. However, the Asura god is not entirely an evil god, he is more of a mixture of good and evil. And this city of slaughter is where it chooses its successor. In this city of slaughter, there is a place called the Hell Slaughter Field. Ji Yuhan gave Feng Xiaodian and his grow up a 7 a brief introduction to the situation in the city of slaughter. If I achieve 100 consecutive wins in this hellish killing arena and successfully pass through a place called the Path of Hell, can I obtain the legendary domain? When they learned that in the City of Slaughter, they could actually obtain a legendary realm that was as precious as a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, and even more mysterious. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu couldn't help but feel excited. He looked like he couldn't wait to go to the Killing City right now. But Ji Yu Han saw the excitement and anticipation in Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, and Huo Wu's hearts, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, pouring cold water on the three of them. Do you think this is simple? In the City of Slaughter, due to the restrictions placed by the god of Asura, soul skills cannot be used inside. So even a titled Douluo can capsize in the City of Slaughter. Otherwise, even these fallen soul masters who are being hunted down by the Spirit Hall would know about the Slaughter City. Do you think forces on the mainland like the Spirit Hall and the three upper sects wouldn't know? If the god of Slaughter domain were really that easy to obtain, the City of Slaughter would have been occupied by forces like the Spirit Hall and the three upper sects long ago. Anyway, with your current strength, don't even think about going to the Killing City. It would be more appropriate to go there later, when your cultivation reaches the Soul Emperor level. However, speaking of Soul Emperor, Ji Yu Han's current cultivation level is already that of Soul Emperor. After learning the location of the Killing City, Ji Yu Han also considered whether or not to go there. But after thinking about it, Ji Yu Han felt it was still unnecessary. In terms of domains, he already has the Ice and Fire domain. There is no shortage of fields. Going to the City of Slaughter wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation. On the contrary, if he were in the City of Slaughter, because his martial soul Holy Dragon had evolved into a golden dragon, he would have been chosen by the god of Asura. After being noticed by the Asura god, how can his martial soul, the sacred dragon, continue to evolve? After this interlude, Ji Yu Han continued with ZG, leading Shui Binger and the other six to the far north. After another 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the far north. After entering the far north, it was observed that the surrounding environment had turned into a vast expanse of white, and instead of rain, snowflakes were falling all day long. A thick layer of snow has accumulated on the ground. The cedar trees along the way were also covered with a thick layer of snow. Compared to other parts of the Heaven Do Empire, soul beasts live in soul beast settlements such as the Star Do Great Forest and the Sunset Forest. In the far north, soul beasts do not have a particularly defined settlement. Along the way, Ji Yu Han saw all sorts of ice attribute soul beasts. Examples include ice silkworm, snow feather pheasant, ice fox, frosty winter wolf, extreme ice tiger, and frosty lion. Extreme ice tiger, concept art. Frost lion, concept art. However, none of these soul beasts were Ji Yu Han's target. Ji Yu Han had discussed Shui Binger's fourth soul skill with her long ago. However, to be precise, it was Ji Yu Han who persuaded Shui Binger. Because for her fourth soul skill, Shui Binger clearly possesses the Ice Phoenix martial soul. But from the first soul skill to the third soul skill, and now to the fourth soul skill, Shui Binger never even considered acquiring a flying soul skill. Ji Yu Han was truly shocked. Having the ability to fly is a huge advantage in combat. It can be said that they are in an invincible position. Leaving aside other things, when fighting the enemy, you just need to fly. If the enemy can't fly, they can't hit you at all. You can completely take the high ground and constantly use ranged soul skills to attack and harass the enemy. If the enemy runs, you follow. They keep putting pressure on us. In that case, even a more powerful soul master wouldn't be able to withstand it. But on the Douluo continent, it seems no one realized that flying-type soul skills could be used in this way. In Douluo continent, battles between soul masters seem to be one-shot victories. Basically, in battle, everyone goes all out until one side loses. When faced with a full-force attack from the enemy, neither dodging nor avoiding it, but rather striving to determine a victor, they didn't even consider not accepting it. Instead, they dodged it. Chihiro and old Deng Cheeto Ryu are typical examples of this. Like Chihiro, while chasing Tang Hao and Ah Yin, he faced Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion after Tang Hao broke through to the title Douluo level. The pre-cast time of the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion is very long. Especially when it explodes 9 rings in a row. Xian Zunji could have easily avoided it. But Xian Zunji did not, and insisted on taking the hit head-on. As a result, he was severely injured by Tang Hao's hammer. Then he was killed by Bibi Dong's one-handed medicine. There's also Lao Dengqian Daoliu, as the limit Douluo who was invincible in aerial combat. When facing Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu only needed to find a way to move the battlefield into the air. Defeating Tang Chen was a piece of cake. After all, Tang Chen's chaotic cloak hammer technique would a nightly be much less powerful in the air. Tang Chen's great Sumeru hammer, exploding ring. To defeat Xian Douluo, you must explode at least 7 rings in a row. With such a long wind-up, it's a nightly possible to spot it in advance and then dodge. But Xian Douluo must have done the same as Qian Zunji, directly taking Tang Chen's great Sumeru hammer, exploding ring. Otherwise, Ji Yuhan really couldn't imagine how Qian Douluo, who had an aerial advantage, could lose. After Ji Yuhan patiently explained to Shui Binger the enormous advantages of having the ability to fly. Shui Binger Fina. LLY understood and felt extremely ashamed. Why didn't I ever think of acquiring a flying soul skill? After persuading Shui Binger, Ji Yuhan also planned to find her an ice attribute soul beast with over 5,000 years of cultivation and the ability to fly. In the Arctic pine forest on the outskirts of the far north. After several days of searching, Ji Yuhan, along with Ziji and Shui Binger, and 7 others, finally succeeded. Finally, in a valley in the far northern ice pine forest, they found a Zhanshuang ice phoenix that was over 5,000 years old. Chapter 124 Holy Dragon suppresses Ice Phoenix, Snow Emperor appears. In the boundless Arctic pine forest. In a small valley. On a cliff face covered with snow and ice crystals, there was a huge nest built of pine branches. A Luan bird with an ice blue body. Magnificent tail feathers like those of a peacock, a long neck like that of a swan, a beak like that of a chicken, a jaw like that of a swallow, a body like that of a mandarin duck. And an exquisite crest on its head, making it look exceptionally majestic and beautiful. They are currently resting in their nest. And just as we entered the valley, Ji Yuhan then saw the frost phoenix perched on the cliff. In its nest. Although the distance is still far. However, by activating his blazing golden eyes, Ji Yuhan was able to instantly see the situation of the frost phoenix through his powerful eyesight. It has been confirmed that this is a Zhanshuang ice phoenix with over 5,000 years of cultivation. Whether in terms of attributes, bloodline, or cultivation level, it is extremely suitable for Shui Binger. This brought a slight smile to Ji Yuhan's face, and he turned to Shui Binger and said, Binger, this is a Zhan Frost Ice Phoenix with over 5,000 years of cultivation. It seems we're quite lucky. This is because it is the far north, not the starry sky forest. The rulers of the far north are the 3 kings of the far north, headed by the Snow Emperor. As one of the 7 ferocious beast kings of the Stardo Great Forest. If this were in the Stardo Great Forest, Ziji could directly cause the soul beasts of the Stardo Great Forest to give up resisting. Furthermore, it can also make soul beasts with a certain level of intelligence and the ability to willingly sacrifice themselves for Shui Binger. However, in the far north, Murasaki does not possess such an ability. This requires Ji Yuhan to help Shui Binger to capture the Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix, which is over 5,000 years old. However, this is not difficult. Holy Dragon. Emerge. After confirming the cultivation level of the Frost Phoenix, Ji Yuhan had an idea and summoned his martial soul, the Sacred Dragon. For a moment, it was bathed in a dazzling and brilliant golden light. There was a dragon, its body a brilliant gold, enormous in size, over 30 meters long and over 5 meters tall, with a long, powerful tail and a sacred, majestic, and domineering head. A pair of broad, golden dragon wings unfolded, and a colossal golden dragon, blotting out the sky, appeared before Ji Yuhan. In an instant, a terrifying dragon's might suddenly erupted from the holy dragon's body. At the same time, 5 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, rapidly rose from beneath Ji Yuhan's feet, encircling his body. Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen the holy dragon. But when they saw Ji Yuhan summon the holy dragon, its enormous body, its sky-covering wings, its sacred, majestic, and domineering head, and the terrifying dragon's might it exuded, they were struck by its power. It still shocked Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuang, Shui Binger and the other 3. After Ji Yuhan summoned the holy dragon, not only Shui Binger and her 7 companions, but also Zhanshuang Bing Luan, who was resting in the nest and grooming her feathers with her beak, instantly felt the terrifying dragon might emanating from the holy dragon. In an instant, the Frost Phoenix's pair of icy blue eyes became wary and solemn, and it couldn't help but let out a clear cry as it suddenly stood up from its nest. It turned its head to look at Ji Yuhan and spread its broad wings. But at this moment, under Ji Yuhan's instructions, the holy dragon had already spread its golden wings that blotted out the sky, and suddenly soared into the air, flying towards the nest of the Frost Phoenix. Along the way, it let out a series of dragon roars, and the faint crimson patterns covering its golden scales instantly lit up. It opened, ate its blood-red maw and spat out a blazing, crimson flame that surpassed the limits of fire, which transformed into a pillar of fire that shot towards the Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix. Faced with the ultimate fire spewed out by the holy dragon, Zhanshuang Bing Luan also instinctively realized that she could not resist. It couldn't help but let out a series of urgent cries, and suddenly flapped its wings to dodge to the side. Unfortunately, the frost phoenix flew out of its nest. After spewing out a pillar of crimson fire that surpassed the ultimate flames, the holy dragon roared and instantly flapped its wings to give chase. Given the absolute disparity in strength, the frost phoenix had barely flown a short distance from its nest when the holy dragon caught up. With a roar, it slammed the frost phoenix down from the sky with a single claw. Amidst a sharp and painful cry, the frost phoenix crashed heavily into the valley, shaking down the snow and ice crystals from the surrounding cliffs. On the other side, in the center of the far north, on the summit of a snow-capped mountain, on this snow-capped peak where the cold wind howls and snow flies, an exquisitely designed IC crystal palace stands silently in the cold wind. And inside the palace, a tall, slender woman, dressed in an ice blue long dress, with her long, snow-white hair neatly draped behind her head, and a pair of sky-blue eyes like ice crystals, extremely cold and aloof, with a noble and ethereal temperament, like a snow lotus on a snow-capped peak. He was sitting quietly cross-legged on an ice platform, his eyes closed, as if he were cultivating. But after Ji Yu Han summoned the holy dragon, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in her cold, icy blue eyes. What powerful dragon might? But aren't all those powerful dragon soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest? Could it be that the beast god DTN has something to ask me and has sent his dragon soul beasts over? He suddenly sensed a dragon-type soul beast with an exceptionally powerful and noble bloodline appearing in the far north. The Snow Emperor immediately stood up from the ice platform, ready to go and see what was going on. After leaving the Ice Crystal Palace, amidst the howling snow, the Snow Emperor instantly rode the swirling wind and snow, soaring into the sky and rapidly heading towards Ji Yu Han. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Han, after summoning the martial soul holy dragon, with Ji Yu Han's current soul emperor level cultivation, plus the fact that the holy dragon has evolved into a golden dragon ND has also fused with the bloodline origin of the ice and fire dragon king, he is now at a high level. Facing only a 5,000-year-old Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix, the holy dragon naturally displayed absolute overwhelming strength. They quickly and severely injured the frost phoenix, suppressing it on the snow-covered ground of the valley. Seeing this, Ji Yu Han led ZG, Shui Binger, and the other 6 people over. The plan is to have Shui Binger end the life of the Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix, absorb the 5,000-year-old Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix soul ring, and obtain the flying soul skill. Under Ji Yu Han's instructions, Shui Binger's gentle and beautiful face was full of seriousness and calmness. She took out a sharp, ice-blue longsword from her storage soul tool and stepped forward. Rode to end the life of Zhanshuang Bing Luan. Then, he sat cross-legged beside the corpse of the Frost Phoenix and summoned the Ice Phoenix martial soul. It began to absorb the soul ring of the Frost Phoenix. Meanwhile, Ji Yu Han sat down to rest with ZG. As for Feng Xiaotian and the others, they were responsible for keeping watch and protecting Shui Binger. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. It's possible that because he had been taking the body-strengthening pill made from whale glue for a period of time, his physical condition was far stronger than that of an ordinary level 40 soul master. It could also be due to the fact that the martial soul is an Ice Phoenix martial soul with a bloodline that is even more noble than the Zhanshuang Ice Phoenix. In any case, Shui Binger successfully absorbed the soul ring of Zhanshuang Bing Luan in just over an hour. Experiments have shown that Shui Binger's 4th soul skill is indeed a flight-type soul skill. Shui Binger named it Ice Phoenix Wings. Its effects are not limited to flight, it also amplifies ice attribute soul skills. It's quite good. However, just after Shui Binger finished experimenting with her 4th soul skill and gave it a name, a sudden, deafening blizzard swept in from afar, howling fiercely. As if sensing something, ZG's beautiful, cold, and charming face changed slightly. Young Master, the Snow Empress, the ruler of the far north, has arrived. Before coming to the far north, ZG had already introduced the situation of the far north to Ji Yu Han. Snow Emperor. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han quickly activated his blazing sun golden eyes and looked towards the direction of the blizzard. I saw it instantly. In the midst of a howling blizzard. Surprisingly, there was a beautiful woman among them. Wearing a gorgeous ice blue dress, with long, snow-white hair, a cold and stunning appearance, and an ethereal temperament. This is clearly the Snow Empress. Why is the Snow Empress here? Ji Yu Han was slightly startled. Because he is still on the outskirts of the far north, and has only hunted down a Zan Shuang ice phoenix that is over 5,000 years old. This shouldn't attract the attention of the Snow Emperor. Could it be that even in the heart of the far north, the Snow Emperor can still sense the aura of my holy dragon? Or perhaps Binger's ice phoenix martial soul aura? But regardless, seeing the Snow Emperor's attack, they were unclear about her purpose and intentions. Just to be on the safe side, Ji Yu Han could only frown and look at Feng Xiaotian and the other 7. Shouting loudly, Binger, Xiaowu, Xiaotian, you must leave here quickly. An extremely powerful soul beast is coming. I'll stop her, you all run. Chapter 125 ZG. The female lecturer who was proficient in the nature of soul beasts, made Shui Di give up her murderous intent with just one sentence. A very powerful spirit beast is coming. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the others felt a sudden tightness in their hearts. Because everyone now knows that ZG, who is by Ji Yu Han's side, is a powerful, titled Douluo level expert. That's what made Ji Yu Han say that. This suggests that what came from here was very likely a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Because I also know that staying here would only be a burden. On the contrary, they would have preferred to leave sooner. Even if Her Majesty Ziji is no match for the incoming 100,000-year-old soul beast, she can still leave with brother Ji Yu Han. Therefore, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 6 did not waste any more words. Instead, he immediately turned around and fled out of the valley. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor quickly rode the swirling snow and arrived above the valley. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han and ZG, a hint of surprise and uncertainty flashed in Shui Di's beautiful, icy blue eyes. Because her cultivation level was 2 or 3 times higher than ZG's. Shui Di naturally noticed it instantly. ZG's true form is actually a hellish demon dragon with over 200,000 years of cultivation. But Ji Yu Han is just a human being. Hell dragon, why are you with a human and helping him hunt the soul beasts of our far north? Have you betrayed our soul beast race? The Snow Empress, riding the wind and snow, hovered in the air, looking down from above. A hint of killing intent flashed in her beautiful, icy blue eyes as she asked in a cold voice. His words were full of accusations. If Murasaki does not give Yukite a satisfactory answer, Ji Yu Han had no doubt that the Snow Emperor would immediately take action and leave both of them in this far north. Your Excellency, the Snow Emperor, you have misunderstood. However, ZG bowed respectfully to the Snow Emperor and explained, I have not betrayed our soul beast race. Although the young master is indeed human, he is not an enemy of our soul beast race, but an ally of our soul beast race. Quote, you should know that our great lord, the Soul Beast clan, resides in our Star Do Great Forest. And the young master was once received by the great lord and met the great lord. Because the young master's martial spirit is special, it has the ability to help the master recover from his injuries. Once young master's cultivation reaches the limit Douluo level, he can help master recover from his injuries quickly. Therefore, the lord specially sent me to follow and protect the prince. I implore your majesty, for the sake of the lord, to be lenient this time. This human is actually connected to the lord. After hearing ZG's explanation, Shui Di's beautiful ice blue eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. As one of the longest-lived soul beasts in the world, Snow Empress naturally knew of the existence of Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina, the common ruler of their soul beast clan. But because apart from the beast god Emperor Tian, in this world, no other soul beast has ever seen the legendary master. Shui Di never expected that Ji Yu Han, a human, would have a relationship with Ji Yu Yuina. He was also worried that Shui Di didn't believe him. ZG took out a token representing Ji Yu Yuna's identity from her bosom, a silver dragon scale exuding the aura of a divine beast. After seeing the silver dragon scale that ZG took out, Shui Di finally believed it completely. However, she still couldn't quite believe it. Will Ji Yu Han, this human, truly be a genuine ally of their soul beast race and genuinely help their master recover from his injuries? But even Shui Di couldn't ask these questions. This would clearly be questioning the Lord Ji Yu Yuina. She could only think that, as a powerful divine beast, the master's strength must be greater than theirs. And his judgment of people must be more accurate. The Lord's judgment should be correct. I see. Since Ji Yu Han is the ally of the Soul Beast clan appointed by the Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina. In the future, it can also help the master, the Silver Dragon King Ji Yu Yuina, recover from her injuries. After a moment of silence, Shui Di prepared to leave. However, upon seeing Shui Di, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. I thought of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was able to cultivate for 1,000,000 years because it fell into an ice crevice in the far north. Below is the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice cave, which contains a lot of 10,000-year-old cold marrow. The heavenly dream ice silkworm cult. I waited for 1,000,000 years by absorbing the 10,000-year-old ice marrow from the 10,000-year profound ice bitterness. However, it's impossible for the heavenly dream ice silkworm to absorb all the 10,000-year-old ice marrow in the 10,000-year profound ice cave. There must still be a lot of the remaining millennia-old ice marrow inside. After passing through the yin-yang well of ice and fire, he wanted his cultivation level to improve rapidly once again. It's probably not that quick to achieve this through cultivation alone. If we could utilize the millennia-old ice marrow of this far north, perhaps. Thinking of this, Ji Yu Han immediately spoke up and called out to Shui Di. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Humans, what's wrong? Shui Di frowned and asked. Your Excellency Snow Emperor, are you aware of a place called the 10,000-year ice cave in your far north? Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and asked. The mysterious ice cave, of course I know about it. Why are you asking these questions? I asked coldly. In the far north, the mysterious ice cave is the place with the most concentrated ice attribute energy. However, because it is located deep underground and surrounded by unmelting ice, the space is extremely cramped, so it is only suitable as a secluded cultivation place and not suitable for daily life and cultivation. However, its status is completely equivalent to that of the lake of life among the soul beasts of the Douluo Great Forest. I would like to go and take a look. I wonder if Your Majesty the Snow Empress would allow me to. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, bowed to the Snow Emperor, and asked. You human being, you're really pushing your luck. I'm letting you off the hook for the sake of our Lord, and I won't pursue the matter of you killing the soul beasts of our far north. You actually want to see the sacred ground of our far northern soul beast clan. This made Shui Di somewhat annoyed. But seeing that Ziji was holding a silver dragon scale in her hand and looked pleading, hoping that Shui Di would cooperate. Considering that Ji Yu Han was related to the recovery of the Lord Ji Yu Yuina, Shui Di took a deep breath and still did not refuse. But said coldly and stiffly. Come with me. Upon hearing that the Snow Empress had agreed to take him to visit the 10,000-year ice cave, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly. And immediately summoned his martial soul, the sacred dragon. In a burst of golden light, the martial soul saint dragon appeared, resembling a true soul beast, or rather, a golden dragon, and exuding the aura of a pure-blooded ice and fire dragon. Shui Di's beautiful, aloof face showed utter shock. Is this your martial soul? Yes. Ji Yu Han jumped onto the back of the martial soul sacred dragon with Ziji and said with a smile. Your Excellency Snow Emperor, would you like to come up with us? This is a golden dragon, but why does it still exude the aura of a pure-blooded ice and fire dragon? Shui Di was still muttering to herself in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han's martial soul was the legendary golden dragon, a direct descendant of the dragon god. It also possesses the aura of a pure-blooded ice and fire dragon, a descendant of the 9 elemental dragon kings. Moreover, it was actually a materialized martial soul. This is unbelievable. The materialized martial spirit Lo Oaks almost exactly like their soul beast. Is this why the Lord trusts this human? However, even if this human's martial soul is special, being a physical golden dragon, it is of the same origin as he legendary elemental silver dragon that is the master. But how can this help the Lord recover from his injuries? Shui Di was somewhat taken aback. Chapter 126 The Myriad-Year-Old Ice Cave. Nothing is impossible. However, since we can't think of an answer, Shui Di simply stopped thinking about it. Ji Yu Han invited them to ride the martial soul holy dragon together to the location of the 10,000-year profound ice cave. Ultimately, Shui Di, moved by her feelings, chose to agree. After all, this is a golden dragon. It is the nobility of their bloodline that even surpasses the powerful dragon clan of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, DTN. Shui Di had always harbored some resentment towards DTN. Because in the world of soul beasts in Douluo continent, there are 3 universally recognized kings of soul beasts. In order of strength, they are a beast god, a tyrant, and an emperor. That is, DTN, Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and Shui Di. The 3 kings of spirit beasts belong to 3 different spirit beast settlements. The Douluo Great Forest, the Endless Sea, and the Far North. However, DTN and Shui Di are the rulers of the Douluo Great Forest and the Far North. However, The deep-sea demon whale king did not gain the loyalty of the sea spirit beasts of the endless ocean. Instead, they were treated like ferocious beasts, and were met with hostility and fear. Despite being the king of the three great soul beasts, Shui Di was quite dissatisfied with her ranking last. Because if she were in the far north, she believed she would have no fear of DTN or the deep-sea demon whale king. However, in the world of soul beasts, many soul beasts with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years felt differently. To ensure fairness, the strength of the three soul beast kings will be comprehensively evaluated. Even disregarding the advantage of playing at home, her strength was actually the weakest. But in Shui Di's view, if we truly want fairness, then the Dragon God Claw, the divine artifact in DTN's possession, should also be excluded first. Moreover, the strength of the deep-sea demon whale king is more susceptible to environmental influences than her. Why is Shui Di ranked last among the three great soul beast kings? And it was precisely because he harbored some resentment towards DTN. For those who are able to ride D. Ragans whose bloodline is even more noble than that of Emperor Tien. Although it is a human's martial soul. But in Shui Di's opinion, it was not bad. And under the guidance of Shui Di, the martial Old Holy Dragon spread its broad wings and took flight, braving the swirling snow and wind, heading towards the depths of the far north. After Ji Yu Han took Ziji and rode the martial soul Holy Dragon, he left with Shui Di. After a while, after confirming that it was safe, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other six carefully returned to the valley. Are we just going to wait for brother Ji Yu Han here? Yi Lingling couldn't help but ask in her cool voice. Shui Binger nodded, her gentle and beautiful face full of calm and determination. There was no fighting here just now, although I don't know what happened. Quote. But we all saw that brother Ji Yu Han's martial spirit flew away on its own. So brother Ji Yu Han is definitely alright. Perhaps, brother Ji Yu Han and Her Majesty Ziji chased after that 100,000-year-old soul beast that came earlier. If we wait here for another day or two, brother Ji Yu Han might be back. At Shui Binger's suggestion, the 7 people temporarily set up camp in the valley, waiting for Ji Yu Han to return. On the other side, the martial soul Holy Dragon carried Ji Yu Han, Ziji, and Shui Di, flying all the way to the depths of the far north. The powerful dragon aura emanating from it quickly attracted the attention of the other 2 great northern heavenly kings, the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King. They found themselves in an ice cave beneath a snow-capped peak. It is over 1.5 meters long, with claws over 1 meter long. Its body is a mix of ice white and emerald green, and its yellow eyes are like gemstones, looking crystal clear. A giant scorpion covered in diamond-like hexagonal protrusions was cultivating on a high ice platform. But after the holy dragon flew over the nearby sky, they sensed the powerful on might emanating from the holy dragon and the aura of the Snow Empress. Ice Emperor, in his true form as the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, was startled and abruptly stood up from the ice platform. In a burst of emerald light, it instantly transformed into a petite loli with a gorgeous emerald green dress with white accents, a short stature, green twin tails, and yellow eyes. She possessed a delicate and adorable appearance and a cool and aloof demeanor. Hyote. Picture. How could the Snow Empress's aura be mixed up with that of a dragon spirit beast radiating powerful dragon might? Could something have happened? Hyote's delicate and lovely face was full of worry and anxiety as she leapt away from the ice cave. They then went straight after the direction the holy dragon had left in. At the same time, Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 kings of the far north, also noticed the presence of the Snow Empress and a dragon soul beast exuding a powerful dragon aura. Titan Snow Demon King. Concept art. Like Hyote, he is an admirer and pursuer of Yukaitaru. Titan Snow Demon King was also extremely worried and hurriedly left Snow Demon Valley, where his tribe lived, to see haze after the direction in which the holy dragon had left. And under the guidance of Shui Di, the holy dragon finally arrived at a continuous stretch of ice peaks. It can be seen from afar. The snow-covered ground surrounding the ice peaks is riddled with cracks, much like fissures in the earth. Such crevasses can also be found on the ice peaks. Numerous crevasses converge beneath several ice peaks. This has created a series of ice caves of varying sizes, sloping downwards, with no end in sight. Concept art of the far north. Arrive. Under Shui Di's cold reminder, Ji Yu Han controlled the holy dragon to land in front of a tall ice peak. At the foot of this ice peak, the largest ice cave appears to be formed by the convergence of numerous ice fissures. Is this the 10,000-year-old mystic ice cave? After retrieving his martial soul holy dragon, Ji Yuhan looked around at the ice fissures scattered everywhere, as well as the ice caves formed by the convergence of these fissures. And couldn't help but ask with great interest. The mysterious ice cave is located at the deepest part of these ice caves, almost 10,000 meters underground. Follow me, Shui Di explained calmly, then led Ji Yuhan and Ziji into the ice cave, heading towards its deepest part. After more than 10 minutes of in-depth exploration, they traveled all the way down to a depth of 10,000 meters underground. The ice cave finally came to an end, and an ice cave appeared ahead. The ice cave was not large, and the surrounding ice walls were covered with cracks that resembled fissures. Various shapes of ice crystals, such as spikes, sea urchins, and ice flowers, are scattered throughout the ice cave, occupying a huge amount of space. The entire cave was filled with incredibly dense ice attribute energy. After entering it, Ji Yuhan immediately felt that the speed at which his innate body absorbed spiritual energy had increased significantly. This is the 10,000-year ice cave. I wonder what you would like to see. Your martial soul is the golden dragon, and its attributes seem to be a combination of strength and light. With such attributes, the myriad-year ice cave won't be of much use to your cultivation. After bringing Ji Yuhan and Ziji to the 10,000 years of profound ice cave, the Snow Emperor looked at Ji Yuhan and said calmly. Illustrated by Shui Di. But upon hearing Shui Di's words, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Because his martial soul, the Holy Dragon, used to be a combination of extreme power and the attribute of light. However, after receiving the bloodline essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, it possessed ice and fire attributes that surpassed the extreme. It's not that it doesn't have the ice attribute. However, the extreme ice and fire attributes placed too much of a burden on the martial soul Holy Dragon. After all, this is the bloodline origin of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, a first-level god. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the ice and fire attributes of the martial soul Holy Dragon are dormant. It will only appear when he activates it. It appears to be in a state of dormancy. Even the Snow Empress did not sense the ice and fire attributes of the martial soul Holy Dragon. However, Ji Yuhan did not refute Shui Di's words, but smiled slightly and said, Your Excellency Snow Emperor is right. The environment here does not help my cultivation much. But I think the treasures here should still be very useful to me. Treasure? Shui Di frowned slightly and asked. What treasure? 10,000-year-old cold marrow. Ji Yuhan said with a light laugh. The mysterious ice cave is a treasure land of ice attributes that was gradually formed by the pressure of the underground ice. Mysterious ice is different from ordinary ice, it inherently contains incredibly concentrated ice attribute energy. Under the relentless pressure of the underground for millennia, a treasure land like the mysterious ice cave, with its extremely rich ice attribute energy, was born, and naturally, various ice attribute treasures also emerged. For example, the rare and precious materials with ice attributes, such as the 10,000-year cold marrow and the ice extreme divine crystal. I came to the 10,000-year ice cave not just to take a look. I also want to see if I can find the 10,000-year cold marrow here. At this point, Ji Yuhan looked at Shui Di and said with a smile. However, Your Majesty the Snow Emperor, rest assured, this far north is your territory. Quote, if I find the 10,000-year cold marrow, I will definitely share a portion with you. 10,000-year-old cold marrow. But to everyone's surprise, Ji Yuhan actually wanted to search for the 10,000-year cold marrow in the 10,000-year profound ice cave, leaving the Snow Emperor speechless. Human, do you know where you are? Shui Di glanced at Ji Yuhan and said indifferently. Is the 10,000-year-old ice cave. What's here isn't ordinary ice, it's extreme ice that's even harder than Xuanbing. Even I would find it difficult to destroy. Everyone knows that the 10,000-year ice cave contains 10,000-year cold marrow. But finding and obtaining the 10,000-year-old cold marrow inside is not so easy. At least you, a mere soul emperor, are not enough. Your Majesty the Snow Emperor, nothing is impossible. Ji Yuhan, however, spoke calmly and with a smile. But since I dare to say these things, I must have a solution. I know, Your Majesty, you may not believe me. How about we make a bet? At this point, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but look at Shui Di, a slight smile playing on his lips on his handsome, flawless face. After a slight pause, he chuckled softly. Chapter 127 The Yang Spirit's Journey, Shifting Through the Void. Bet. Although he didn't believe it at all, Ji Yuhan could find and obtain the 10,000-year cold marrow from the 10,000-year profound ice cave. However, Shui Di had no interest in betting with Ji Yu Han. Her beautiful, aloof face was filled with indifference as she spoke. You seem very confident, but I don't think you can offer any bets that would tempt me. And if we're going to make a bet, what do you want me to put up as a wager? Although they had little contact with humans, and had not engaged in much scheming or intrigue. But Shui Di's mind was extremely clear, and one could say she was incredibly intelligent. It was easy to see that Ji Yu Han had ulterior motives for proposing the bet. Indeed, that is the case. Who said I can't offer a wager that would tempt your majesty, the Snow Empress? Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, Isn't a method for transcending tribulation that can reduce the power of lightning tribulation enough to tempt your majesty, Snow Emperor? You possess a method to reduce the power of lightning tribulation during tribulation. Shui Di's exquisite and beautiful face, which was usually cold and flawless, was suddenly startled. A hint of surprise and uncertainty flashed in her ethereal, icy blue eyes. She looked abruptly at Ji Yu Han, her brows furrowed, and asked. Of course, although it hasn't been tested yet, it should be 80–90% likely to work. Ji Yu Han smiled confidently and said. Back then, in Wuhan City, together with Xian Mu, we recreated the papermaking technique from our previous life in this world. Ji Yu Han also tested many of the physical laws of this world. It was discovered that lightning rods also work in the Douluo continent. Since lightning rods are effective, they can naturally help soul beasts overcome their tribulations. After all, although Douluo continent is a fantasy world, its world will is not strong. The lightning tribulation that affects a soul beast's advancement after 200,000 years is simply more powerful. There's nothing particularly special about it. Moreover, when a soul beast undergoes tribulation, it is simply undergoing tribulation. Unlike some cultivation systems, where tribulation is both a calamity and an opportunity. It can achieve a transformation of both magical power and soul. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han actually had a way to help soul beasts overcome their tribulations, which reminded him of Ice Emperor and Titan Snow Demon King Atai. Shui Di couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said in a very serious and cold tone. I'll take this bet. What kind of bet do you need me to make? Your Excellency Shui Di only needs to promise that if I win the bet, you will grant me one request in the future. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said. Rest assured, my request will absolutely not harm your majesty the Snow Emperor. Nor will it have any adverse effects on the far north. Ji Yu Han actually only thought of making a bet with Shui Di on a whim. The purpose of the bet is for the future. After he deduced the soul system through the heavenly evolution system, it became easier for him to cooperate with the far north where the Snow Emperor was located. This can be considered a casual move. Good. Since Ji Yu Han has promised that the request will not harm him or have any adverse effects on the far north, Shui Di had no reason to refuse. After giving Ji Yu Han a deep look with her ethereal, ice blue eyes, she agreed. After making a bet with Shui Di, Ji Yu Han walked into the 10,000 years of mysterious ice cave. They found and obtained the 10,000-year cold marrow from the 10,000-year mysterious ice cave. Since Ji Yu Han dared to come here, he must have thought of a solution. For others, whether it's finding the 10,000-year cold marrow or obtaining the 10,000-year cold marrow, it might be a different story. These are all things that are almost impossible to do. But Ji Yu Han is different. Because the soul has been sublimated into a yang spirit, it can leave the body and travel. The soul can ignore all physical obstacles. Ji Yu Han could enter the ice wall of the 10,000 years of profound ice cave in his yang god state and search for the 10,000 years of cold marrow inside. This was incredibly simple for Ji Yu Han. After finding the 10,000-year cold marrow, Ji Yu Han could then use his sixth soul skill, Void Dark Domain, to teleport directly into the ice wall. Then, using the external soul bone, the Void Holy Dragon wings, he vanished into the void. Next, use the Void Dark Domain to teleport again, repeating the operation. At the same time, Ji Yu Han can so unleash fire that surpasses the ultimate. It originates from the martial soul Holy Dragon, which merges with the bloodline essence of the Fire Dragon King, resulting in a fire power that surpasses the ultimate. Capable of melting even the most extreme ice. They carved out a space within the ice wall to settle down and recover their soul power. Therefore, they searched for and obtained the 10,000-year cold marrow in the 10,000-year ice cave. This is really not difficult for Ji Yu Han. Ziji, take good care of my body. Inside the myriad years of profound ice cave, Ji Yu Han found a spot and, after giving instructions to Ziji, directly sent his divine spirit out of his body. Ji Yu Han was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground. A phantom exactly like Ji Yu Han actually detached from Ji Yu Han's body. This greatly surprised both Shui Di and Ziji. A materialized soul. This is a divine soul. Shui Di was shocked and couldn't believe it. As far as she knew, the soul wanted to materialize and separate from the body. This is something only legendary soul masters who have transformed into gods can do. But the human boy in front of me is only at the soul emperor level. How could someone possibly possess a materialized soul, something only a soul master who has become a god could have? After his spirit left his body, Ji Yu Han instantly entered the ice wall of the 10,000 years of profound ice cave. Concept art of the mysterious ice cave. Then he unleashed his spiritual power, extending it outwards to probe the existence of the 10,000-year cold marrow. The mysterious ice cave, located 10,000 meters underground. Behind its ice wall, there was still an endless expanse of ice. Ji Yu Han estimated that its range should encompass most of the far north. Although Ji Yu Han remembered, in the novel Douluo Dalu 2, the Peerless Tang sect, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm claims to have refined all the 10,000-year-old ice marrow from the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice cave in the far north. But Ji Yu Han didn't believe it at all. The reason for the formation of the 10,000-year cold marrow is that the ice in the far north, under the pressure of the earth, first evolved into Xuanbing, mysterious ice, and then into the ultimate ice. The ice attribute energy contained within, under the pressure of the earth, eventually condensed into the 10,000-year cold marrow. With the long time of Douluo star, deep underground in the far north, countless millennia-old cold marrow have condensed. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was just lucky. It fell through an ice crevice and into a mass of millennia-old icy marrow. After refining the first batch of 10,000-year-old cold marrow, it was able to crawl in the ice crevices because of its small size. Thus, they found one after another clump of ancient, cold marrow. The 10,000-year cold marrow that the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm could find was only in the ice layer EP underground where the 10,000-year profound ice cave was located. Where ice fissures connect, ancient, frigid marrow is born. However, there are still many millennia-old cold marrows that are not connected by ice fissures. These days, Mengbing silkworms are not available for consumption. Originally, these millennia-old cold marrow were unattainable for anyone and could only slumber in the extreme ice layer 10,000 meters below the far north, serving as the foundation of the far north. But now, Ji Yu Han has arrived. After using Yangshen to enter the ice wall of the 10,000 years of mysterious ice cave, Ji Yu Han had only gone about 100 meters deep when he used his mental energy to scan the surrounding ice and discovered a mass of 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Found it. A smile appeared on Ji Yu Han's face. He turned around, ready to return and take the mass of 10,000-year-old cold marrow. After the Yang god broke through the ice wall and returned to his physical body, Ji Yu Han stood up and summoned his martial soul, the Holy Dragon, to possess him. Then he activated the external soul bone, void holy dragon wings, and a pair of dark purple dragon wings unfolded behind him. Immediately after activating the sixth soul skill, a burst of dark purple light erupted from Ji Yu Han's body, rapidly expanding outwards and disappearing into the ice wall. It is the dark void. The first clump of 10,000-year-old ice marrow is only a little over 100 meters away from the ice wall of the 10,000-year-old ice cave in a straight line. It is entirely within the scope of the void dark domain. Ji Yu Han teleported instantly to the location of the 10,000-year cold marrow. However, the space here is definitely not large enough to accommodate Ji Yu Han's body. Therefore, Ji Yu Han used the external soul bone, the void sacred dragon wings, to escape into the void. He collected the 10,000-year cold marrow in a jade box and placed it into a storage soul tool. Then, he teleported away from the ice wall once again. Your Majesty, it seems I've won this bet. After passing through the void dark domain again, they teleported away from the ice wall. Ji Yu Han took out the jade box containing the 10,000-year cold marrow from his storage soul tool, opened it, and couldn't help but smile slightly at the Snow Emperor, saying, Chapter 128 The twin-tailed Lolita Hyote and the dumb snow demon King Atai, in seclusion for a year. The mysterious ice cave of 10,000 years. Inside this extremely cold ice cave, which extends more than 10,000 meters underground and is filled with extreme cold. When they saw the ancient cold marrow, which exuded a strong aura of ice attribute energy, inside the jade box in Ji Yu Han's hand. On the Snow Empress's face, which was proud and beautiful enough to defy snow and frost, her pair of icy blue eyes were filled with shock. I simply can't believe it. Ji Yu Han actually nagged to emerge from the ice wall of the 10,000 years of profound ice cave. They found and extracted the 10,000-year cold marrow. You win. A moment later, a complex emotion flashed in Shui Di's icy blue eyes. And she parted her lips slightly to speak to Ji Yu Han. From now on, you can make any request of me, as long as it's within my ability to fulfill it. And I will agree to any thing that will not be detrimental to me or the far north. While Shui Di and Ji Yu Han were talking, above the 10,000 years of mysterious ice cave, braving the swirling snow, Hyote and Titan SN. Ao Demon King Atai arrived at the same time. Hyote. Atai. Upon seeing each other, Hyote and Titan Snow Demon King couldn't help but ask each other simultaneously. You sensed it too. Although they were rivals in love, they used to dislike each other, if not completely irreconcilable. But this time, they discovered that the Snow Empress's aura was together with the aura of a dragon exuding a powerful dragon's might. Because I'm worried about Shui Di, Hyote and Titan Snow Demon King Atai did not have any conflict. Instead, they calmly exchanged the information they had received. I asked the surrounding spirit beasts, and they saw the Snow Empress and two beings who appeared to be humans riding a golden dragon that exuded a powerful dragon aura. After falling from the sky, we entered the ice cave leading to the 10,000-year ice cave. Hyote spoke in a deep voice to Titan Snow Demon King. Suspected to be human, could it be that Shui Di was kidnapped by two humans? Titan Snow Demon King Atai was extremely anxious. It shouldn't be. Upon discovering that Titan Snow Demon King's thinking process was completely straightforward, Hyote's delicate and adorable face flashed with a hint of speechlessness. These two beings, who appear to be human, were able to come here with the Snow Empress, riding a giant golden dragon. We, the soul beast race, even ordinary soul beasts, will not submit to humans, let alone a dragon with an extremely noble bloodline. They might have been sent by DTN, the beast god of the Star Do Great Forest, but we don't know why they're looking for the Snow Emperor and coming to our 10,000 years of profound ice cave. Let's go in and take a look. Hyote. Manga illustration. With that, Hyote entered He ice cave that led to the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice cave, 10,000 meters underground. Wait for me. Seeing this, the Titan Snow Demon King also transformed into human form amidst a dazzling, cold white light. It transformed into a tall, robust man wearing a white fur coat and with shoulder-length white hair, and quickly followed him inside. Inside the mysterious ice cave of 10,000 years. After retrieving the first batch of 10,000-year cold marrow from the ice wall of the 10,000-year profound ice cave, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and gave half of the 10,000-year cold marrow to the Snow Emperor. Your Excellency Snow Emperor, this is the 10,000-year-old cold marrow that is distributed to your far north. Your far north controls the means of production. I will be responsible for mining them. We'll split it in half. That's fair, isn't it? The Snow Emperor nodded, looking at the icy box that had been formed in her hand, which contained a mass of millennia-old icy marrow that resembled both ice blue crystal and liquid. A hint of gentleness flashed in her beautiful, icy blue eyes. 10,000-year cold marrow, concept art. If he could obtain enough 10,000-year cold marrow, perhaps the Ice Emperor would have a chance to break through the Ice Jade Scorpion's 500,000-year cultivation limit. However, the crucial point is still the tribulation of the ferocious beast. Thinking about the terrifying lightning tribulation that a soul beast would have to face every time its cultivation level broke through another 100,000 years after breaking through 100,000 years, he realized that. Shui Di took a deep breath, preparing to find another way to make a deal with Ji Yu Han. They obtained a method from Ji Yu Han to weaken the lightning tribulation of the ferocious beast. Just then, Shui Di suddenly sensed two familiar auras rapidly approaching. Soon, a petite, impoverished girl with long green and white hair, delicate and cute features, and a somewhat aloof demeanor, wearing a magnificent long dress with turquoise and white accents, leapt into the 10,000-year ice cave. Snow Emperor. Upon seeing that Yuki Te was unharmed, Hyo Te's exquisite and adorable face lit up. Her beautiful, jewel-like yellow eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Snow Emperor. Following closely behind the Ice Emperor, the Titan Snow Demon King Atai, who had transformed into human form, also entered the 10,000-year ice cave. Upon seeing the Snow Emperor, he was very excited and happy. Hyote. Tai. Upon seeing Hyote and Atai, a hint of gentleness flickered across Yuki Te's flawless, aloof, and stunningly beautiful face as she spoke softly. How did you get here? We discovered that your aura was with that of a dragon spirit beast radiating a powerful dragon's might. We were a little worried about you, so we came after you. As he spoke, Hayote also looked at Ji Yuhan and Ziji who were walking behind him. As for Ziji, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, whose cultivation was nearly 400,000 years old, naturally saw it immediately. Ziji's true form was a hellish demon dragon. As for Ji Yuhan, Hayote immediately realized that he was a human. Humans. Hayote was shocked and wary to find that there was actually a human among them. Hayote, Atai, let me introduce you. Knowing full well that Hayote was even more hostile to humans and impulsive than herself, Yukiko smiled faintly and began to introduce Ziji and Ji Yuhan to Hayote and Titan Snow Demon King. They learned that Ji Yuhan was actually an ally of their Soul Beast clan, and had even met the legendary Great Master, possessing the ability to accelerate the Master's recovery from injuries. Both Hayote and Titan Snow Demon King were incredulous. But the existence of Ziji and the support of Shui Di proved this. This is most likely true. Afterwards, the Snow Empress told the Ice Empress and the Titan Snow Demon King about Ji Yuhan's purpose in bringing Ziji to the 10,000 years of profound ice cave. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan actually came to mine the 10,000-year-old cold marrow of the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice cave. And he really had the ability to do so. Both Hayote and Titan Snow Demon King Atai were incredulous. This human was actually able to find and extract the millennia-old cold marrow from the extreme ice of this millennia-old ice cave. However, when Shui Di said that the 10,000-year-old cold marrow that Ji Yuhan mined was actually split 50-50 between the three of them, Ice Emperor couldn't help but feel somewhat unwilling, and a hint of malice arose in his heart. He transmitted his voice to Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor, this 10,000-year-old ice cave belongs to our far north. This human is mining our millennia-old cold marrow. I think we should be generous if we give him even a tenth of it. Anyway, this hell dragon next to this human isn't particularly strong. So why should we split it 50-50 with him? Upon hearing this, Shui Di frowned and gave a cold, admonishing remark. Hayote, no matter what, this human has met our lord, so we should still give our lord some face. And without him, even if we knew that the 10,000-year cold marrow existed in the 10,000-year ice cave, we wouldn't be able to mine it. It's all thanks to him that we were able to obtain the millennia-old cold marrow here. I don't see any problem with him taking half. Moreover, he also has a way to weaken the power of our ferocious beast lightning tribulation, so we must befriend him. When they learned that Ji Yuhan had a way to weaken the power of the ferocious beast's lightning tribulation, thinking that she and Shui Di would still have to face the perilous tribulation of lightning in the future, and that if they couldn't survive the tribulation, no amount of 10,000-year-old cold marrow would be of any use, Bing Di couldn't help but mutter to herself. This human is lucky. And then Hayote and Titan Snow Demon King Atai arrived. Ji Yuhan quickly reached an agreement with the three kings of the far north to mine the 10,000-year sea old marrow from the 10,000-year mysterious ice cave. Anyway, Ji Yuhan decided to stay here after that. Ji Yuhan's current cultivation level is level 63 Soul Emperor. If it's just about cultivation, there are also elixirs. Because the pills Ji Yuhan is currently taking are not made from spiritual herbs or immortal plants. However, simply using common medicinal herbs like ginseng and lingzi, which have relatively strong medicinal effects, does not provide sufficient efficacy. Ji Yuhan estimated that it would take him at least 4 years to break through to level 70. If he wants to improve his cultivation level faster, he needs to use the 10,000-year-old cold marrow in this 10,000-year-old Xuanbing cave. However, we need to stay here for quite some time. Before Ji Yuhan began his seclusion, he also asked Ziji to bring Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger and the other 6 back to the Heaven Do Imperial City. After that, Ji Yuhan went into seclusion in the 10,000 years of profound ice cave. Every day, Ji Yuhan would first use his Yang spirit to travel and pinpoint the location of the 10,000-year cold marrow. Then, using the 6th soul skill, Void Dark Dew, Main and the external soul bone, Void Holy Dragon Wings, he arrived at the location of the 10,000-year cold marrow and took it out. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Chapter 129 Breaking Through Level 70. You're a good person. In the past 2 years or so, Ji Yuhan basically spends every day in the 10,000 years of mysterious ice cave. It wasn't about using the Yang Spirit travel and search for the 10,000-year cold marrow. It's using the Void Dark Domain and the external soul bone, Void Holy Dragon Wings. Extract the millennia-old cold marrow from the ice wall made of the ultimate ice. Aside from that, he was cultivating himself. Initially, Because there were many millennia-old cold marrows, the straight line distance between them and the ice wall was relatively short. It's relatively easy to find and obtain. But as time goes by, after all, the ancient cold marrow that was close to the ice wall of the 10,000-year ice cave had been mined out. If Ji Yuhan wants to find the 10,000-year cold marrow again, he needs to enter the ice wall and go deeper into the ice layer. During this time, he activated his sixth soul skill, Void Dark Domain, to teleport long distances. And also activated the Void Holy Dragon Wings, an external soul bone, to escape into the void. It also consumes a lot of soul power. Sometimes, when venturing deep into the ice walls of the 10,000 years of mysterious ice cave, into the deeper layers of ice. Because of excessive consumption of soul power, Ji Yuhan still needs to activate his soul power and use the ultimate fire. A space was created by melting within the ice, allowing them to temporarily rest and recover their soul power. Only then can the search continue. The mysterious ice cave Truel. Y lives up to its reputation as a treasure trove of ice attribute treasures. At least in this ice layer located deep underground in the far north, where the ancient ice cave is situated. It nurtures all kinds of natural treasures with ice properties. Not only does it contain the 10,000-year cold marrow and the extreme ice crystal, but it also contains some extremely rare spiritual herbs and immortal plants. Such as the ice crystal lotus, the frost flower, and the ice spirit fruit, etc. Ice crystal. Concept art. Ice crystal lotus. Concept art. Frosty ice flower. Concept art. Ice spirit fruit. Concept art. Among them, ice crystal lotus and frost ice flower are both ice attribute immortal herbs that are no less powerful than the eight-cornered mystic ice grass. These are rare and precious materials. Apart from the 10,000-year cold marrow, Ji Yuhan naturally kept it for himself, intending to take it back to refine pills. After all, he and the three kings of the far north, led by the Snow Emperor, had only agreed to divide the 10,000-year-old cold marrow in half. There was no mention of these other ice attribute natural treasures. Since he didn't say anything, these naturally belong to him. And inside the mysterious ice cave, more than 2 years have passed. Although Ji Yuhan spent most of his time searching for and acquiring the 10,000-year cold marrow. The rest of the time, in addition to cultivating the sacred dragon golden light technique, he also had to cultivate the starry sacred dragon body refining technique and the 9 heed D golden dragon spirit refining technique, and rest. However, by refining the 10,000-year-old ice marrow obtained from the 10,000-year-old ice cave, Ji Yuhan still managed to quickly reach level 70 in cultivation. After breaking through to level 70 in cultivation, Ji Yuhan prepared to leave the far north. This time, Ji Yuhan doesn't plan to return here anytime soon. Although deep underground in this far north, there are countless millennia-old cold marrow and various rare treasures of ice attributes buried there. But in the past 2 years or so, because of his search for an acquisition of the 10,000-year cold marrow, Ji Yuhan did not neglect the cultivation of the sacred dragon golden light technique, the starry sacred dragon body refining technique, and the 9-headed golden dragon divine refining technique in his spare time. However, most of the time is spent searching for and acquiring the 10,000-year cold marrow. The remaining time is definitely not enough for Ji Yuhan to cultivate the sacred dragon golden light technique, the starry sacred dragon body refining technique, and the 9-headed golden dragon spirit refining technique. In the past 2 years, I have been refining the 10,000-year cold marrow. Ji Yuhan actually mainly cultivates the holy dragon golden light technique. As for the starry sky sacred dragon body refining technique and E9-headed golden dragon spirit refining technique, Ji Yuhan's cultivation time was much less than before. He could only say that he was maintaining his state with these 2 techniques. However, in the past 2 years, Ji Yuhan has not made much progress in the starry dragon body refining technique and the 9-headed golden dragon spirit refining technique. Among them, the 9-headed golden dragon refining divine method is alright. Because Ji Yuhan had already optimized his soul by consuming heavenly evolution points, transforming his soul into a Yang God. Although it is said that the Yang God is obtained through the system by optimizing the soul, Ji Yuhan's Yang God only possesses the essence of a Yang God, but its strength is still insufficient. However, Ji Yuhan's current mental strength is essentially no less than that of a title Douluo level mental type soul master. It's just about physical strength. Because Ji Yuhan hasn't put much effort into cultivating the starry dragon body refining technique in the past 2 years. This means that Ji Yuhan's current Qi and blood realm is still only at the Qi and blood wolf smoke realm. Although he could fight against a soul Douluo with a top-tier beast spirit, he was no match for one. Ji Yu Han thought this was unacceptable. In the next stage of his cultivation, he must also rapidly improve his starry dragon body refining technique. At the very least, one must reach the point where one can physically rival any soul master at the soul Douluo level without being defeated. Are you leaving? On a towering snow-capped peak, a magnify. Scent Ice Palace stood silently amidst the howling wind and snow. Upon discovering that Ji Yu Han had brought ZG with him, they indicated that they were leaving. Wearing a gorgeous ice blue long dress, with a slender and tall figure. And a shapely figure, Snow Empress possesses a stunningly beautiful and aloof face that could launch 1,000 ships. A hint of surprise flashed in her ethereal, icy blue eyes. And she couldn't help but ask in a cool voice. My cultivation has reached level 70, it's time for me to leave. Ji Yu Han said with a smile. I probably won't be coming back anytime soon. That's right. Ji Yu Han changed the subject and said with a smile. I have given you, Your Majesty the Snow Emperor, a considerable amount of 10,000-year cold marrow, which should be enough for you to break through another 100,000 years in cultivation. However, I suggest that Your Majesty, it would be best if you did not refine these 10,000-year-old cold marrows so quickly. Because the method I mentioned that can help your ferocious beasts overcome their tribulations requires materials that I haven't prepared yet. Once I'm ready, I'll come back to the far north to find you and help you through the tribulation. You want to help us overcome this tribulation. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han, who had won the bet, was still planning to help them. Shui Di was stunned. Yes, it has been a very pleasant time cooperating with Your Majesty the Snow Empress during this period. Ji Yu Han chuckled softly and said slowly. I have said that I am not an enemy of your soul beast race. On the contrary, we will be allies in the future. So helping you guys is also helping myself, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Shui Di looked at Ji Yu Han with a complicated expression in her ethereal, aloof, ice blue eyes. And spoke softly. Thank you. You are a good person. I will make sure that Hayote and Atai don't refine the 10,000-year cold marrow too quickly. After saying goodbye to Shui Di, Ji Yu Han summoned the martial soul sacred dragon again, and together with ZG, they rode the martial soul sacred dragon towards the Stardow Great Forest. From the far north to the core area of the Starry Sky Forest. This time, it can be said that it spanned most of the Douluo continent. It took a full 5 or 6 days. Ji Yu Han finally arrived at the Stardow Great Forest. I saw the Starry Sky Forest again. Looking at the vast expanse of the Starry Sky Forest before me, which resembles a verdant sea of trees, I felt a vibrant energy and vitality emanating from it. Standing on the back of the holy dragon, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but open his arms, take a deep breath with pure bliss, and laugh. I've been in the far north for so long, although the cold there doesn't affect me. But compared to a pure white, desolate landscape, I still prefer a forest brimming with life. Beside her, ZG, dressed in a deep purple dress, with a tall and fiery figure and a stunningly beautiful face, also had a hint of deep agreement flash in her deep purple eyes. Chapter 137th Soul Ring Target. Wind and Thunder Winged Dragon, New External Soul Bone. After arriving above the Stardow Great Forest, after some reflection, Ji Yu Han continued to lead ZG on the Holy Dragon deeper into the Stardow Great Forest. After entering the inner perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest, he allowed ZG to transform back into her true form, the Hell Demon Dragon King, and summon dragon soul beasts with over 10,000 years of cultivation from the vicinity. Then, select the target for the 7th spirit ring from among them. After venturing deeper into the forest, Ji Yu Han and ZG finally arrived at the inner perimeter of the core area of the Stardow Great Forest once again. Riding on the Martial Soul Holy Dragon. After the Martial Soul Holy Dragon landed in a clearing in the forest from the sky, ZG transformed back into her true form, the Hellish Demon Dragon, unfurling her broad, dark purple dragon wings. She soared into the air, letting out a deafening roar imbued with soul power. The dragon's roar, carrying soul power information, quickly spread in all directions. Hearing the dragon roar emanating from Murasaki, I sensed the information within. Within a radius of thousands of miles, countless dragon soul beasts with cultivation levee LS of over 10,000 years left their respective territories and rushed towards ZG and Ji Yu Han. After a period of waiting, one by one, enormous dragon soul beasts, each with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years, converged on this side from all directions like a tide. Because this time they came from the far north. Therefore, this time in the inner perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest. The dragon soul beasts summoned by ZG had a cultivation level of over 10,000 years. Many of them were new faces that Ji Yuhan had never seen before. Among them is the bloodhead Tyrannosaurus, a top-tier sub-dragon species whose fighting power is no less than that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. There is also the emerald green dragon, which belongs to the same crystal dragon family as the rainbow crystal dragon. There is a top-tier sub-dragon species with wolf-like features called the winter dragon wolf. There are also creatures like the purple-winged dragon, which possesses the bloodline of the hell dragon. Among the many ancient dragon soul beasts that had gathered from all directions, Ji Yuhan activated his pupil technique, blazing golden eyes. After searching for a while, they were overjoyed to find a true dragon soul beast with an extremely powerful bloodline, the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon. The Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon is a descendant of the Wind Dragon King, one of the 9 legendary elemental dragon kings. Furthermore, the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon has mutated to have the attribute of thunder. The combination of wind and thunder attributes. This will make the Wrath of the Wind and Thunder Wyvern even stronger. They are absolutely among the most powerful of the 9 Dragon King's bloodline descendants. Wrath of the Wind and Thunder. Concept art. ZG, I've chosen this as my 7th spirit ring beast. After Murasaki transformed back into human form from her original form as the On Dragon King of Hell and fell from the sky, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes burning with desire as he stared intently at the Wind and Thunder Wrath Winged Dragon among the group O. F 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts. He pointed at it and said. And following the direction Ji Yuhan pointed out, ZG was not surprised to find that Ji Yuhan had chosen a Wind and Thunder Wrath Winged Dragon with a cultivation of 40,000 years and an extremely powerful bloodline. Previously, Ji Yuhan had chosen to sacrifice 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts, all of which were dragon soul beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. Now that Ji Yuhan has chosen his target, ZG also communicated with the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon using the dragon language. He Lear. Ned that sacrificing himself for Ji Yuhan and becoming Ji Yuhan's 7th soul ring was to contribute to the recovery of his noble and great lord. In addition, Ji Yuhan's martial soul is the legendary Golden Dragon. The Wrath of Wind and Thunder, the Winged King Dragon, also respectfully agreed. Then, the massive, broad-winged, and majestic-looking Wrath of the Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon slow WLY emerged from the dragon herd and came before Ji Yuhan. Immediately following, with a roar, the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Wyvern launched a sacrifice. In an instant, a dazzling blood-red light, shimmering with a bluish-purple glow, burst forth from the body of the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged Dragon. It transformed into a massive blood-red protective shield, enveloping Ji Yuhan. Countless streams of blood-red light, tinged with a bluish-purple glow, surged forth from the body of the Wind and Thunder Wrath Winged Dragon, which resembled a blood crystal, and flowed into Ji Yuhan's body. It is enhancing Ji Yuhan's cultivation level and strengthening his body. Over time, through sacrifice, life energy imbued with soul power was continuously poured into Ji Yuhan's body, and the massive body of the Wind and Thunder Wrath Winged Dragon began to become increasingly transparent. A jet black, 10,000-year-old soul ring gradually condensed and took shape in the air. Once the 10,000-year soul ring had taken shape, the sacrificial ceremony came to an end. Seeing this, Ji Yuhan immediately activated the Sacred Dragon Golden Light technique, drawing over the 10,000-year soul ring and putting it on his body. Because it was a sacrifice. After Ji Yuhan absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring of the Winged Dragon King of Wind and Thunder, the 10,000-year soul ring did not release any violent soul power. It simply released a trickle of soul power, which merged into the soul power within Ji Yuhan's body. At the same time, an extremely concentrated soul force surged into Ji Yuhan's body. However, this soul power did not merge into Ji Yuhan's soul power, but instead surged towards the top of Ji Yuhan's head. Suddenly, 2 bulges appeared on the top of Ji Yuhan's head. Then, 2 exquisitely crafted and ornate dragon horns, one green and one purple, crystal clear like jade and radiating a metallic luster, quickly grew from the top of the head. Dragon horn. Concept art. As this the external soul bone brought by the Wrath of Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon. They discovered that a pair of dragon horns had grown on the top of their heads. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile and reached out to touch the dragon horns on his head. It feels pretty good. There's basically no need to experiment with the 7th soul skill granted by the Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon's soul ring. Because it must be the true form of the martial soul, or rather, the true form of the Golden Dragon. According to the information Ji Yu Han knew. During the cultivation process, there are three major realms where a soul master's strength will undergo a tremendous change after breaking through them. These three realms are Soul King, Soul Saint, and Title Douluo. Bridge. Ea King through to the Soul King realm allows one to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Upon breaking through to the Soul Saint realm, a soul master will obtain a martial soul true body. The higher the quality of the martial soul, the greater the enhancement and amplification brought by the martial soul true body. Although there has been no experiment yet, Ji Yu Han is certain. His golden Drago N martial soul was even stronger than Xian Runshui's six-winged angel martial soul, in addition to the foundation brought by cultivating three major techniques, his martial arts skills, and secret methods. In the novel, Xian Runshui possessed the strength of a Title Douluo when she was at the Soul Saint realm. His strength at the Soul Saint realm far surpasses that of Xian Runshui in the novel. Now, even without using the martial soul true body, only martial soul possession can be performed. His strength is estimated to be comparable to that of a Title Douluo. After activating his martial soul true form, his strength is likely to rival that of a Super Douluo. However, this was just a simple assessment of Ji Yu Han's strength by comparing information from novels in his previous life. Ji Yu Han felt that it was still necessary to test the waters in actual combat to see how it would turn out. Perhaps it's time to go back to Wuhan City. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but think to himself. With his current strength, he should already be on par with Bibi Dong. After all, in terms of his soul, it had already transformed into a young god. Bibi Dong's soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial souls so. All skills were completely useless to him. As for Bibi Dong's Death Spider Queen's soul skills, Ji Yu Han has the golden light protecting him from the Holy Dragon Golden Light technique, and the ultimate light attribute of his martial soul. The Golden Dragon. It has a third soul skill, the invincible body of the Golden Tyrant Dragon transformation. There is also the sixth soul skill, Void Dark Dom. Ain and the Void Holy Dragon Wings External Soul Bone, which are soul skills for escaping through the void. There are just too many trump cards to save our lives. Chapter 131 Xiao Wu's family repays their debt of gratitude. The ultimate power of the Golden Dragon Martial Soul. The inner perimeter of the Starry Sky Forest. After accepting the sacrifice of the Wind and Thunder Winged King Dragon, Ji Yu Han broke through to the level 70 Soul Saint realm and obtained a new external soul bone. Ji Yu Han tested the soul skills on the newly acquired external soul bone. The soul skill of this external soul bone was discovered to be a perfect inheritance of the Wind and Thunder Winged Dragon's abilities. The effect is to control wind and thunder. Therefore, Ji Yu Han named this newly acquired external soul bone Wind and Thunder Sacred Dragon Horn. As for its soul skill, it is named Wind and Thunder Control. And when Ji Yu Han broke through, at the bottom of the Lake of Life lies a secret realm. The Silver Dragon King, Ji Yu Yuina, was in her true form, lying in the magnificent Silver Palace, supporting her exquisite and ornate dragon head with her dragon claws. A pair of dragon eyes, like amethyst gems, looked with great satisfaction at the spatial mirror in front of it. At this moment, the mirror of space is reflecting everything that is happening in Ji Yu Han's current location. His little guy's cultivation speed is really fast. In just 2 years, he has broken through from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint. If we continue to break through at this rate of cultivation, perhaps in less than 20 years, he will be able to break through to the limit Douluo realm and help me recover from my injuries. Ji Yu Yuina couldn't help but feel very satisfied. It was worth it for her to give such a large piece of gold that represents life. Meanwhile, in the inner perimeter of the Stardo Great Forest, just as Ji Yu Han finished testing the external soul bone, the Wind and Thunder Sacred Dragon Horn, and was preparing to leave the Stardo Great Forest with ZG, all I saw was Xiao Wu and her family. Xiao Wu's mother, Aru, Xiao Wu, the Titan Ape, and the Azure Bull Python actually rushed over from afar. I felt a tremor in the ground. In the distance, they spotted a giant, grayish-brown ape the size of a small mountain, a blue bull-headed python, and a woman in a pink dress with a gentle and beautiful face, along with a large pink rabbit, approaching. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This is Xiao Wu's family. What are they doing here? After arriving at Ji Yu Han and ZG's location, Aru immediately jumped off the Azure Bull Python with Xiao Wu in tow. First, he respectfully bowed to ZG, and then to Ji Yu Han. Lord ZG, my benefactor, what's wrong? On ZG's stunningly beautiful face, a hint of doubt flashed in her deep purple eyes. She parted her lips slightly and asked Aru in a cool tone. Are you here to see me or the young master? What can I do for you? A gentle and beautiful face revealed a respectful smile as she spoke. Reporting to Lady Ziji, it's nothing. It's just that when Erming went out, he accidentally discovered a very large piece of star iron. This is of little use to us soul beasts, but it might be of some use to our benefactor. That's why we came to find our benefactor, intending to give it to him. Where is a very large piece of star iron? Unexpectedly, just when I was sleepy, a pillow appeared in my hand. Ji Yu Han's heart stirred, and he immediately asked. Because they plan to research how to help ferocious beasts survive the tribulation of lightning. Although ordinary metals can also be used to make lightning rods. However, since special metals such as gold, deep-sea silver, and Gangjin stone exist on the Douluo continent, Ji Yu Han naturally felt that using these special metals to make lightning rods might be more effective. After all, the lightning tribulation on Douluo continent is definitely more powerful than ordinary lightning in my previous life. Ordinary metals are used as lightning rods. It might overheat and melt after being struck by too many lightning bolts. However, special metals, especially star iron, do not have this problem. Because star iron is a special metal that can pass through the atmosphere of Douluo star in the form of a meteorite, withstand extremely high temperatures, and will not melt. My benefactor, come with me. Aru was delighted to discover that Ji Yu Han was actually quite interested in star iron. They felt they cool. Finally repay Ji Yu Han for saving their family's life. They led Ji Yu Han and Ziji to a valley in the inner perimeter of the Stardo Great Forest. In the valley, Ji Yu Han saw a nearly round meteorite, entirely silver in color, with many deep ring-shaped patterns on its surface. It's as big as a house. This is clearly the star iron that Aru intended to give to Ji Yu Han. However, Ji Yu Han was somewhat troubled when he discovered that it was such a large piece of star iron. Because his storage soul tool simply doesn't have enough space to hold this piece of star iron, which is larger than a house. But such a large piece of star iron could be used to make a Faraday cage large enough to house a Titan ape. Ji Yu Han definitely won't let this go. In the end, Ji Yu Han asked Xiao Wu's family to look after the star iron for him temporarily. Next time he comes, he will bring a storage soul tool with enough storage space to take this piece of star iron with him. However, when they were reluctant why preparing to say goodbye to this piece of star iron? Upon seeing the Titan ape, Ji Yu Han's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to test his current strength, and it seemed he didn't necessarily have to go back to Spirit City to find the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Let's test our strength with this 100,000-year-old Titan ape in front of us. Isn't that the same thing? Thinking of this, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile slightly and began to communicate with Aru. He expressed his desire to have a real combat exercise with the Titan ape to test his strength after the breakthrough. Aru was initially hesitant and wanted to refuse, because she didn't think at all that Ji Yu Han, whose cultivation was only at the Soul Saint level. He will be the opponent of Titan Giant Ape Erming, the Adop Ted, son of a cultivator with a cultivation of 100,000 years and strength comparable to a Super Douluo. She was very worried that Titan Ape Erming might accidentally hurt Ji Yu Han. However, after Ji Yu Han's repeated requests, and with Ziji speaking up on his behalf, Aru finally sighed and agreed. My benefactor, I will only use 1/10 of my strength at first. If you can bear it, we can gradually increase the amount. In the valley, on a wide open space, the Titan ape stood before Ji Yu Han with its massive body and spoke in a deep, muffled voice. No problem. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, a hint of anticipation in his heart, and summoned his martial soul, the sacred dragon. Then, he entered the state of martial spirit possession. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling golden light emanated from behind. The creature was enormous, appearing sacred, majestic, and domineering. With its wings spread, it seemed like a divine dragon of martial spirits that blotted out the sky. After emerging, it instantly transformed into an illusory state of martial spirits and entered Ji Yu Han's body. The next moment, Ji Yu Han's figure began to grow taller, his muscles swelled, golden dragon scales emerged from his body like a tide. His hands transformed into dragon claws, his eyes into golden vertical pupils, and a pair of dragon horns grew from the top of his head. At the same time, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 rose one after another from beneath his feet, encircling his entire body. A terrifying dragon's might erupted from Ji Yu Han's body in an instant. After the martial soul holy dragon possessed him, Ji Yu Han immediately felt it Having cultivated the sacred dragon body forging technique and the starry sacred dragon body refining technique, his already incredibly powerful body became even stronger after the martial soul possessed him. The power within his body seemed to have increased many times over in an instant. Ji Yu Han felt a surge of power within his body, as if a punch could shatter a mountaintop and a kick could crush the earth. Is this the ultimate power of the golden dragon martial soul? Take this punch. Feeling the surging power within his body, Ji Yu Han's dragon-like vertical pupils shone with golden light. He grinned and let out a low shout. He stepped forward, clenched his right dragon claw into a fist, and unleashed a punch like a cannonball. With a sharp, piercing sound, it struck the Titan ape. Seeing this, the Titan ape also raised its huge fist to meet Ji Yu Han. In an instant, Ji Yu Han's small, golden dragon fist and the Titan giant ape's huge fist collided violently. With a muffled thud, two terrifying forces erupted instantly. The resulting shockwave rippled through the air and created a howling gale. But after the two fists, which were vastly different in size, collided. The next moment, however, the Titan ape, whose fist was far larger than Ji Yu Han's, couldn't help but change its expression. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from Ji Yu Han's fist. Under this powerful force, the Titan ape's massive body was blasted back several steps, nearly falling over. What? Surprisingly, Ji Yu Han actually knocked the Titan giant ape back with a single punch. Whether it was Ru, Xiaowu, Tianqingyu Mangdaming, or Ziji, they all widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 132 The power of the golden dragon overwhelms the Titan. Selectable martial soul true form state. Nobody dared to believe it. Ji Yu Han, whose cultivation had just broken through to the soul saint realm, was actually able to repel a Titan giant ape with a cultivation of 100,000 years with a single punch. Although the Titan ape only used less than 1/10 of its power. The problem is, Ji Yu Han also didn't use his full strength. As a soul saint, Ji Yu Han was merely in a martial soul possession state. He neither activated his soul skill nor his martial soul true form. Moreover, they didn't even use their soul bone techniques or domains. Is this the ultimate power of the noble golden dragon? On Ziji's cold and beautiful face, her deep purple eyes were filled with shock. Her bright purple lips parted slightly as she murmured to herself. Let's go again. He discovered that he had only entered the state of martial spirit possession. He then knocked back the Titan ape, which was only using 10% of its strength. With a single punch, Ji Yu Han's eyes were also full of fighting spirit, and he laughed loudly again. Ji Yu Han was not surprised by this result. This is because he cultivated the Sacred Dragon Body Forging Technique and the Starry Sacred Dragon Body Forging Great Technique. With his current physical strength, although he is no match for a soul master of the soul Douluo level with his physical body alone. But in terms of physical fitness, or rather, strength, he is completely comparable to many soul Douluos in their martial soul possession state. With such physical attributes, the holy dragon martial soul, which evolves into a golden dragon, will then possess the body. Even if we say that his strength has not yet reached the level of a title Douluo with a top-tier beast martial soul at full power. But it also far surpasses the power of Titan giant ape who only used 10% of his strength. My benefactor. This time, I will use 1/5 of my strength. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han was able to knock him back with a single punch. The Titan giant ape felt a surge of excitement, raised its massive arm, and roared in a deep voice. Since the 7 fair OCIOUS beast kings of the Stardo Great Forest went into seclusion. For so many years, it has not encountered an opponent that can rival it in strength. Now that they had encountered Ji Yu Han, the Tan ape couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. Golden light protects you. Second soul skill. Holy dragon battle armor. Third soul skill. Golden tyrant dragon transformation. Fifth soul skill. Golden dragon crystal energy explosion. Upon learning that the Titan ape would be using 1/5 of its power, Ji Yu Han's eyes also blazed with fighting spirit. After the golden light protect, the body and the 3 soul skills that amplify physical attributes and soul power were quickly activated. Ji Yu Han clenched his golden dragon fists, stomped his foot hard on the ground, and charged towards the Titan giant ape once again. Come on. Let me see where my limits are. Bang. In an instant, a golden light flashed by. Ji Yu Han's petite body, shrouded in a thick layer of golden light, collided once again with the massive Titan ape, which was as large as a small mountain. The two fists, one large and one small, collided, producing another muffled thud. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by howling winds, surged out in all directions in an instant. And this time, the Titan ape's massive body was sent flying. Although the Titan ape had already used 1/5 of its power. However, after Ji Yuhan activated his third soul skill, Golden Tyrant Dragon Transformation, and his fifth soul skill, Golden Dragon Crystal Energy Explosion. The third soul skill alone, Golden Tyrant Dragon Transformation, not only grants invincibility but also a 5-fold power boost. Even with only 1/10 of its original strength, the Titan Giant Ape was no match for Ji Yuhan in his martial soul possession state. The Titan Ape is currently using only 1/5 of its power. However, Ji Yuhan's power increased 5-fold. In this situation, the gap between the two is undoubtedly even greater. Ming. Unexpectedly, this time, the Titan Ape was actually sent flying by Ji Yuhan's punch. Xian Mu, and the Azure Bull Python Daming couldn't believe it and cried out in shock. However, he was sent flying by Ji Yuhan's punch. However, as a top-tier soul beast possessing both strength and defensive capabilities, the Titan Giant Ape remained unharmed. They discovered that Ji Yuhan's power was beyond imagination. Unlike that of a human soul master, it resembled a golden dragon in human form. The Titan Ape was also filled with fighting spirit. He got up from the ground, looked at Ji Yuhan with eyes full of fighting spirit, clenched his huge fist, and shouted loudly. My benefactor, listen carefully, from now on, I'm going to go all out. After saying that, the Titan Ape let out a furious roar. And after pounding its chest with its two huge fists, its soul power exploded out of its body. Then, he suddenly raised his fists and sprinted towards Ji Yuhan. Feeling the Titan Ape's surging power, Ji Yuhan felt no fear. Only excitement and anticipation. He clenched his dragon fist again and charged towards the Titan Ape, colliding with it. But this time, the Titan Ape chose to go all out and even activated its soul power to unleash its soul skill. Ji Yuhan was immediately at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, after their fists collided, they felt a powerful force surge towards them, almost shattering the protective golden light around them. As Ji Yuhan staggered backward, he laughed loudly and activated his external soul bone once again. External soul bone. Golden Dragon Heart Protecting Mirror. Soul skill. Golden Dragon Armor, activate. External soul bone. Tyrannosaurus Rex Gauntlets. Soul skill. Overlord power activated. Suddenly, a golden Drago N pattern resembling a tortoise shell appeared on Ji Yuhan's chest, protecting his heart. Immediately afterwards, in a burst of golden light, countless armor pieces rapidly condensed and took shape on Ji Yuhan's body, quickly forming a magnificent and domineering golden battle armor that was entirely golden and full of dragon elements. However, on his right hand, Ji Yuhan's right hand was grayish-black, with a ferocious dragon claw that was significantly larger than his left hand. After activating the soul skills Golden Dragon Armor and Overlord power from the external soul bone Golden Dragon Heia, RT Mirror and the external soul bone Tyrannosaurus Gauntlets, Ji Yuhan once again engaged in battle with the Titan Giant Ape. With the support of the Overlord power, Ji Yuhan's strength surged once again. Furthermore, he was protected by golden light, and possessed a second soul skill, Holy Dragon Battle Armor, as well as the Golden Dragon Armor with the external soul bone, Golden Dragon Heart Protecting Mirror. Ji Yuhan's body was also frighteningly tough. In addition, the ice and fire domains were deployed, under the suppression of the Titan Ape by the ice and fire domain and the enhancement of its own strength. Aside from his martial soul true body, Ji Yuhan, whose combat power was almost at its maximum, actually held his own against the Titan Giant Ape in their fierce battle, without being at a disadvantage at all. This made Ji Yuhan increasingly excited and thrilled during the fierce battle. After the fierce battle with the Titan Ape, Ji Yuhan had a clearer understanding of his own strength. He realized that he had actually underestimated himself. Even without activating his martial soul true body, he still relied on the three major cultivation techniques: the Sacred Dragon Golden Light Technique, the Starry Sacred Dragon Body Refining Technique, and the Nine-Headed Golden Dragon Spirit Refining Technique. There are also many martial arts techniques and secret methods. In addition, he possessed external soul bones and a soul ring configuration that surpassed the limits, as well as the sacrifice of numerous 10,000-year-old dragon soul beasts. This is a profound and rich heritage. Even if he were to unleash his full power in his normal combat state, he would be able to fight against a Titan Giant Ape at the level of a Super Douluo. In other words, even if Ji Yuhan doesn't enter the martial soul true body state now, even using only his soul ring skills, soul bone skills, domain, and all his techniques, martial arts, and secret arts to fight, he possesses the strength to sweep away all title Douluos below level 95. After a fierce battle with the Titan giant ape, he tested his maximum strength in his non-martial soul true body state. After using the movement technique Cloud Dragon 9 illusions to create distance, Ji Yuhan immediately activated his 7th soul skill, Golden Dragon True Body. In an instant, the 7th soul ring surrounding him lit up. After a burst of golden light erupted from Ji Yuhan's body. Ji Yuhan's body rapidly grew larger in the golden light, approaching the size of the martial soul Holy Dragon. However, it is unclear whether this is due to the special nature of the martial soul Holy Dragon, or it's because Ji Yuhan's soul has already been sublimated into a young god. Or perhaps it's the powerful control over one's martial spirit and body resulting from cultivating the 9-headed golden dragon refining divine technique. Upon entering the martial soul true body state, Ji Yuhan discovered that he seemed to be able to decide the degree to which he entered the martial soul true body state. One can enter the true form of martial soul with 100% certainty, transforming into an even more powerful martial soul holy dragon. Alternatively, one can choose to enter a 50% martial soul true form state, transforming into a half-dragon with the physique of a holy dragon. In response, Ji Yuhan naturally chose to enter 50% of his martial soul true body state, transforming into a half-dragon with the physique of a holy dragon. Because in this state, not only does his strength increase dramatically, but he can still unleash his martial arts skills. Chapter 133 Dragonblood Warrior Form. Changes in the Heavenly Do Imperial City over the past 2 years. The inner perimeter of the Starry Sky Forest. In a valley, on a wide open space, he discovered that he could actually decide to enter the martial soul true body realm. With a thought, Ji Yuhan directly chose to enter the 50% martial soul true body state. For a moment, it was bathed in dazzling golden light. Ji Yuhan's body began to expand rapidly, but it did not deviate from its human form. It's just getting bigger. A pair of broad dragon wings unfolded behind it, and a long, powerful dragon tail grew from its back. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared before the Titan ape, Xiao Wu's family, and Ziji was. It was not a giant golden dragon. Instead, it is a gigantic creature, over 20 meters tall, with a humanoid body covered in golden dragon scales and clad in golden dragon armor. His right hand still wore the menacing gray-black Tyrannosaurus Rex gauntlet. His head resembled both a dragon and a human, and a pair of dragon horns stood proudly. A half-dragon with a pair of broad dragon wings on its back and a long, RFUL dragon tail constantly swinging behind it. However, Ji Yuhan had a better name for this state in his mind. That's the Dragonblood Warrior form. Concept art of Dragonblood Warrior form at 50% martial soul true body state. Let's go again. After entering the Dragonblood Warrior form, which is at 50% of its martial soul true body state, Ji Yuhan shouted again, his dark golden dragon like vertical pupils blazing with fighting spirit. He clenched his golden scale dragon fist, which was now nearly as large as the Titan ape's, and charged at the Titan ape once more. Unfortunately, after Ji Yuhan entered the martial soul true body state, although Ji Yuhan did not fully enter the martial soul true body and transform into the golden dragon true body with ultimate power, but in Dragonblood Warrior form, due to the explosive increase in his size, Ji Yuhan not only gained immense strength and was able to activate his soul skills, but also unleashed his full martial arts prowess. For example, the movement technique, 9 illusions of Cloud Dragon, and the fist technique, Holy Dragon Fist. Its overall combat power is no weaker than that of the Golden Dragon in its true form. But Ji Yuhan, whose physique was no less than his own, had also cultivated the 3 arts of Qi, body, and spirit, and possessed a wealth of martial arts skills and secret techniques. The Titan ape W, as no match for Ji Yuhan and was quickly defeated and knocked to the ground. I lost. The Titan ape lay on the ground, looking at Ji Yuhan in his Dragonblood Warrior form, and wholeheartedly admitted defeat. I felt quite emotional. My benefactor truly deserves to be the one chosen by the Great Lord. It was actually possible that a soul saint could defeat this 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. Moreover, it took place in a brutal, hand-to-hand combat scenario. The Titan ape was full of admiration. All I can say is that they are indeed worthy of being regarded differently by the Lord. That's what makes us different. At this moment, Ji Yuhan also pulled the Titan ape up from the ground, patted the Titan ape on the shoulder, and smiled. Thanks. I'll trouble you to keep an eye on that piece of star iron for me for now. I'll take it with me when I come to the Stardo Great Forest next time. After a battle with the Titan Ape, he discovered that his current strength had completely reached the level of a super Douluo. Ji Yuhan was also satisfied with dispelling the martial soul possession, and once again transformed the Holy Dragon into a physical form, preparing to continue riding the Holy Dragon back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City with ZG. More than 2 years. I wonder how Sister Shuiye is doing. How are Xiaodian, Xiaowu, and Binger doing with their cultivation? After bidding farewell to Xiaowu's family, Ji Yuhan, accompanied by ZG, rode the Holy Dragon back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City. After nearly a day of travel, the next day, in the morning, Ji Yuhan, with ZG in tow, rode the Holy Dragon back to the Heavenly Do Imperial City Academy. When it is enormous, its wingspan is so large that it seems to blot out the sky. The sacred, majestic, and domineering martial soul dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the Heaven Do Imperial City Academy. They hadn't even reached the skies above the Heavenly Do Royal Academy yet. At the Heaven Do Royal Academy, many students knew that Ji Yuhan had returned. After all, the appearance of the martial soul Holy Dragon is just too unique and too eye-catching. Brother Ji Yuhan. After Ji Yuhan brought ZG back to their residence in the courtyard. Soon, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 3 arrived excitedly. At this moment, Ji Yuhan and ZG were still cleaning the courtyard. You've arrived. Seeing Feng Xiaodian and his group of 7 arrive, Ji Yuhan, while sweeping the courtyard, smiled slightly and asked, "How has your cultivation been going during the 2 years I was away?" Brother Ji Yuhan, we haven't let our guard down in the 2 years since you left. Now, apart from Lingling, all of us have broken through to level 40 in cultivation. Huo Wu spoke with pride and self-assurance on her beautiful, spirited face. However, without the pills you refined, Brother Ji Yuhan, our cultivation speed will definitely not be as fast as when you were here. Shui Yu stuck out her little tongue and said somewhat shyly, "Brother Ji Yuhan, you must have been very tired from your secluded cultivation in the far north for the past 2 years. You and Her Majesty Murasaki, please rest here. Quote, we'll help you clean this up, and while we're at it, we'll give you a briefing on our cultivation progress over the past 2 years." Seeing Ji Yuhan and ZG sweeping the courtyard, Huo Wushuang quickly came over and snatched the broom from Ji Yuhan's hand. "Let Ji Yuhan and ZG go and rest, they'll help with the cleaning." For Ji Yuhan, regardless of the BTLE influence of the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique, it was Ji Yuhan's meticulous guidance to the 7 of them, and the rapid improvement in their strength, that made it possible. All of this made Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wushuang, Shui Binger, and the other 3 people respect and admire Ji Yuhan very much. Although Ji Yuhan is not officially a teacher, but in the hearts of the 7, Ji Yuhan was no different from their teacher. While the 7 people were helping to clean up, Ji Yuhan learned about it through the reports from the 7 people. The cultivation progress of the 7 people over the past 2 years. While Ji Yuhan remained in the far north. After returning under ZG's escort, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 3 have been diligently cultivating ever since. Following Shui Binger, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang also successively broke through to the Soul Master realm. Only Yi Lingling had just broken through to the Soul Venerable realm after taking the pill. So for now, he is still at the Soul Venerable realm. Afterwards, Ji Yuhan also learned about the choices Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wushuang and the other 4 made regarding IR soul skills after their breakthroughs. Because parents and family members help with references. Therefore, the 5 people all chose pretty good soul skills. After Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger and the other 3 helped clean up, Ji Yuhan smiled and led the 7 people to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, where they booked a private room. He planned to treat them to a meal as a reward for helping with the cleaning. Incidentally, I learned about the 2 years he was away. The situation in the Heavenly Do Imperial City has changed. Through the accounts of the 7 people, Ji Yuhan also learned the truth. In the 2 years since he left, the 2nd prince of the Heavenly Do Imperial City, Shui Luoquan, and the 3rd prince, Shui Haikang, both died unexpectedly while traveling. Now, only the eldest prince Shui Qing and the 4th prince Shui Beng remain in the Tian Do royal family. However, Shui Beng was far inferior to the eldest prince Shui Qing in terms of age, temperament, and ability. Therefore, Emperor Shui has now made his eldest son, Shui Qing, the crown prince. Chapter 134 Reunion with Qian Runshui, News of Yu Shaogang. Have Shui Luoquan and Shui Haikang been dealt with? It seems that Sister Shui's plans have been progressing steadily throughout the 2 years I was away. In a private room on the third floor of the cafeteria at Tiando Royal Academy. They learned about the changes in Tiando Imperial City over the past 2 years from Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 6. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but think to himself. Ji Yu Han had originally planned to come back and go see his beloved Shui today. But then I thought about it, and realized that Xian Runshui, now the crown prince, was not in the palace. Ji Yu Han then prepared to write a letter and have it delivered to the first prince, no, now the crown prince's residence. I'll go see my beloved sister Shui again tomorrow. Time flew by, and it was already the next day. Ji Yu Han took Ziji to the Heavenly Do Imperial City, intending to visit Xian Runshui at the crown prince's residence. After arriving at the magnificent crown prince's residence, upon seeing Ji Yu Han and Ziji arrive, the guards at the gate immediately made way and respectfully greeted them. Greetings, young Master Ji Yu Han, Your Majesty the Purple Dragon. His Highness the Crown Prince is already waiting for you two in his study. Quote. After entering the Crown Prince's residence, Ji Yu Han led Ziji to the study. In the study, Ji Yu Han saw Xian Runshui again. At this moment, Xian Runshui still looked like Shui Qing. Wearing a gorgeous dress with gold and blue stripes, her long golden hair draped over her shoulders, and her appearance was handsome and gentle. Ji Yu Han. But upon seeing Ji Yu Han, Xian Runshui couldn't help but feel excited. She stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with longing. After looking around and finding no one, Xian Runshui immediately waved her hand, Relia. Sing her soul power to close the doors and windows of the study, and then removed the disguise of the angel soul bone. In a burst of golden light, Xian Runshui quickly revealed her true form. Her impoverished body quickly became shapely, her long golden hair became as smooth as silk, and her appearance once again transformed into that stunningly beautiful, otherworldly face that could topple kingdoms. Sister Shui, it's been 2 years, have you missed me? Upon seeing Xian Runshui reveal her true appearance, Ji Yu Han's handsome face broke into a smile. He stepped forward and gently pulled Xian Runshui into his arms, stroking her hair as he asked, You stinky bastard, who missed you? Xian Runshui hugged Ji Yu Han tightly, pressing her head against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. She felt very warm inside. But her words were a little arrogant. I'm just worried that you'll miss me terribly if you're alone in the far north. I'm just a kind-hearted person, that's why I reluctantly hugged you. Oh, Ji Yu Han laughed, feigning heartache, and sighed. Oh, I never imagined I was just being presumptuous. I had another piece of good news to share with you, Sister Shui. Since you don't miss me, Sister Shui, then you should go ahead and do your work. I dislike forcing others, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Ji Yu Han released his arm around Xian Runshui's waist, looking heartbroken. And made as if to turn and leave. A hint of amusement flashed across Xian Runshui's exquisite and beautiful face. You stinky Ji Yu Han, you're such a drama queen. Act. Just act. Okay. I was just kidding. Actually, I miss you too. But Ji Yu Han, do you have some good news to share with me? I'm actually quite curious. Xian Runshui grabbed Ji Yu Han's hand, her beautiful face showing a hint of coquettishness, and asked curiously. Although earlier, when Ji Yu Han had Ziji escort Feng Xiaodian and the others back, Feng Xiaodian was sent to Xian Runshui's residence, where he was then the eldest prince, to deliver a message. He said he had discovered a place of opportunity in the far north and planned to stay there for a while. However, when Ziji told Feng Xiaodian, she didn't actually mention what kind of fortuitous place Ji Yu Han had found. What is Ji Yu Han doing here again? Xian Runshui had assumed it was a place similar to the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire. I originally thought Ji Yu Han would be back in less than half a year, but I didn't expect him to come back now, almost a year later. Hee. The great news is that my cultivation has now broken through to the Soul Saint level. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and summoned the Holy Dragon in its martial soul state. 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, rose one after another beneath his feet. You've already reached the Soul Saint level. Xian Runshui's beautiful golden eyes widened, her stunning face filled with disbelief. Because Ji Yu Han possesses both innate soul power and age, they were all much smaller than her. She had just broken through to level 61 and thought she had caught up with Ji Yu Han. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han had already far surpassed her and had broken through to the Soul Saint realm. How did you break through so quickly? Didn't you just break through to level 60 before you went to the far north? How come you broke through to Soul Saint again in just over 2 years? What were you doing in the far north? Xian Runshui couldn't help but feel a little sour inside, and said angrily. It wasn't jealousy, but Xian Runshui's strong-willed purrs. Onalati made her a little angry with herself. How could someone with such a huge advantage have been left far behind by Ji Yu Han in terms of cultivation? Ji Yu Han hugged Xian Runshui again and smiled. Quote, this is because I discovered a cave of ancient ice in the far north. There is a lot of ancient cold marrow inside, and I happen to have a way to extract it. And you should know about my martial soul, the holy dragon. Because of the yin-yang well of ice and fire, I gained the ice attribute. Therefore, the 10,000-year cold marrow is a rare treasure to me that is no less valuable than immortal herbs. But compared to immortal herbs, the quantity of 10,000-year-old cold marrow is much greater. For the past 2 years, I have been mining and refining the millennia-old cold marrow in the far north. Through 10,000 years of cultivation in the cold marrow, that's why my cultivation level broke through to level 70 so quickly. A 10,000-year-old ice sea avenue and a 10,000-year-old cold marrow. Your luck is incredible. Xian Runshui couldn't help but complain. It felt like Ji Yu Han could encounter opportunities wherever he went. After leaving Wuhan City, they arrived at Tiando Imperial City and discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well. Unexpectedly, in the far north, I discovered the 10,000-year-old ice cave. This is incredible luck. Inside the Crown Prince's study. After a tender embrace, Ji Yu Han and Xian Runshui sat down on the sofa. Murasaki sat to one side. Ji Yu Han asked curiously how Xian Runshui had dealt with Shui Luoquan and Shui Haikang without arousing suspicion. After answering Ji Yu Han's question, Xian Runshui seemed to have thought of something. Her stunningly beautiful face suddenly showed a hint of sadness and distress. Ji Yu Han. Why are some people so greedy and never satisfied? They only ever think from their own perspective, always believing they are never wrong, and never considering others. What's wrong, Shui? Ji Yu Han sensed that Xian Runshui's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, and he immediately frowned and asked with concern. Ji Yu Han, you probably don't know this. During the time you were away, that woman, she actually brought that good-for-nothing who killed my father back to Wuhan City. Xian Runshui clenched her jade-like hand, couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly, and said in a tone tinged with anger and hatred. Chapter 135 Old Deng actually cares about me. Hearing Xian Runshui's words, although it wasn't explicitly stated, Ji Yu Han immediately understood Xian Runshui's meaning. That woman clearly refers to Bibi Dong. As for trash, that would definitely be Yu Shaogang. During the time I was away, Bibi Dong actually brought Yu Shaogang back to Wuhan City. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Then, on a sudden impulse, he brought up the system panel. Really? On the attribute panel of the Tianyan system. The celestial evolution points column originally only had 16 celestial evolution points. Now it's turned into 31 again. As if she had thought of something, a serious expression appeared on Xian Runshui's beautiful face as she gave Ji Yu Han some instructions. By the way, Ji Yu Han, my grandfather said that woman is now in the capacity of the Pope. We've had all the Spirit Hall branches in various towns across the continent send people to look for you. In the past 2 years, Solace, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Temple in the Heaven-Do Imperial City, has also learned that you are now in the Heaven-Do Imperial City. He originally wanted to come find you, but you weren't here before. But now that you're back, he'll know you're back and he'll definitely come looking for you and ask you to return to Wuhan City. But you must never go back. My grandfather said that if you go back, it probably won't be anything good. I never expected that old man Qian Douluo would say such a thing to Xian Runshui. Ji Yu Han was somewhat surprised that Xian Runshui told him not to go back. Didn't this old Deng always see himself as a ghost wild blonde guy? Has she changed her mind now? They're actually concerned about their own safety. Although Qian Douluo didn't explain it clearly, Ji Yu Han understood it perfectly. Why would Qian Douluo say that his return might not bring anything good? Because decades ago, when Bibi Dong was still the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, they would all be willing to sacrifice the reputation and prestige of the Spirit Hall. They came to help Yu Shaogang promote his flawed and potentially disastrous 10 core competencies of his martial soul, as well as his theory on the limits of soul ring absorption. Now that Bibi Dong has become the Pope, she will only go even further. Bibi Dong has now brought Yu Shaogang to Wuhan City. He must have applied his method of evolving the Sacred Dragon martial soul into the Golden Sacred Dragon to Yu Shaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao. If Yu Shaogang can successfully evolve Ji Yu Han felt that in order to please Yu Shaogang and help him become a true master of martial spirit theory, he needed to do this. His teacher, Bibi Dong, might try to pin the method of discovering how Luo Sanpao's martial soul evolved into the golden sacred dragon on Yu Shaogang. Thus, they would kill him, the true discoverer. Douluo must have considered this possibility. Which is why he told him not to go back. But if you want to kill him, why not just send someone to do it? Why did Sister Shuai say that, as the Pope, she had the Mar Teal Soul branch halls all over the continent send people to search for him? Wouldn't making such a big show of it and taking action against him attract more attention? Ji Yu Han was very puzzled. He hadn't thought of it for a moment. The method he discovered for evolving martial spirits was actually useless to Yu Shaogang because Yu Shaogang was too useless. This left Bibi Dong with no choice but to seek treatment haphazardly in her desperation. The plan is to have someone find him and ask him for a solution. Sister Shuai, I understand. After listening to Qian Runshui's concern and instructions, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly on his handsome face, took Qian Runshui's hand, and said, "Please convey my gratitude to the Grand Master for his concern, Sister Shuai. However, I think I can't escape this. If Bishop Solace comes to visit me and asks me to return to Wuhan City, I will not go back. I have a feeling that my teacher might come to me personally and ask me to go back." Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Qian Runshui's exquisite and beautiful face showed a slight moment of surprise, followed by a hint of helplessness. Because she felt that this was actually quite possible. Actually, there's nothing wrong with me going back. I can just give you all the pills of prepared as offerings. May your martial spirits evolve and your cultivation levels improve. Opportunities that allow one to evolve their martial spirit and improve their cultivation should definitely be used as soon as possible. Ji Yu Han, with a wry smile, continued speaking. As for the Grand Master's concern about my safety after I return, quote, don't worry about Sister Shuai. Although my current cultivation level is only Soul Saint, I have already tested it. With my current strength, unless the Grand Elder or the Second Elder takes action, no one in the Spirit Hall can threaten me. Unless the High Priest makes a move, even if I am no match for him, I can easily escape. At this point, Ji Yu Han smiled confidently. Qian Runshui was initially somewhat skeptical of this. However, Ji Yu Han did not demonstrate any significant strength. It's only after the martial spirit possesses the body. He activated his sixth soul skill, Void Dark Domain, and also activated his external soul bone, Void Holy Dragon Wings. It demonstrated the teleportation ability of the Void Dark Domain, as well as the ability of the Void Holy Dragon Wings to enter the void. These two life-saving abilities convinced Qian Runshui. At least Ji Yu Han should have no problem saving his life. After leaving Qian Runshui's Crown Prince's residence, Ji Yu Han brought Ziji back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. As expected, that evening, someone delivered a letter. The letter's owner was none other than Solace, the Platinum Bishop of the Martial Soul Temple in the Heaven Do Imperial City. Solace's attitude in the letter was very respectful. Bibi Dong, as a teacher, expressed that she missed Ji Yu Han very much. She hoped Ji Yu Han could return to Wuhan City and visit her. Because he knew that Ji Yu Han was now living in the Heaven Do Imperial City as someone who was not a member of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, he did not visit Ji Yu Han in person, but instead sent a letter. After reading the letter, Ji Yu Han scoffed at it. Does his cheap teacher, Bibi Dong, miss him? That's ridiculous. Before he could fully evolve his martial soul Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon, Bibi Dong's attitude towards him was simply supportive and friendly. There was absolutely no master-disciple relationship involved. After he successfully evolved his martial soul Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon. As he lost his usefulness, Bibi Dong, the teacher he had taken advantage of, became extremely cold towards him. Not only did they see him less often, but they also lost their cultivation resources. Even the task of helping him hunt for spirit rings was entirely entrusted to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Saying you miss him now? You're kidding me. The reason they're making such a big fuss about finding him is most likely because it's related to that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang. Ji Yu Han snorted inwardly. Fully understanding. Ji Yu Han was certain that Bibi Dong would most likely turn against Yu Shaogang after helping him evolve his martial soul into the Golden Sacred Dragon. One reason for this is that after his Holy Dragon evolved, Bibi Dong stopped providing him with cultivation resources. Another large part of the reason is that Ji Yu Han discovered it after he made a name for himself in the Great Soul Arena of Wuhan City. It turned out that an invisible hand had suppressed all his information. His existence was kept secret even outside of Wuhan City. Bibi Dong did this. Ji Yuhan felt that it was most likely to make it easier to erase his traces in the future. This is why he didn't hide his identity after arriving in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. Instead, he joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy using his real name. Chapter 136. It's the season for White Album again. Regarding the letter from Bishop Solace of Platinum. Although the words in the letter were very polite, but Ji Yuhan could understand the subtext. That means if he doesn't go back, Solace will come in person. If that doesn't work, then they might notify Bibi Dong and have her come over in person. But shall we go back to Wuhan City? Ji Yuhan put down the letter and smiled faintly. Before, he was hesitant to go back. He felt that if his chief teacher, Bibi Dong, were to harm him, he might be in danger. But after the battle with the Titan Ape, Ji Yuhan has figured out that his current strength is completely comparable to that of a super Douluo. According to what I read on the internet in my previous life. Some say it was during the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange competition. Bibi Dong's cultivation level had already reached the level of a limit Douluo at level 99. Only by diverting a portion of his soul power to undergo the Rakshasa God trial was Tang Hao able to escape with Tang San. But Ji Yuhan felt that this claim was unlikely. At that time, Bibi Dong was only around 50 years old. He reached the ultimate Douluo level around the age of 50. Even if Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls and has powerful talents. But that would be too much of a slap in the face to Sendoru and Poseidon. Bibi Dong is not like Tang San, who is a protagonist who is favored by fate and encounters all kinds of opportunities wherever he goes. During the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Ji Yuhan felt that Bibi Dong's cultivation level should be at least level 97. Currently, there are still 3 or 4 years until the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Academy Exchange Tournament. Ji Yuhan felt that Bibi Dong was probably only level 96. With such cultivation, one possesses the Yang God and a full set of life-saving soul skills. Ji Yuhan felt that even if he returned to Wuhan City, even if Bibi Dong wanted to harm him, she simply didn't have the ability. Hehe. Let's go back and take a look then. A crimson flame ignited in Ji Yuhan's hand, burning the letter Solace had sent to him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Perfect timing, he can go back anyway. The numerous pills made from immortal herbs and elixirs that had been prepared long ago. Many offerings were sent to the old Deng Qian Douluo. There are also senior sisters Huliena and Xie Yu. The words of the simp Yan. It depends on his mood. However, this time, they left to return to Wuhan City. Ji Yuhan definitely had no choice but to bring Ziji along. Before leaving, Ji Yuhan also told Ziji about this. Let Ziji stay in He Heavenly Do Imperial City and wait for him to return. Alternatively, you can return to the Star Do Great Forest and stay there for a while. He'll go back to Wuhan City, settle things, and then go to the Star Do Great Forest to find her. Therefore, Ziji naturally chose to return to the Star Do Great Forest and stay there for a while. After telling Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and the other 3 that he would have to leave for a while longer. Ji Yuhan then left the Heavenly Do Imperial City with Ziji. Outside the Heavenly Do Imperial City, Ji Yuhan and Ziji parted ways. Ji Yuhan unfurled his external soul bone, the void holy dragon wings, and sped across the sky towards Martial Soul City. Ziji, on the other hand, headed towards the Star Do Great Forest. One day later, Ji Yuhan successfully returned to Wuhan City. In the woods outside Wuhan City, Ji Yuhan landed on the ground and retracted his external soul bone, the void holy dragon wings. Then he leapt and flew towards Wuhan City. Once again, we arrived at the gates of the majestic, towering, and bustling Wuhan City, a city with high walls and deep moats. Ji Yuhan felt quite emotional. After 4 or 5 years, Ji Yuhan, am finally back. I've been away for 4 or 5 years. When they returned to Wuhan City, the soul masters guarding the city gates were all unfamiliar faces. Naturally, they didn't recognize Ji Yuhan. But Ji Yuhan didn't say that he wanted to return to Wuhan City in a grand manner, surrounded by countless admiring and excited gazes from others. Be humble in your personal life, but ambitious in your work. He understands this principle. After revealing his identity as a soul master, Ji Yuhan successfully entered Wuhan City. Although I've been away for 4 or 5 years, the architecture of Wuhan City has remained largely unchanged. Because it was already noon when we got back. Ji Yu Han then decided to go to the hotel he used to frequent when he was in Wuhan City and have a good meal. Enjoy the taste of childhood. And so I returned to the hotel I used to frequent. Just as Ji Yu Han opened a private room, ordered a large table full of his favorite dishes, and began to feast. Not long after, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. This is infuriating. Upon hearing a familiar, embarrassed, and coquettish shout, Ji Yu Han immediately stopped what he was doing. Is that your senior sister's voice? Senior sister, brother Xiaoyu, Yan, it's been a long time. Just after Hu Liena walked past the private room that Ji Yu Han had booked, Ji Yu Han came out of the room and greeted Hu Liena and the other two with a smile at the door. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's familiar voice, Hu Liena's beautiful face froze for a moment, then she turned around with delight. Seeing that it was Ji Yu Han, she exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Han, you're back. Yes, senior sister, I just got back not long ago. I was just about to come back and relive the taste of my childhood. What a coincidence. I actually ran into you senior sisters. With a smile on his handsome, flawless face, Ji Yu Han spoke. Xiao Han, it's been 4 or 5 years since I last saw you. You've grown taller and even more handsome. Finding that Ji Yu Han was still as handsome as before, and even taller, Hu Liena couldn't help but take a look at him. Her beautiful face flushed slightly, and she smiled sweetly, as if joking. Hu Liena with long hair. Hee hee, you've become even more beautiful, senior sister. Ji Yu Han smiled and engaged in a round of mutual flattery. Then, upon discovering that Hu Liena had grown her hair long, he couldn't help but ask curiously. But senior sister, you've grown your hair long. You look even prettier than before. Really? Do I look better with long hair? Hu Liena's beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she said with great surprise. Actually, Hu Liena grew her hair long because of Ji Yu Han. Hu Liena used to have short hair that reached her ears. But because of a conversation I had with Ji Yu Han during a meal, Ji Yu Han said she prefers long hair. Since then, Hu Liena has never cut her hair again. Now that she has finally realized that her long hair, which she has been growing for 5 or 6 years, has earned her praise from Ji Yu Han. Hu Liena was incredibly happy and sweet inside. He saw Hu Liena talking to Ji Yu Han with great joy and excitement. Xie Yu's expression didn't change much. His cold face remained calm and composed. He kept glancing at Hu Liena and then at Ji Yu Han. Finally, he glanced at Yan beside him, a hint of pity and a soft sigh flashing in his eyes. But Yan's expression turned grim, and he unconsciously clenched his hands. Damn it! If only this guy hadn't come back after leaving Spirit City. Why did you come back? To steal Nana from me? Yan felt extremely aggrieved and roared angrily. Upon seeing the goddess Hu Liena, her beautiful eyes seemed to be fixed on Ji Yu Han, filled with joy and happiness. Yan's heart was filled with grief, indignation, and bitterness. Why? I was clearly the one who arrived first, whether it was cultivating and studying with the goddess or hunting souls together. My goddess and I are the perfect match. But why? Why did it turn out like this? Chapter 137 Tang Shenhuang and his disciples run rampant in the papal palace. Ji Yu Han had already booked a private room. I chatted with Hu Liena for a while in the corridor. Ji Yu Han also invited Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan to come in for dinner. He's treating. Originally, Yan was somewhat indignant and did not want to agree. After all, this is a love rival. Unfortunately, Hu Liena happily agreed and headed straight for the private room that Ji Yu Han had reserved. Since Hu Liena had agreed, Xie Yu naturally wouldn't disagree. In the end, Yan had no choice but to go along with it. Inside the private room, Hu Liena also inquired about where Ji Yu Han went after leaving Wuhan City. What have I done over the years? Ji Yu Han found these questions difficult to answer and could only offer evasive answers. Senior sister, after leaving Wuhan City, I naturally went out to gain experience and adventure. Oh, right, senior sister. I was in the private room just now, and I heard you sound a little angry. What's wrong? Did someone make you angry? Ji Yu Han quickly changed the subject and asked curiously. Hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Xie Yu and Yan couldn't help but sigh and look at Hu Liena. Hu Liena, on the other hand, was somewhat sad and angry. This is because of a guy named Tang San. Tang San. Ji Yu Han was startled and somewhat surprised. Could it be that Bibi Dong, the cheap teacher, not only brought Yu Shaogang back to Wuhan City, but also Tang San? But shouldn't Tang Hao be with Tang San? Would he allow his cheap teacher to bring Tang San back to Wuhan City as well? Ji Yu Han was quite surprised. Interesting. That's interesting. After a moment of surprise, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile. It's so much fun. Under his influence, the plot has even fallen apart. Tang San has now joined the Spirit Hall. What will he do if he finds out in the future that he has a blood feud with the Spirit Hall for killing his mother? Having joined the Spirit Hall, can Tang San become the Sea God and the Asura God in the future? That really piques my curiosity. Tang San. What's wrong with this Tang San? Even though he knew who Tang San was, Ji Yuhan's smile was harder to suppress than a Gatling gun. But on the surface, he was a master of acting, pretending to be very puzzled, and asked with a frown. At this point, Hu Liena angrily recounted the whole story. It turns out that ever since Tang San and his teacher Yu Shaogang moved into the papal palace, they have stolen Bibi Dong's attention. Not only that, Tang San even stole most of the cultivation resources that should have belonged to Hu Liena and the other two. Hu Liena was naturally unconvinced. But they didn't dare to go directly to their teacher, Bibi Dong, to tell her about it. Therefore, Hu Liena chose to go to Yu Shaogang and Tang San, hoping to resolve this matter. Hu Liena originally thought this matter should be easily resolved. Because Tang San, as a minor soul master, doesn't need that many cultivation resources at all, it's a complete waste. Unfortunately, this happened right after I finished telling Yu Shaogang and Tang San. Teacher Bibi Dong quickly found Hu Liena and gave her a severe scolding. This implies that Hu Liena, being the older sister, should give way to the younger Tang San. It only consumes some cultivation resources. Hu Liena used a lot of cultivation resources in the past. However, Tang San used to live in a primary soul master academy in a remote town and never enjoyed any cultivation resources. Tang San has finally made it here. Shouldn't we make it up to Tang San? In any case, Bibi Dong's words revealed her complete bias towards Tang San. The implication is that Tang San suffered injustice in the past. Hu Liena should relinquish her benefits now and compensate Tang San, her younger brother. Furthermore, as a teacher, she was not obligated to provide Hu Liena with training resources on a whim. On the contrary, obtaining cultivation resources from the Soul Master Academy is the normal way for most young Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall to obtain cultivation resources. Even if she stops Hu Liena and the other two from receiving cultivation resources now, Hu Liena should also be grateful. Because it was the first time Hu Liena had been scolded by her teacher, Bibi Dong, she almost cried. After that, Hu Liena dared not approach Tang San and Yu Shaogang again to mention the matter of cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, Tang San frequently caused trouble for the three of them. Because of Bibi Dong's favoritism towards their teacher, the three of them felt extremely aggrieved and wronged. After listening to Hu Liena's words, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but feel both amused and sentimental. Bibi Dong, my cheap teacher, is truly a brainless female simp for Yu Shaogang. After reconciling with Yu Shaogang, she discovered that she had a chance to rekindle her old flame with Yu Shaogang. They're practically treating Tang San like their own son. Hu Liena probably doesn't understand why Tang San, who is clearly just a soul master, would take up most of the cultivation resources of the three soul masters. This is difficult for ordinary people to understand. It's hard to understand why Tang San would do that. It's also hard to understand why Bibi Dong would do such a thing. For Tang San, the effect of using so many cultivation resources follows a parabolic trend. The effect will get better and better at first, but the effect will gradually decline later. There is absolutely no need to waste resources. For Bibi Dong, the resources invested were not proportional to the output. I can't even imagine why they would do that. But in Ji Yuhan's view, this was all perfectly normal. Yu Shaogang's dream, besides evolving his martial soul Luo Sanpao, is to prove that he is a master of martial soul theory. In Yu Shaogang's view, the way to prove the latter is to cultivate a genius disciple. In that case, Yu Shaogang would definitely hope that Tang San would become a strongman as soon as possible and become famous throughout the continent. And because the resources being consumed now belong to the Spirit Hall, there is the tireless dedication of the female admirer Bibi Dong. Yu Shaogang, of course, would not refuse. In fact, he wished he could have more. As for why Tang San dared to cause trouble for Hu Liena and the other two, that's because Tang Shenwang is no ordinary person. He is the king of assassins of the Tang clan. And he acts in accordance with the general principles of the Zhontian Baolu. According to Articles 3 and 5 of the general outline of the Xuantian Baolu. The third rule is that once you identify an opponent as an enemy, if they have a way of committing suicide, you should not show mercy, otherwise you will only cause yourself more trouble. Article 5. All Tang clan disciples must not easily provoke trouble. But if anyone takes the initiative to infringe, they shall be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Hu Liena and the other two largely conform to the two general principles of the Zhantian Baolu. In Tang Shenhuang's mind, he had probably already met a just end. However, this is Wuhan City, so Tang Shenhuang cannot directly resort to underhanded tactics. It was discovered that Bibi Dong was biased towards him. So Tang Shenhuang naturally had to find ways to suppress his senior sister Hu Liena and the other two. Senior sister, I never expected the teacher to do this. Don't worry, when I see the teacher, I will definitely speak up for you. After learning about Hu Liena and the other two's experiences over the past few years, Ji Yuhan frowned deeply and said indignantly. Hey, Xiaohan. No, don't do this. Hu Liena's beautiful face was filled with a helpless, bitter smile. Tell Ji Yuhan not to tell teacher Bibi Dong about these things. Because she knew very well in her heart. In the eyes of their teacher, Bibi Dong, her junior brother Ji Yuhan was not as important as her. Now, the teacher seems to have been bewitched, showing extreme favoritism towards that master and student pair. They don't even take her, their disciple, seriously. If her junior brother Ji Yuhan were to bring this up, the outcome would definitely be worse than what she experienced. Hey, senior sister, does that mean I just have to pretend nothing happened? At Hu Liena's urging, Ji Yuhan finally gave up on speaking up for Hu Liena in front of Bibi Dong. But a hint of annoyance flashed across his handsome face. I never expected my teacher to turn out like this. Ji Yuhan was somewhat angry. During my recent training trip, I unexpectedly discovered a treasure land with many more tall herbs and spiritual medicines that can help soul masters evolve their martial souls and improve their cultivation. I refined these immortal herbs and elixirs into more potent pills. I was planning to give one to my teacher this time, but I didn't expect her to do this. In that case, I'll give it to you and brother Xiaoyu instead of the teacher. Chapter 138 The home is gone. This time, we're returning to Wuhan City. Ji Yuhan definitely planned to send a pill to all the many worshippers from Xian Daoliu's side of the Douluo Palace. Ji Yuhan also considered giving gifts to his three senior sisters, Hu Liena and Hu Liena. However, if we send pills to Hu Liena and the other two, then our chief teacher Bibi Dong will also have to send them. Because in Ji Yuhan's view, senior sis, Hu Liena will definitely tell Bibi Dong about this. But when teacher Bibi Dong spoke, Ji Yuhan was honestly a little hesitant. Because after he evolved his martial soul Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon, Bibi Dong's attitude towards him changed so drastically, she became so cold. In addition, his information was blocked. It's hard for him not to overthink things. Now, Bibi Dong has brought Yu Shaogang back to Wuhan City. Although it's unclear what Bibi Dong's intention is in having all the Spirit Hall branches search for him everywhere. But instinct told Ji Yuhan. This time when she returned to Wuhan City, even though her chief teacher Bibi Dong would initially greet her with a smile. But you never know when they might suddenly decide to kill him. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be foolish to still send Bibi Dong pills? But Ji Yuhan is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Previously, he obtained the cultivation resources needed to evolve his martial soul sacred dragon from the Luo Sanpao form to the golden sacred dragon form from his chief teacher, Bibi Dong. This is true, even if the two are destined to become enemies in the future. But Ji Yuhan still wanted to repay this favor. In that case, even if we are destined to face each other in life and death in the future, he wouldn't show any mercy to Bibi Dong because of this favor. Anyway, Ji Yuhan only has one pursuit. I have a clear conscience. The question remains whether or not to give Bibi Dong the elixir. These two ideas were constantly tug of war in Ji Yuhan's mind. Ji Yuhan hasn't made a decision yet. Hu Liena heard about the arrival of Yu Shaogang and Tang San and his disciples. The three senior sisters, Hu Liena, and the others were all angered by Tang San and his disciples. And Bibi Dong even took their side. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yuhan decided to use this as an excuse to give the martial soul evolution pills made from immortal herbs and spiritual medicines to Hu Liena and the other two. Bibi Dong will not give it to them yet. He believes that this happened. Hu Liena and the other two probably wouldn't tell Bibi Dong about him giving her the pills. As for Bibi Dong discovering it herself, she can ask him for it. We'll see how things go then. In any case, he would only give Bibi Dong one dose of pills at most. As for what kind of elixir it is, that's another matter. Important point. If Bibi Dong still wants to ask for pills for Yu Shaogang and Tang San, that's absolutely impossible. A treasure trove. Are there any RTAL herbs and spiritual medicines that can help a soul master evolve their martial soul and improve their cultivation. Wuhan City. Inside a private room at a restaurant. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan were all stunned, somewhat incredulous. Xiao Han, do you have any immortal herbs or spiritual medicines that can evolve a soul master's martial soul and improve their cultivation? Does this world truly contain treasures that can evolve martial souls? Isn't this something that only exists in legends and folk tales? Huliena asked Ji Yu Han in disbelief. Senior sister, nothing in this world comes from nowhere. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Legend has it that there is something that can evolve a martial spirit. That must actually exist in reality for such a legend to exist. Don't worry, since I said I have immortal herbs and spiritual medicines that can evolve a soul master's martial soul and improve their cultivation. They muse. Have confirmed their effectiveness before they dared to say that. However, I have already refined these immortal herbs and spiritual medicines into more potent pills. Let's eat first. After we finish eating, come to my house and I'll give you and brother Xiaoyu the pills. You'll then know whether what I said is true or false. That. Huliena's eyes flashed with a bitter smile. Xiao Han, there's something I need to tell you, but please don't be angry. What's up? Ji Yu Han was somewhat puzzled. Your mansion. Your teacher gave it to Yu Shaogang and Tang San and his disciples. I heard that this mansion used to be the residence of a man named Yu Shaogang. Huliena sighed and said, What? Ji Yu Han's face immediately became extremely stiff and ugly, and he felt a surge of anger. Although Ji Yu Han had anticipated various events that he might encounter upon returning to Wuhan City. But he never expected it. Bibi Dong actually gave away the house she used to live in Wuhan City to someone else. Although Ji Yu Han only lived in that mansion for 2 or 3 years, he didn't have a deep emotional attachment to it. But Bibi Dong's actions made Ji Yu Han feel extremely uncomfortable and disrespected. However, in his heart, Ji Yu Han finally understood amidst his anger and laughter. After he moved into that mansion, when Bibi Dong came over to ask him if he was getting used to his accommodation, her eyes were filled with such complex emotions. It turns out that this mansion was where Yu Shaogang used to live. You've completely treated me as a substitute for Yu Shaogang. Now, the genuine product has arrived. I should step down and hand over the reins to a more capable person. But if that's the case, what's the point of you making such a big fuss and moby? Lizzing all the martial soul branch halls to search for me. Xiao Han. Seeing the hint of anger on Ji Yu Han's face, Huliena couldn't help but ask with concern. Senior sister, I'm fine. Ji Yu Han pressed his anger and smiled at Huliena. I've been away from Spirit City for so long, and no one lives in that mansion anyway. This mansion was originally a gift from His Holiness the Pope. She can give it to whomever she wants. But since that's the case, let's go to your house next, senior sister. But it turns out that what Ji Yu Han said about the evolution of martial souls seems to be true. But Ji Yu Han only mentioned Huliena and Xie Yu's names, not his own. Yan couldn't help but panic a little. Of the 3 heroes of the Spirit Hall, he was the worst. If Goddess Huliena were to obtain the opportunity for martial soul evolution, but he were not, what would happen? Wouldn't that take me even further away from my goddess? Therefore, Yan decided to endure the humiliation. Ji Yu Han, what about me? Could I have a portion of the martial soul evolution pill later? Yan scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, and asked. You. Looking at Yan, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile slightly. You should be well aware of how precious these martial soul evolution pills are. Because my senior sister is my senior sister, and brother Xiaoyu is my senior sister's brother. He is also a respected elder brother to me. Therefore, I am willing to give you this precious elixir, but Yan and I are just ordinary friends in the palace. Why would I give you such a precious pill that can evolve your martial spirit and improve your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yan blushed and didn't know how to respond. Ji Yu Han's words seemed to make sense. This pill that can evolve a martial spirit is so precious. What reason should I give him to ask for it? I can't seem to find a reason. Yan scratched his head, feeling quite troubled. Seeing Yan's reaction, Ji Yu Han found it somewhat amusing. He actually intended to give the pills that could evolve martial spirits to Yan as well. Although Yan was somewhat hostile towards him because of his senior sister Huliena. But Ji Yu Han had also been dealing with Yan for 2 or 3 years. He knew very well that Yan was a decent person and someone who appreciated kindness. Giving it to Yan Dan is definitely no problem. But that didn't stop Ji Yu Han from straightening up Yan. After all, this simp is trying to steal his senior sister away. Chapter 139 Seven-Colored Celestial Fox, Purple Moon Blade, and the Lord of Hell. A treasure that can evolve a martial soul is indeed extremely precious. But if you're willing, Ji Han, give me a share too. It's a pill that can evolve your martial spirit and improve your cultivation. Apart from telling me to stop pursuing Nana and telling me to die. As for the rest, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. After much deep thought, Yan could only take a deep breath and look at Ji Han with a solemn expression. He raised his hand and swore an oath, promising it. Just call me Brother Han for now. Ji Han's lips curled slightly as he spoke. He remembered that when he was little, Yan always liked him to call him Brother Yan. Now, it's time for an eye for an eye. Brother Han. Yan's lips twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted. Brother Han. Since Yan called him brother, and made that promise, Ji Han smiled slightly and did not make things difficult for him. After finishing their meal, they arrived at Huliena's home, led by Huliena herself. In a quiet room, Ji Han took out 3 small jade bottles from his storage soul tool. Inside each of them was a pill, one that could help Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan Wuhan evolve. Among them, the pills that enabled Huliena's martial soul to evolve were made from 2 top-grade spiritual herbs, the illusionary lotus and the night rose. According to the Tianyan system, both of THSA are top-tier spiritual herbs belonging to the spiritual medicine category. After being refined into the pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, this will allow spirit-type martial souls to evolve. The pills that can evolve the evil moon martial soul. It is the purple spirit sword heart pill, made from 2 top-grade spiritual herbs called purple spirit sword grass and golden dendrobium. As for the pill that can evolve the flame martial soul, it is the blazing flame pill, which is made from 2 kinds of top-grade spiritual herbs called amber flame spirit flower and blazing lotus. Ji Han then handed 3 small jade bottles containing 3 pills to Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan Hu. Opened the small jade bottle. Inside, there was a 7-colored elixir, only the size of a longan seed. That looked as lustrous as jade and crystal clear. Huliena's exquisite and beautiful face still showed some disbelief. Can this tiny pill really allow our martial spirit to evolve? You'll know once you try it. Senior sister Huliena. Ji Han simply smiled and said. And then he heard Ji Han's words. Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan finally poured out the pills from the small jade bottle. And then swallowed them with trepidation and anticipation. In an instant, dazzling 7-colored, purple, and crimson light burst forth from the bodies of the 3 people. In the midst of intense energy fluctuations, a golden fox spirit with a body entirely golden, eyes like pinkish purple gems, a bushy fox tail, and a lithe physique. 2 sharp moon blade martial souls. There was also a flam. Lord martial soul whose entire body seemed to be forged from obsidian, with magma-like energy flowing through its cracks, and a pair of stony horns that curved backwards on its head. It looked like a stone giant, or a demon. They suddenly appeared from behind Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan respectively. Under the medicinal baptism of the spirit-nourishing pill, purple spirit sword heart pill, and blazing flame pill given by Ji Han. The aura emanating from Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan was constantly rising, and their cultivation levels were continuously improving. In addition, the martial spirit behind the 3 are also undergoing changes. Among them, the golden fox spirit behind Huliena gradually turned the color of its fur into 7 colors, and its figure became more enchanting, full of strong allure. Behind Xian Mu, the color of the pair of moonblade martial souls turned into an eerie dark purple, making their shape even more eerie, and their blades even sharper. As for Yan's flame lord martial soul, both its fire and earth attributes were enhanced, and its form became closer to a living flame demon, with a pair of crimson fire demon wings growing from its back. After the martial soul evolution is completed, Huliena, Xian Mu, and Yan all opened their eyes, their gazes filled with excitement and anticipation. Xiao Han, my demon fox martial soul has truly evolved. And my cultivation level has also broken through to level 48. Huliena looked at Ji Han, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and excitement. She really didn't expect that the pills Ji Han gave her would be so effective. Not only did it allow her fox spirit to evolve, moreover, it also boosted her cultivation level from level 43 to level 48. I estimate that she'll be able to reach level 50 next year. Originally, the resources they received from their teacher, Bibi Dong, were greatly reduced. She felt that it would probably take her at least 5 or 6 years to reach level 50. Huliena's cultivation level increased by 5 levels at once, from level 43 to level 48. Xie Yu and Yan are both a year older than Huliena. His cultivation level is also one level higher than Huliena's. After consuming the elixir, both of their martial souls evolved, and their cultivation levels naturally reached level 49. No need to thank me, you're my senior sister after all. I still remember how kind and caring you were to me when I was little. Ji Yu Han smiled fondly at Huliena's gratitude and said, Senior sisters, look at the changes your martial souls have brought you after their evolution. At Ji Yu Han's suggestion, Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan also began to study the changes in the new martial soul after its evolution. Huliena was pleasantly surprised. Said to discover the evolved fox spirit martial soul. After evolving, the demon fox martial soul seems to have gained a special talent. That is, it can consume soul power to release a special 7-colored illusionary light. This 7-colored illusory light can actually condense into various realistic illusions to attack enemies. This is undoubtedly a huge boost to the offensive capabilities of her mental-based soul skills. As for the evolved new martial soul, based on its appearance, Huliena named it 7-colored celestial fox. However, Xie Yu and Yan did not find anything after studying the martial soul. What new abilities did the evolved martial soul gain? However, it was discovered that the evolved Moonblade martial soul had become more eerie and beautiful in appearance, and even sharper. The power of the soul skills also seems to have been enhanced. The evolved Flame Lord martial soul has gained a pair of wings, which seems to allow it to acquire flight-type soul skills. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities and the effects and power of the fire and earth attribute soul skills have also been enhanced. As for the new martial soul after its evolution, Xie Yu named his evolved Moonblade martial soul Purple Nether Moonblade. Yan then named his evolved Flame Lord martial soul Hell Lord. After giving Huliena and the other two the pills to help them evolve their martial souls, Ji Yu Han originally planned to go to Ju Douluo Yugon's residence again. Keeping the joke from back then, I also sent warmth to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Then, he secretly went to the Douluo Palace to offer some warmth to old Deng Qiandaliu. Wait until tomorrow. He went to see Bibi Dong again. Anyway, he hasn't shown up much since he came back. Bibi Dong probably doesn't even know that he has returned to Wuhan City. The news from Solace's side certainly couldn't get back as fast as he could. However, Ji Yu Han did not expect this. He returned to Wuhan City, ate a meal at a restaurant, and then went to Huliena's house. Despite these circumstances, Bibi Dong still managed to receive news of his return very quickly. A car. Dinal was immediately dispatched to Huliena. He was asked to go to the Papal Palace to see Bibidin. Chapter 140 Reunion with Bibi Dong. This Yu Shaogang is a bit strange. Okay, I'll come with you right away. I didn't expect to be back, so I had a meal at a restaurant. Then they came to Huliena's place, and surprisingly, Bibi Dong also managed to find them. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but frown. However, the cardinal came to take him there. He did not refuse. He wanted to see what Bibi Dong wanted to do by making such a big fuss about finding him. Senior sister, I'll head over now. Before leaving with the cardinal, Ji Yu Han turned to Huliena and the other two and said something. Yes, Xiaohan, remember what I told you before. We'd better be careful first. Huliena clenched her delicate hands. Still somewhat worried. This is a subtle hint to Ji Yu Han. Do not question him about his bias towards Tang San and his disciples in front of their teacher, Bibi Dong. We'll talk about that later. I know, senior sister. Quote. Ji Yu Han nodded. Then he followed the cardinal and left for the Papal Palace. I arrived at the familiar Papal Palace once again. Led by the cardinal, Ji Yu Han arrived at a grand hall. Here, Ji Yu Han saw Bibi Dong sitting on a throne. Bibi Dong was still dressed as before, wearing a deep purple robe, a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a papal scepter. She still has a tall and slender figure with a curvaceous figure, and a mature, aloof, and elegant appearance. However, compared to before, right now, sitting next to Bibi Dong is a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was wearing a black academic gown, had a buzz cut, and dark, rough skin, but his chin was very smooth and without a single stubble. His appearance was ordinary and stiff. At this moment, he was sitting in a chair next to Bibi Dong, and the expression on his face was not very pleasant. But there was also a hint of expectation and eagerness in his eyes. Based on the known information and appearance, Ji Yu Han made a judgment at a glance. The middle-aged man sitting next to Bibi Dong must be Yu Shaogang. But for some reason, Ji Yu Han always felt. The feeling he got from Yu Shaogang was rather strange. It looks very unnatural. I've met you. Teacher. Although I'm almost 90% sure that BB Dong isn't a qualified teacher. I used him all along. Now, because of BB Dong, it's more likely to be detrimental to him. But before things come to a head, Ji Yu Han still pretended to be respectful and bowed slightly to BB Dong. BB Dong smiled at this, feigning a nostalgic expression, and sighed. Xiao Han. It's been 4 or 5 years since you left Wuhan City to go out and train. I've really missed you since we last met. So we asked the martial soul branch halls all over the mainland to help us search for you. How have you been, Xiao Han, during the 4 or 5 years you've been away training in Wuhan City? BB Dong began to show concern and offer words of comfort. Ji Yu Han felt a little nauseous. No, you miss me. If you're going to make an excuse, can't you come up with something even slightly believable? After I evolved the Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon, you stopped giving me cultivation resources altogether. Even the task of hunting for spirit rings was left to Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui. After that, you never summoned me again. Someone like you, how could you possibly miss me? You're kidding me. However, on the surface, Ji Yu Han still put on a somewhat moved expression and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have been doing very well during the 4 or 5 years I spent away from home gaining experience." That's good. That's good. BB Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, she asked Ji Yu Han with some distress. By the way, Xiao Han. There's one more thing, teacher, that I need your help with. By the way, Ji Yu Han glanced at Yu Xiaoging next to BB Dong, his lips twitched. And he was speechless. He was certain that this matter was related to Yu Xiaoging. Teacher, please speak. Oh, that's how it is. BB Dong shook her head and sighed. He stood up, pointed to Yu Xiaoging, and introduced him. This is Yu Xiaoging, a close friend of the teacher and a well-known master of martial soul theory in the world of soul masters. His martial spirit is the same as yours. The Holy Dragon, from before. Because your martial soul, the Sacred Dragon, has evolved into the Golden Sacred Dragon, your teacher also wants to help this FR. So that his martial soul can also evolve. But Master K, his martial soul has already been equipped with 2 spirit rings, and his martial soul has become lightning attribute. This means even if a master feeds his martial soul the flesh and blood of a dragon-type soul beast with a light attribute, it will cause an attribute conflict and he simply cannot digest it. The same applies to consuming various rare medicinal herbs and elixirs. I wonder if you, Xiao Han, can think of a solution. BB Dong looked at Ji Yu Han with her beautiful eyes full of expectation, hoping to get a solution from him. But Ji Yu Han sneered inwardly at this. I knew it. No wonder you made such a big fuss, causing the martial soul branch halls all over the mainland to search for me. So it turns out it was because you were planning to help your old flame Yu Xiaoging evolve his martial soul, but something went wrong. But how have you treated me? Don't you have any self-awareness? Now you act. You ally want me to help you evolve your old flame's martial soul smoothly. That's ridiculous. However, he did not intend to help Yu Xiaoging solve this problem. However, after thinking about it, and decided not to refuse outright and indicated that he would not. Because wouldn't that make Yu Xiaoging feel like he's just like him? I could take this opportunity to teach Yu Xiaoging a lesson. Ji Yu Han was very clear about this. In the novel, the source of all the tragedies is this useless, seemingly incompetent scholar, Yu Xiaoging. As for what will happen to BB Dong, I meant well, but it just didn't work out in the end. If we compare it to East Africa, what would happen? Ji Yu Han will not surrender without a fight. Anyway, I have the Void Dark Domain Soul skill, plus the Void Hole. Y Dragon Wings Soul skill from the external Soul Bone. Ji Yu Han was very confident. Even the old Deng Qiandaoliu might not be able to keep him in Wuhan City. Teacher. Faced with BB Dong's request for help on behalf of Yu Xiaoging, Ji Yu Han hesitated for a moment before speaking. Teacher, I can't say for sure. Because I don't yet know the specifics about the martial soul of your close friend, teacher. If it's just what you've said, teacher, I really have a hard time understanding it. After all, if it were your close friend, teacher, his martial soul would only have acquired the Li GHTNING attribute due to an error in the attribute of the attached soul ring. If you then consume the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the light attribute, an attribute conflict might indeed occur. However, as long as you choose herbs and elixirs that have no attributes, your martial soul should be able to absorb them normally. Hearing Ji Yu Han's words, BB Dong and Yu Xiaoging couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Because of this, there's one more thing they haven't told Ji Yu Han. That is Yu Xiaoging's Luo Sanpao martial soul, and the soul skills of the two attached soul rings are both farting. In addition, Yu Xiaoging fed Luo Sanpao white radishes to induce flatulence for decades, in order to increase the power of Luo Sanpao's first and second soul skills. This makes it seem as if Luo Sanpao has undergone some kind of physical mutation. I developed indigestion no matter what I ate. However, this was really beneath Yu Xiaoging's dignity, and it was inconvenient to tell Ji Yu Han. At least unless there is absolutely no other way. Otherwise, Yu Xiaoging would not want Bibi Dong to tell Ji Yu Han about his situation. Chapter 141. That nightmare scene made Tang San's face turn green. Xiao Han. Do you mean that as long as you understand the specifics of a Grandmaster's martial soul, will we be able to find a way to solve his martial soul evolution problem? Judging from Ji Yu Han's tone, it seems that he doesn't understand the situation yet, which is why he can't find a solution. This ignited a flame of hope within Bibi Dong, who quickly asked with a mixture of anticipation and excitement. However, Ji Yu Han immediately denied it. Teacher, that's not what I meant. But if I don't understand the martial spirit of this master, how can I find a solution? I definitely need to understand this master's martial spirit situation first before I can think of a solution. Then we need this master to cooperate with the methods I have come up with, and experiment with them little by little, before we can find a successful solution. However, I cannot guarantee whether it will be 100% successful. Joke. Ji Yu Han wasn't really trying to help Yu Xiaoging solve the problem of martial soul evolution when he said those things. He just didn't like Yu Xiaoging. I want to take this opportunity to teach Yu Xiaoging a lesson. Therefore, it is essential to agree on the terms beforehand. There is no guarantee that the problem of Yu Xiaoging's martial soul evolution can be solved 100% successfully. However, regarding Ji Yu Han's thoughts, Yu Xiaoging and Bibi Dong had no idea. Upon hearing that Ji Yu Han seemed to be able to solve the problem of his martial soul evolution, Yu Xiaoging felt both displeased and excited, with anticipation in his heart. The reason for his displeasure was that Yu Xiaoging was already very jealous of Ji Yu Han's ability to find a way to evolve the martial soul sacred dragon into the golden sacred dragon. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han is now able to solve the problem of his martial soul evolution. This clearly puts Yu Xiaoging to shame. How could Yu Xiaoging possibly accept this? As for expectations, Yu Xiaoging's biggest dream and wish is to evolve his martial soul. Previously, there were problems with the evolution of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. Because he couldn't find a feasible solution, Yu Xiaoging was in great pain and depressed. After all, he had already paid a heavy price to evolve his martial soul, Luo Sanpao. If his martial soul Luo Sanpao fails to evolve, he will suffer a huge loss. Now that he has discovered that Ji Yu Han might be able to solve the problem of his martial soul evolution, Yu Xiaoging is naturally very excited and expectant. Ji Yu Han, I'm a friend of your teacher, and I'm quite a bit older than you. So I'll call you Xiao Han too. Don't worry, as long as you can find a way to solve my martial soul evolution problem, I will cooperate with you and let you understand the specifics of my martial spirit. Quote. Although deep down, he didn't want Ji Yu Han to know about Luo Sanpao's martial spirit. But in order to evolve his martial soul, Yu Xiaoging still stood up and put his hands behind his back. He tried to use a rough voice, but it was still slightly hoarse and shrill, as he spoke. Xiao Han, there's still time, so you can go to the martial soul test hall with Grandmaster. Let the master help you take a look at the specific situation of Sanpao. If you need anything later, just let me know and I'll help you prepare it. Beside her, Bibi Dong glanced at the sky outside the window, pondered for a moment, and then prepared to have Ji Yu Han directly help Yu Xiaoging solve the problem. Okay. Ji Yu Han felt a little disgusted when Yu Xiaoging called him Xiao Han. But then I thought, I'll be able to get back at Yu Xiaoging soon. Ji Yu Han smiled again and said. Led by the master Yu Xiaoging, Ji Yu Han walked out of the main hall where Bibi Dong was. As Pope, Bibidin had many other matters to attend to. So this time, Bibi Dong won't go. Yu Xiaoging then led Ji Yu Han to the main hall where he was experimenting with his martial spirit. Let Ji Yu Han take a look at the current situation of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. However, after leaving the main hall where Bibi Dong received them, on the way to the experimental hall that Bibi Dong had specially arranged for Yu Xiaoging, a black-haired boy with slightly tanned skin and an ordinary appearance, dressed in a blue robe, hurried over. Teacher. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoging, the black-haired youth, or rather Tang San, immediately bowed respectfully to Yu Xiaoging. It is afternoon now. Tang San was originally cultivating in his room. But then he heard that Ji Yuhan, whom Bibi Dong had been searching for Yu Xiaoging, had returned. This prompted Tang San to quickly end his cultivation and prepare to go see Ji Yuhan to see if he could help his teacher solve the problem of martial soul evolution. Let me introduce you to my mistress. Upon discovering that his disciple Tang San had actually arrived, Yu Xiaoging stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, and spoke in a slightly sharp voice. He introduced Ji Yuhan to Tang San. Tang San greets brother Ji Yuhan. Because Ji Yuhan was useful, Tang San politely and respectfully bowed slightly to Ji Yuhan. So you're your beloved disciple, master. That's perfect. We can go together. I never expected to run into Tang San. Thinking that he would definitely have Yu Xiaoging test his soul skill later, he realized that he would have to do it later. Now that we've encountered Tang San, we must invite Tang San and Yu Xiaoging to experience Yu Xiaoging's two, earth-shattering, soul skills together. Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and extended an invitation. Together. Tang San was stunned, somewhat confused. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging explained it to Tang San. Ji Yuhan needs to understand the specifics of the martial soul. Luo Sanpao before he can come up with a solution. Now, they are preparing to go to the martial soul experiment hall. He wanted to show Ji Yuhan the specifics of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt somewhat embarrassed. If he could, he actually wouldn't want to go. Because he was going there, he felt that he would definitely smell the stinky farts released by teacher Luo Sanpao's martial soul and his two farting soul skills. This is not because he disrespects his teacher, Yu Xiaoging. This is the main problem. I just can't stand it. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that reason. Ultimately, at Ji Yuhan's earnest invitation, Tang San had no choice but to go along. They arrived at the martial soul experiment hall. As soon as he entered the spacious hall, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but frown. Because of his keen sense of smell, he noticed that the hall was, for some reason, faintly smelled foul. It's as if it's been pickled for a long time by something incredibly foul-smelling. A foul smell. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but think of the two soul skills of Yu Xiaoging's Luo Sanpao martial soul, and his lips twitched slightly. Could it be that Yu Xiaoging frequently uses his soul skills here? After entering the main hall, Yu Xiaoging also summoned his martial spirit, Luo Sanpao. Xiao Han, this is my martial spirit. I call it Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaoging spoke in a sharp yet slightly effeminate voice, looking at the ugly cute martial spirit Luo Sanpao at his feet, with a somewhat complicated expression. Master, your martial soul, Luo Sanpao, really looks just like my martial soul used to be. Quote, since I was able to successfully evolve my martial soul into a golden holy dragon, Master, you can too. Seeing the appearance of the martial soul Luo Sanpao, Ji Yuhan first gave Yu Xiaoging a shot of adrenaline, and then said with a smile. Next, Master, you should feed Luo Sanpao some dragon flesh and blood with the attribute of light. You should have the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light here, right? Yu Xiaoging's face stiffened, and he forced a dry laugh. I do have some light attribute dragon soul beast flesh and blood here. But my three cannons martial soul can't consume it. If you eat it, there will be a conflict of properties, and you won't be able to digest it at all. Originally, he thought the purpose of letting Ji Yuhan see the specific situation of the martial soul Luo Sanpao was just to show him two soul skills. Let Ji Yuhan know that the martial soul Luo Sanpao has two farting soul skills. Then he told Ji Yuhan that the martial soul Luo Sanpao not only ate the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the light attribute, but also suffered from indigestion due to attribute conflict. Even if you eat various medicinal herbs and elixirs, you may not be able to absorb their medicinal power due to indigestion. That should do it. He had just mentally prepared himself to let Ji Yuhan see his two farting soul skills. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan wanted his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, to consume the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light. Turn a fart into a massive jet of gas. He really didn't want to do this. This huge spray is even more embarrassing than farting. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuhan planned to have his teacher's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, consume the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light. I can't help but think of that nightmarish scene. Tang San's face immediately turned green. Chapter 142 The Day of Suffering for Tang Shenwang and his disciples. There's a problem. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoging was quite resistant to feeding Luo Sanpao the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light. Tang San's face turned somewhat green. This made Ji Yu Han's eyes narrow slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. I sense there's something seriously wrong here. However, there's a saying that goes something like this. The more the enemy opposes me, the more it proves I'm doing the right thing. So Ji Yu Han frowned immediately and said earnestly, Master, the most important thing for our Mart IAL souls to evolve is to feed them the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the light attribute and spiritual herbs. You said your martial soul can't eat the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the light attribute. You can't digest it. But I need to see what's really going on before I can come up with a solution, right? That makes sense. Yu Xiaogang was slightly taken aback, feeling that what he said made a lot of sense. He thought about how he could successfully evolve his martial soul into a golden holy dragon. After returning to the Blue Lightning Overlord clan, countless clansmen watched in disbelief as his martial spirit transformed into the legendary golden holy dragon of their clan. Then, all his clansmen who mocked him. They started showering him WITH attention and trying to please him just like when he was a child. That scene. Yu Xiaogang gets so excited just thinking about it that he can't breathe. Let's give it our all. In order to Suchi's fully evolve his martial soul into a golden holy dragon, Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. For the sake of dreams, so be it. It's not like it's the first time. Alright. Then Xiao Han. You should observe carefully. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and took out a piece of flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light from his storage soul tool. With a mixture of longing and fear in Luo Sanpao's eyes, it was stuffed into Luo Sanpao's mouth. After Yu Xiaogang stuffed the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light into Luo Sanpao's mouth. Seeing this, Tang San's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly took a few steps back, hiding behind Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han glanced at it, a playful smile playing on his lips. When faced with danger, would you shield everyone in front of you? Do you think you're Han Tianzun? Just wait and see, I'll show you how you can't steal a chicken and end up losing the rice instead. After Luo's Anpao consumed the flesh and blood of a dragon-type soul beast with the attribute of light. Yu Xiaogang also found a place, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and cultivate. It seemed to be refining the life force and soul power that Luo Sanpao had received after consuming the flesh and blood of the light attribute dragon soul beast. This doesn't seem to be a problem. Seeing that Luo Sanpao seemed to have given Yu Xiaogang life force and soul power after consuming the flesh and blood of the dragon soul beast with the attribute of light, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but frown slightly. However, less than 5 seconds had passed. Ji Yu Han suddenly heard a loud, cooing sound. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the sound originated from Luo Sanpao's stomach. Luo Sanpao also showed a pained expression, with half of his body emitting gold and the other half emitting blue light, as if carrying electric current. My stomach was rumbling and growing bigger at the same time. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang also stood up with a helpless and painful expression. Xiao Han, did you see that? After consuming the flesh and blood of the dragon soul beast with the attribute of light, Sanpao could not return any soul power at all. It was gone in about 3 seconds. Then the 3 cannons started having attribute conflicts. Yu Xiaogang originally wanted to say something. Afterwards, the martial spirit Luo Sanpao will also experience a massive ejaculation due to indigestion. But he still couldn't bring himself to say these words. Ji Yu Han's expression was somewhat strange. He felt that Yu Xiaogang was still hiding something from him. For example, if it's just a simple attribute conflict. Based on the nature of his martial soul, the sacred dragon. He should condense the undigested substances into a clump of debris within his body and then expel them. But why is your martial spirit, Luo Sanpao, making rumbling noises and growing bigger? He's not an idiot without common sense. You're clearly about to get diarrhea. It comes to mind that Yu Xiaogang's 2 main soul skills are farting. The 2 spirit rings that Yu Xiaogang absorbed definitely not only gave his martial soul Luo Sanpao the lightning attribute. It also caused his body to mutate. At least, Ji Yu Han's martial soul, the sacred dragon, has nowhere to vent. However, Yu Xiaogang's Luo Sanpao does have that. This directly leads to a huge difference in their digestive and absorption capabilities. Besides, Ji Yu Han felt that the golden sacred dragon origin within Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao, should also be very thin. It is certainly not as good as his martial soul, the holy dragon. The reason is quite simple. Yu Xiaogang's first soul skill is farts like thunder, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. It is evident that Yu Xiaogang's first spirit ring likely came from a lightning attribute spirit beast. Most likely, like other members of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex family. It absorbed the soul ring of a lightning attribute sub-dragon soul beast. But Ji Yu Han really couldn't have imagined it. What kind of lightning attribute dragon type soul beast soul ring did Yu Xiaogang absorb that resulted in him gaining the farting soul skill? It directly led to the deviation of the subsequent soul skills. But since the soul skill of a martial soul is useless, Ji Yu Han felt that it probably wasn't some particularly powerful lightning attribute sub-dragon soul beast. In that case, absorb this first spirit ring. The lightning attribute bestowed upon Yu Xiaogang and Luo Sanpao's martial soul should not be particularly strong. How could it be that the light and lightning attributes within Luo Sanpao's body were evenly matched, making it almost impossible for him to absorb and digest the flesh and blood of the dragon soul beast with the light attribute? Ji Yu Han was speechless. He felt there was only one adjective to describe Yu Xiaogang. He's bad at the game but loves to play. Luo. Just as Ji Yu Han was speechless, Luo Sanpao's belly had swelled to the size of an adult, such as Yu Xiaogang, and he let out a painful cry. Finally, a muffled thunderous explosion suddenly came from behind Luo Sanpao. A foul-smelling green mixture of solid, liquid, and gas was ejected, spraying all over the top and walls of the hall. 2. Sao Min Sao. The moment Luo Sanpao unleashed his powerful spray, Ji Yu Han's expression changed drastically. Although I had already guessed that Luo Sanpao would have diarrhea. But he really didn't expect that Luo Sanpao's spray would be so powerful. However, because preparations had already been made, Ji Yu Han instantly released golden light, which condensed into a protective shield around his body, and at the same time, the ice domain within the ice and fire domain unfolded. He unleashed his movement technique, Cloud Dragon 9 Illusions, and swiftly sped towards the outside of the main hall. In an instant, all that could be seen was the foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture that Luo Sanpao sprayed, hitting the walls and ceiling and splashing down. Upon entering the ice domain surrounding Ji Yu Han, they were immediately frozen solid. It was then blocked by the protective golden light. With Ji Yu Han's cultivation at the Soul Saint level, he used the movement technique, Cloud Dragon Ni Illusions, and almost instantly appeared outside the main hall. However, because he promised Bibi Dong to help solve Yu Xiaogang's martial soul evolution problem. This was Ji Yu Han deliberately being insincere. Just to teach Yu Xiaogang a lesson, plus Tang San. Now, Luo Sanpao is seen consuming the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light, and is spraying profusely in the main hall. Ji Yu Han naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. As he unleashed his ice domain, Ji Yu Han immediately activated it, causing a layer of hard, thin ice to condense on the ground. Because suddenly a layer of incredibly smooth, thin ice appeared underfoot. This caused Tang San, who was also preparing to use ghost shadow steps to escape from the main hall, to slip and fall heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture in the sky splashed down like rain, instantly covering Tang San's face. And just then, he fell backward to the ground. Tang San was in a lot of pain from the fall, so he subconsciously opened his mouth and gasped. Then, Tang San caught a lot of the green solid liquid mixture falling from the sky and put it into his mouth. I can't describe the feeling. Anyway, when Tang San felt the strange sensation in his mouth, his eyes immediately turned green, and he turned over and vomited violently. I completely broke down. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang was in the same boat, originally planning to find cover and hide for a while. As a result, he fell flat on his back. Then, a foul-smelling green mixture of solid and liquid rained down from the sky, hitting Yu head-on. Yu Xiaogang was also fed a good meal. Yu Xiaogang's face turned green instantly. He suddenly rolled over, gagged, and began to vomit violently. Luo. But Luo Sanpao's spraying was not over yet. Because this time they had consumed a lot of the flesh and blood of the light attribute dragon soul beasts, they cried out in pain. A series of muffled, thunderous explosions echoed continuously throughout the main hall. Then came a sound like rain. It's just a shower. Outside the main hall, one could see a scene inside that resembled a living hell, especially Tang San's miserable condition. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile with amusement. Mock up. You were just asking me to take the blame for you. I'll make sure you eat your fill. Chapter 143 Tang God King. You dare to disrespect your teacher. You were already courting death. Outside the main hall, Ji Yu Han waited. Inside, a series of muffled, thunderous explosions continued to resound. Anyway, inside, before Luo Sanpao's big jet ended. He definitely won't go in. And then they heard a series of explosions like muffled thunder. Soon, am of people dressed in what looked like protective suits, fully armed, and carrying cleaning solutions, rags, and other tools, ran over. I wonder who this group is. But it's highly likely that he's one of the holy knights of the papal palace. There was some sympathy and pity in Ji Yu Han's eyes. Because this team looks so professional. And they arrived so quickly. I imagine they've dealt with countless similar situations in the papal palace. Inside the main hall, the rumbling thunder finally stopped. The team immediately rushed in and began wiping everything down with cleaning solution and rags. The floor cleaner is cleaning the floor. The person wiping the walls wipes the walls. Those with flight-type soul skills spread their soul power wings and flew into the air, rubbing against the ceiling. At this moment, Ji Yu Han was enveloped in a thick layer of golden light, and his ice domain was controlled within a very small area around him. He walked into the main hall, leaving one icy footprint after another. Master Tang San, how are you? I saw two people lying on the ground, almost vomiting bile. Yu Xiaoging and Tang San were covered in a foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture. Looking like green mud figures. Ji Yu Han pretended to be concerned and asked. However, while speaking, seeing Tang San and Yu Xiaoging in such a miserable state, both of them seemed to have collapsed and were stunned. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh inside, his lips curving into a smile that he could barely contain. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Finally, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang San, master, the way you two are acting is just too funny. Actually, I have a very high threshold for laughter. No matter how funny it is, I usually won't laugh. Unless I absolutely can't resist. Hearing Ji Yu Han's laughter, Yu Xiaoging and Tang San felt a sharp pain in their hearts. They couldn't help but look at Ji Yu Han, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. Why are we all suffering so much? But you're completely unaffected. Did you deliberately create the thin layer of ice that suddenly appeared in the main hall and caused me to slip and fall? In Tang San's heart, besides feeling that he had been tricked by Ji Yu Han, there was also anger and resentment. They discovered that Ji Yu Han even dared to laugh at his teacher, Yu Xiaoging. The teacher was a close friend of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and Ji Yu Han's teacher, and was also Ji Yu Han's senior. This person dares to be so disrespectful to elders and teachers, he's courting death. Mu. Ardorous intent welled up in Tang San's heart. He clenched his fists and couldn't help but think to himself. However, considering the current issue of the evolution of teacher Yu Xiaoging's martial spirit, we still need Ji Yu Han's help to solve this. Tang San could only suppress his killing intent for the time being. After the people cleaning the floor got to Tang San and Yu Xiaoging, they picked up several basins of water and poured them over Tang San and Yu Xiaoging. I gave the two of them a quick cleaning first. Then he handed Tang San and Yu Xiaoging a few white towels and let them wipe themselves down. Oh, I'm so sorry. I never expected that your martial soul, Luo Sanpao, would actually consume the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light. Quote, not only will there be attribute conflicts, but there will also be indigestion, and such things will happen. So that in the future, we can continue to mess with Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. After suppressing his laughter, Ji Yu Han put on an apologetic expression and said to Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. Just now I suddenly saw your martial spirit Luo Sanpao, and I didn't react for a moment. I subco. And skyously used two soul skills in an attempt to block those things. Unexpectedly, one of the soul skills actually froze a thin layer of ice on the ground. It caused you and Tang San to fall, oath. Otherwise you two might not have accidentally put these in your mouths. Ji Yu Han pretended to apologize, but deliberately disgusted Tang San and Yu Xiaoging again. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's last words, Yaogong and Tang San's faces turned green again. The same feeling from before surged back into their hearts, causing them both to gag. Don't say any more, we believe you. Yu Xiaoging quickly reached out his hand, his face full of forced smiles, and spoke to Ji Yu Han in a sharp yet effeminate voice. However, as soon as this voice came out, Ji Yu Han and Tang San couldn't help but look at Yu Xiaoging. Yu Xiaoging's face also turned pale, and he quickly covered his mouth. Oh no, our voices have given us away. However, Yu Xiaoging quickly came up with a perfect explanation. Cough cough. I have hurt my throat a bit when I vomited just now, my voice sounds a little strange now. Yu Xiaoging pretended to cough a few times, and continued in a rough voice, speaking with a slightly sharper and hoarse tone than before. Sounding uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Tang San seemed to suddenly understand. However, Ji Yu Han frowned slightly. This explanation is also quite reasonable. But he still felt that something was not quite right. Yu Xiaoging wanted to summon the martial spirit Luo Sanpao in order to learn about Luo Sanpao's specific situation. But this is what happened. We definitely can't continue like this. Yu Xiaoging and Tang San wanted to take a shower as soon as possible to get rid of the smell. Having already thoroughly tormented Yu Xiaoging and Tang San and his disciples, he had vented his anger on himself and his senior sister Hu Liena. Ji Yu Han was also very satisfied. Since Yu Xiaoging and Tang San don't want to continue, he, of course, wholeheartedly agreed. Now, all he cares about is harming and tormenting Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. If not, he didn't even want to look at Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. After agreeing to continue tricking Yu Xiaoging tomorrow to solve the problem of martial soul evolution, Ji Yu Han then left the papal palace. However, Ji Yu Han did not go down the mountain but returned to Wuhan City. But it happened some distance away from the papal palace. They silently slipped into the Douluo Palace's main hall from the woods on one side of the hill. After entering the offering hall, this was also my first time visiting the offering hall. I am not familiar with the interior of the offering hall. If you want to find Lao Dengqian Daoliu, you'll have to rely on luck and search slowly, it will probably take a very long time. Therefore, Ji Yu Han also released his mental energy directly. The toxic fumes quickly spread to all the main halls of the temple complex, especially those with their doors wide open. Those with closed doors are likely places for the worship of secluded meditation and cultivation practices. And the one with its open gate must be the angel temple, where Qian Daoliu resides and where the angel god is enshrined. Soon, Ji Yu Han's mental power detected the location of the angel temple. I also saw it, sitting cross-legged on a futon, facing the sacred, majestic and tall statue of an angel, with its eyes closed. 1,000 streams flowed, seemingly meditating, or perhaps praying. However, Ji Yu Han released his mental energy without any intention of hiding it. They swaggered around and began to explore the structure of the offering hall. This allowed Qian Daoliu to discover Ji Yu Han's spiritual power. Old Deng Qian Daoliu suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he looked towards the doorway. Chapter 144. From onwards, you can just call me Grandpa. At this moment, Ji Yu Han also leapt and flew, quickly arriving at the angel temple. Ji Yu Han greets the Grand Elder. Upon seeing Qian Daoliu, Ji Yu Han smiled, bowed slightly, and paid his respects. Ji Yu Han, what brings you back, kid? Didn't I tell Shuiye to tell you that it's best not to come back now? Upon discovering that Ji Yu Han had actually returned, Qian Daoliu frowned, stood up, and said, Sister Shuiye told me that you, the Grand Elder, advised me not to come back for the time being. The teacher calling me back might not be a good thing. Ji Yu Han smiled wryly and replied. But this time, the teacher had the martial soul branch halls all over the mainland send people to look for me. I feel that if I refuse, she might come over herself. Anyway, it's going to be very difficult for me to escape. In addition, Sister Shuiye should have told you, Grand Elder, that I encountered a good opportunity during my training trip. Through this opportunity, I have refined a number of pills that can help people evolve their martial spirit and improve their cultivation. I have also prepared these pills for all of you who are serving as retainers. And since these pills can help martial spirits evolve, it's definitely better to take them as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Qi and Daoliu's gaze towards Ji Yu Han softened even more. This kid isn't bad. Although he's that woman's disciple, he doesn't seem to have been deceived by her. This opportunity has even been prepared for our Douluo Hall. It seems they truly love Shuiye and consider our Douluo Hall as family. Great. Moreover, my current cultivation level has reached the Soul Saint level. Ji Yu Han continued, smiling. Because of the martial spirit, I feel that my strength may already be comparable to that of a title Douluo. Even if the teacher has any bad ideas about me, I don't think there should be any major danger. And in the end, don't we still have the Grand Elder to worship you? In closing, Ji Yu Han smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qian Daoliu once more, saying, You brat, you're already a Soul Saint. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han has already reached the Soul Saint level. Even Qian Daoliu couldn't help but show an expression of utter shock and disbelief on his face. Because 2 years ago, when he was exchanging letters with his granddaughter Qian Runshui, the granddaughter's letter also mentioned that Ji Yu Han had just broken through to the Soul Emperor realm. At the young age of 11 or 12, his cultivation had already reached the level of Soul Emperor. This is already a terrifying, astonishing talent. They are 6 winged angels in 1,000 households. Even if one's martial soul is a six-winged angel martial soul with innate soul power level 20, there is no way that one could reach the soul emperor level of cultivation at such a young age. How come only 2 years have passed? His cultivation level has soared to soul saint. This isn't about cultivating from a soul master to a great soul master. Yes, great offering. Because of some good luck, my cultivation has broken through to the soul saint level again. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said rather modestly. But Xian Daoliu's face darkened, and he could only mutter complaints in his heart. Your luck isn't just good, it's downright incredible. What incredible luck. It's amazing that a boy who's only around 13 years old could reach the soul saint level. However, as if he had thought of something, Xian Daoliu gave another serious instruction. Ji Yu Han, I know that your martial soul has evolved into the golden sacred dragon. This is a powerful true dragon. Martial soul on par with our Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul. With a martial soul of our level, we can indeed possess the combat power of a title Douluo at the soul saint level. But, our title Douluo level combat power at the soul saint level is only comparable to that of an ordinary title Douluo. But your teacher, Bibi Dong, is a title Douluo with 2 top-tier martial souls. She is no ordinary title Douluo. You absolutely cannot be careless. Great master, I know these things. He gave Xian Daoliu earnest and caring advice. Ji Yu Han felt quite warm inside. It seems he has truly gained old Deng's approval. However, he dared to return not only because he possessed strength comparable to a super Douluo. Because of the heavenly evolution system, his ability to protect himself is also incredibly strong. Besides having the 6th soul skill, teleportation in the void dark domain, and the ability to escape into the void with the external soul bone, void holy dragon wings to save his life. Furthermore, with the system's help, he acquired a formidable foundation. For example, with the system's optimized features, the Yang God, who is sublimated from the soul, may be second only to the divine soul. The protective golden light of the Holy Dragon Golden Light Technique. The Starry Dragon Body Tempering Technique grants powerful physical attributes and formidable defensive capabilities. In addition, there's the Movement Technique, 9 Illusions of Cloud Dragon, the Pupil Technique, Blazing Golden Eyes, and the Spiritual Wonder, Heaven and Earth Shattering Technique. If that's the case, Bibi Dong could easily take him down. He might as well just find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. And because of Sendo Ryu's worries, Ji Yu Han SM. I led confidently and said that in addition to his strength, which was comparable to that of a title Douluo, he actually has extremely powerful means of survival. He was absolutely confident that he could escape unscathed from Bibi Dong's clutches, which is why he chose to return. Seeing Ji Yu Han's confidence, Xian Daoliu also chose to believe him. However, regarding this prospective son-in-law who has already gained her approval, Xian Daoliu made his decision after all. In Wuhan City, we still need to secretly protect Ji Yu Han's safety. We absolutely cannot let that crazy woman, Bibi Dong, get away with this. And for that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang, he's targeting his grandson-in-law Ji Yu Han. Great Elder, you may now summon the other elders. My elixirs are ready. After recounting his return, Ji Yu Han smiled and instructed Xian Daoliu to summon the other retainers. Xian Daoliu nodded with his hands behind his back. I'll gather them over now. However, after saying that, Xian Daoliu spoke earnestly. But don't call me Grand Elder later, just call me Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han was overjoyed. Grandpa. From now on, I'll call you Grandpa just like Sister Shuiye. Unexpectedly, this time he has finally gained Xian Daoliu's complete approval. Ji Yu Han was also extremely excited and happy. He thought he would have to get engaged to Qian Runshui first. Only Qian Daoliu could truly acknowledge him and make him change his mind. I never expected it could be done now. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han call him Grandpa, Xian Daoliu couldn't help but smile, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. He then released the soul power fluctuations of a limit Douluo. This was a signal for him to summon the other worshippers. Soon, a series of footsteps, accompanied by voices, echoed from outside the corridor. Brother, what do you need us for? Starting with Golden Crocodile Douluo, one after another, the worshippers entered the angel temple. Soon, apart from Xian Daoliu, the 6 enshrined members of the Hall of Offerings gathered in the Temple of Angels. Among them was the tall and robust Golden Crocodile Douluo, who wore a suit of golden armor, had his golden hair neatly combed back, and was the oldest and looked the most aged. There was a Qingluan Douluo who wore a magnificent suit of blue and gold armor, had short blue hair, and had a cool and handsome appearance, resembling a young man. There was also a lion Douluo, who wore a suit of golden armor, was tall and robust, with extremely thick hair and beard like a lion's mane, and had a majestic appearance. There was also a woman wearing a large, gorgeous white and blue robe, with long silver gray hair, exquisite features like a porcelain doll, handsome and elegant, with a cool and aloof demeanor. But when he speaks, he is as lively and cheerful as a child, a light-feathered Douluo. And the brothers Qianjun and Zhongmo Douluo, who were tall, with buzz cuts and handsome faces, respective. Li wearing gold-purple and gold-red armor. At this moment, the 6 great deities gathered at the Temple of Angels. They were all shocked when they saw Ji Yu Han. Chapter 145. All the offering spirits evolved simultaneously. Bibi Dong's shock. You brat, aren't you Ji Yu Han, the one who stole Shui away? Inside the Temple of Angels. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han, the light-feathered Douluo was quite surprised. Upon hearing this, Xian Daoliu's face darkened. Hey kid, can't you talk properly? That happened ages ago. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? Shui and Xiao Han are clearly together. And I wholeheartedly approve of it now. Cough cough. Xian Daoliu coughed a few times and gently pressed down with his hand. Alright, everyone, quiet down. I've called you all here today because I have some good news to share. Quote. As for what good thing it is, that has to do with Xiao Han. Next, let Xiao Han speak. After saying that, Xian Daoliu looked at Ji Yu Han. Okay, Grandpa. Ji Yu Han smiled at Xian Daoliu, gave a slight bow, and then looked at the group of worshippers. When he heard Ji Yu Han actually call Xian Daoliu, Grandpa, Xian Daoliu did not object at all. The led worshippers couldn't help but look at Ji Yu Han with eyes full of satisfaction and approval. It's clear that Ji Yu Han has gained Xian Daoliu's approval. Shui, whom they had watched grow up, had Ali found a home that was recognized by all the worshippers in their temple. My esteemed grandfather, I have asked him to summon you here because I have unexpectedly discovered a treasure land during my recent training trip. This precious land is home to all kinds of rare and precious herbs and medicinal plants. Facing the numerous offerings, Ji Yu Han smiled and spoke. You may not know what the immortal herb is, but you should all know that my teacher is His Holiness the Pope. Because of this, I also have a very good relationship with Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan Mianja. I once visited His Majesty Chrysanthemum Douluo's mansion. In His Majesty Chrysanthemum Douluo's mansion, I have read many books about flowers and plants. Among them is an ancient book that records powerful spiritual medicines called immortal herbs. They have the ability to greatly improve a soul master's cultivation level, and even evolve their martial soul. And I just happened to acquire a method of alchemy called pill making that can enhance the effects of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines. So I refined the immortal herbs and elixirs into pills. I have also prepared a portion of these pills for you all to offer to grandfather. It can improve the cultivation level of the grandfathers you worship to a certain extent, and there is even a chance that the martial souls of the grandfathers will evolve. I came here specifically to deliver these pills to you all who are devoted to my grandfather. What? Upon hearing this, the group of worshippers were immediately shocked, feeling both surprised and delighted, and could hardly believe it. There is actually such a thing as a magical herb in this world. They know of many things that can help people improve their cultivation level. Whether it's elixirs or soul bones, it can be done. But they had never heard of anything that could help a person's martial soul evolve. Their martial spirits were already top-tier martial spirits. If it could evolve, wouldn't that be? Just thinking about it made all the worshippers incredibly excited. It was their elder brother, Xian Daoliu, who summoned them here. Based on their understanding of their elder brother Xian Daoliu's personality, there was absolutely no way this could be false. After speaking, Ji Yu Han took out a series of exquisite little jade bottles from his storage soul tool. Each containing a pill. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, this is yours. Grandpa Qingluan, this is yours. Grandpa Lion, this is yours. Soon, Ji Yu Han distributed the pills to the 6 great retainers. However, there was no Xian Daoliu. Because herbs and elixirs with inherently bright properties are extremely rare, Ji Yu Han has already given the pill made from the only holy light firefly lily to Qian Runshui. This allowed Qian Runshui's martial soul to evolve from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. As for the remaining pills, none of them could evolve the Thousand Paths martial soul. And that's what improved Xian Daoliu's cultivation. Xian Daoliu's cultivation level has already reached the human limit of level 99, and he can't improve it at all. After receiving the small jade bottle containing pills that could improve his cultivation and evolve his martial soul from Ji Yu Han, The group of worshippers opened the small jade bottles in their hands. Inside, the medicine looked like a work of art, its surface translucent and shimmering with a faint, exotic fragrance. Feeling the intense throbbing and yearning emanating from the martial spirit within his body, he couldn't help but feel amazed and incredulous. At this moment, Ji Yuhan, with a smile on his face, began to introduce the pills held by the group of worshippers. Grandpa Golden Crocodile. The pill in your hand is called the Dragon Purification Pill. It was made by me using a dragon spirit grass, which is second only to the immortal herb, as the main ingredient, supplemented with various earth attribute spiritual herbs and those containing the essence of dragons. It should not only raise your cultivation to level 99, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, but also allow our Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul to evolve. Unexpectedly, this tiny pill could fulfill his decades-long wish to break through to the limit Douluo level. Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned somewhat red. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and said firmly to Ji Yuhan. Xiao Han, if this pill can really help me break through to level 99, then why? Oh, you will be a great benefactor to my Golden Crocodile and our Golden Crocodile King family. As long as it is within the capabilities of my Golden Crocodile and our Golden Crocodile King family. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Then thank you very much, Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Ji Yuhan smiled and did not refuse, but instead looked at Qingluan Douluo again. Grandpa Qingluan, your pill is called Phoenix Blood Pill. However, its main ingredient is not a divine herb. Instead, it is made by using the essence blood of a divine beast, the phoenix, contained in an amber crystal as the main ingredient. Supplemented with various spiritual herbs. It should also allow your Azure Phoenix martial soul to evolve, and improve your cultivation level by at least one level. Then, Ji Yuhan turned his gaze to Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, and 1,000-pound Douluo. The pills for Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, 1,000-pound Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo are respectively named 3 Yang Pill, Extreme Ice Pill, and Black Jade Rising Dragon Pill. Among them, the 3 Yang Pill is made by refining the top-grade spiritual herb tea. Re-Life Flaming Sunflower and many other spiritual herbs with fire attributes. The Extreme Ice Pill, the elixir of the Light Feather Douluo, is made primarily from the immortal herb, the glazed ice crystal flower. As for the pills of the 1,000-pound Douluo and the Demon Subduing Douluo, the Jade Ascending Dragon Pill is made primarily from the bamboo shoots of the immortal Jade Divine Bamboo. Along with the spiritual medicine Dragon Heart Fruit and many other spiritual herbs. According to the system analysis, Ji Yuhan felt that it should also allow the spirits of those who had taken the pills to evolve. After Ji Yuhan finished introducing the pills, the worshippers, barely suppressing their excitement, sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the pills. Suddenly, a burst of multicolored light burst forth from the bodies of all the worshippers. Many powerful top-tier martial spirits, such as the Golden Crocodile King, the Azure Phoenix, and the Blazing Sun Lion, also RGED from behind the group of worshippers. Under the baptism of the medicinal power of the elixir he had taken, the aura of the worshippers grew stronger and stronger, their cultivation levels continued to rise. And the martial spirits that emerged behind them began to change. Among them, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's Golden Crocodile King martial soul made his body even larger, and his scales turned dark gold, becoming thicker and harder. A pair of dark golden dragon wings sprouted from its back. The golden crocodile head began to resemble a dragon's head, and proud and majestic golden dragon horns grew from its head. Ultimately, it transformed from the Golden Crocodile King into a golden dragon exuding a powerful earth elemental aura. As for Qingluan Douluo's Qingluan martial soul, it transformed from a Qingluan into a phoenix martial soul with a crimson body and gold accents. The fiery lion of the Lion Douluo became even stronger and taller, with 3 lion heads growing on its head. The light feather divine bow of the light feather Douluo is primarily of the light attribute, with the ice attribute as a secondary attribute. It became primarily ice-based, with light-based attributes as a secondary element. The entire bow exudes an extremely cold aura, and the blue parts on it have become more abundant, making it look crystal clear. Qianjun and Zhongmo Douluo's martial soul, the Panlong staff, turned blackish gold, and the dragon patterns on it became more complex and profound, resembling a soaring divine dragon. It's unclear whether only the staff-wielding martial spirit evolved. Even the heavenly awakening golden dragon sealed inside underwent an evolution. As their martial souls evolved, the cultivation levels of all the worshippers also broke through. Golden Crocodile Douluo broke through from level 98 to level 99, the limit Douluo. The Azure Phoenix Douluo broke through from level 97 to level 98. Lion Douluo also broke through from level 97 to level 98. Guangling Douluo broke through from level 96 to level 97. As for 1000-pound Douluo and Demon Slaying Douluo, they broke through from level 96 to level 97. In an instant, powerful flew. Situations of soul power and terrifying aura erupted continuously from the offering hall. This is because, during a breakthrough, one cannot immediately suppress the soul power that follows. The LTING fluctuations in soul power and aura. Meanwhile, inside the Papal Palace. When I sensed that I was in the direction of the Douluo Palace. Surprisingly, at an extremely close time, terrifying fluctuations and auras of soul power. The kind that only erupt after a breakthrough in cultivation, continuously emanated. Bibi Dong, who was working in her study, suddenly changed her expression and stood up abruptly. Her mature and beautiful face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could that be? Chapter 146 The Douluo Palace's strength has soared. I'm here to fulfill my promise. Inside the Papal Palace, sensing the constant fluctuations in soul power and aura generated after the breakthrough in cultivation emanating from the Douluo Palace. Looking in the direction of the Douluo Palace. Bibi Dong's mature, beautiful, and elegant face was filled with unpredictable emotions. Why are there so many soul power fluctuations and auras suddenly erupting from the Douluo Hall after people broke through their cultivation levels? This is not normal. As for those old fellows in the ancestral hall, Bibi Dong knew. Many old guys have been stuck at their current level for a long time. It's normal for someone to break through. But so many people broke through one after another almost at the same time. This is clearly a problem. Someone come here. Bibi Dong frowned and summoned a cardinal from her own faction. Go and have someone investigate what exactly happened in the offering hall. How can there be so many offerings breaking through one after another? Yes. The cardinal responded respectfully and then slowly withdrew from the hall. I'm going to complete the task assigned by Bibi Dong. On the other side, in the Douluo Palace. I've broken through. My cultivation has finally reached level 99. After the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul successfully evolved. Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and clenched his fists. He burst into laughter, his face beaming with excitement and joy. Meanwhile, the rest of the worshippers had also completed their martial soul evolution by this time. After they all opened their eyes, they were filled with excitement and joy at the breakthrough in their cultivation and the evolution of their martial spirit. On the side, they saw a group of worshippers break through their cultivation levels and evolve their martial souls. A faint smile appeared on Xian Daoliu's face, his eyes showing great satisfaction. Because all the worshippers simultaneously achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation and evolved their martial souls. Their strength has undoubtedly increased significantly. This enhanced the strength of their Douluo Hall and Spirit Hall. It can be said that they have made even greater progress. And after the martial soul evolves, the worshippers were also very excited and thrilled to summon their evolved new martial souls once again. I had a good experience of the power of the evolved new martial soul. After the Golden Crocodile King Martial Soul, after its evolution, was named by Golden Crocodile Douluo, Earth Dragon King. The Azure Phoenix Douluo named his evolved Azure Phoenix Martial Soul, Crimson Phoenix Martial Soul. The Lion Douluo will evolve his Fiery Lion Martial Soul and name it Three-Headed Fiery Lion. The Light Fae Aether Douluo named the evolved Light Feather Divine Bow, Light Feather Extreme Ice Bow. As for the 1000-pound Douluo and Demon Slaying Douluo, their new martial souls will be named Black Gold Coiled Dragon Staff. However, although the martial soul has evolved, but regarding account bans, having used it for so many years, none of the 6 chief priests had any intention of changing their titles. After studying the evolved new martial soul, Golden Crocodile Douluo, along with the other 5 Grand Masters, earnestly expressed their gratitude to Ji Han. And he firmly stated that, from now on, as long as it is within the capabilities of them and their families, Ji Han can contact them for anything he needs. They will do everything in their power to help Ji Han. Ji Han smiled and indicated that he understood. Grandpa, and all the other grandfathers who support us, I have delivered the elixir. Now that all of you honored grandfathers have successfully broken through cultivation levels and evolved your martial souls, it is time for me to leave. He successfully delivered the elixir to Golden Crocodile Douluo and other worshippers. After helping a group of worshippers successfully break through their cultivation levels and evolve their martial souls, Ji Han smiled slightly and prepared to take his leave. After quietly leaving the offering hall of the Douluo palace, Ji Yu Han looked at the sky. It was already evening. But it's not too late. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and then leapt out again, heading towards the mansion of Chrysanthemum Douluo, which I remember. Now that we have delivered the pills to senior sister Juliana and the other two, as well as to the many worshippers in the offering hall, we can begin to enjoy them. Let's just get this done. He planned to go to Ju Douluo Yugon's mansion to fulfill a promise he had made half-jokingly years ago. He also gave the pills for evolving martial souls to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei. While we're at it, let's see if we can turn Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei to the other side. Soon, Ji Yu Han arrived at the residence of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugon. However, this time, Ji Yu Han came to visit Ju Douluo Yugon to deliver elixirs. Ji Yu Han planned to do this discreetly, so they didn't knock on the gate of the mansion. Instead, he leaped directly over the wall on one side and entered Chrysanthemum Douluo's mansion. It's the same as before. In the spacious courtyard of Chrysanthemum Douluo's mansion, all kinds of colorful flowers and plants were planted, vying for attention. The entire courtyard resembled a lush and beautiful sea of flowers and plants. In front of a flower bed, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan was originally carrying a watering can, humming a song as he watered the plants. But Ji Yu Han leapt over the wall on one side and jumped into the courtyard. The commotion naturally excited Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugon. Who goes there? Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan frowned and turned to look at him amidst a series of soft, effeminate shouts. When he saw that it was Ji Yu Han, whom he hadn't seen for many years, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised. Xiaohan, you're back. Uncle Ju, it's been a long time. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly. What's wrong with you, kid? Why didn't you knock on the front door and come in? It made me think a thief had broken in. Upon discovering it was Ji Yu Han, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan couldn't help but complain. Hee, I came here secretly this time, Uncle Ju. So I definitely can't come through the front door. Ji Yu Han smiled and explained. You secretly brought me here. You've returned to Spirit City, doesn't His Holiness the Pope know? Upon hearing this, and recalling Yu Shaogang and some other information he knew, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's expression tightened immediately, and he quickly said in a deep voice. If that's the case, you'd better leave Wuhan City as soon as possible. This time, His Holiness the Pope sent the Martial Soul branch halls from all over the continent to find you and bring you back. This is not a good thing. If His Holiness the Pope finds out that you're going back to Wuhan City, he might assign you some tasks that you can't complete. And regardless of whether you can finish eating it, the result may not be very good. Ju Douluo Yugon spoke earnestly and seriously. Xiao Han, listen to your uncle. If you come back and no one knows yet, then leave quickly. Airing Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan's words, Ji Yu Han felt a warmth in his heart, but still smiled and said. Uncle Ju, thank you for your concern. However, the teacher already knows that I'm back. As for why I came to find you secretly, do you remember what I said when you and Uncle Gui took me to hunt for the fourth spirit ring? Ji Yu Han's lips curled slightly, giving him a mysterious smile. What did you say? Ju Douluo Yugon was somewhat stunned. He genuinely couldn't remember some of it. After all, neither he nor Gui Mei took Ji Yu Han's words seriously, nor did they bother to remember them. Several years have passed. How could I possibly still remember? Haha. I remember Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui saying I was lucky. I was saying I'm so lucky, if I could ever encounter a mag Ical herb that could evolve the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and the ghostly martial soul. I will definitely pick this immortal herb that can evolve your martial spirits and bring it back to you, so that your cultivation can advance even further. Ji Yu Han, with a smile on his face, recounted what he had said at the time. And today, I have fulfilled my promise. Chapter 147 The Immortal Grade Celestial Chrysanthemum and the Shadow King. Chapter 147 Immortal Treasure. The Extraordinary Sky-Piercing Chrysanthemum and the Shadow King. Little Han, you really encountered the rare and wonderful chrysanthemum. Are there still immortal herbs that can help old ghosts' martial soul evolve? Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan was utterly shocked. More or less. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly. He took out two small jade bottles, one gold and one black, from his storage soul tool, the Void Bright Ring. Then, they opened the small golden jade bottle inside. Inside the small golden jade bottle was a single, entirely golden object that shone with a dazzling luster. It was a pill about the size of a longan seed, emitting a faint fragrance. What origin ally encountered was a rare and precious chrysanthemum. But coincidentally, I unexpectedly obtained a technique for alchemy that can bring out the medicinal effects of the immortal herb even more perfectly. So I refined the rare and precious chrysanthemum and the immortal herb that could evolve Uncle Ghost's martial soul into pills. But don't worry, Uncle Ju, the effect of this pill is finitely no weaker than that of the immortal herb. Ji Yu Han smiled confidently. If you don't believe me, Uncle Ju, you'll see once you try it. No, Xiaohan, Uncle Ju believes in you. Looking at the heavenly pill in the small golden jade bottle in Ji Yu Han's hand. Whether it was out of trust in Ji Yu Han, he could still feel the incredibly strong throbbing and desire that the Qirong Tongtianju M. Artial soul within him had for the pills in the golden jade bottle in Ji Yu Han's hand. Zhu Douluo and Yu Guan both believed Ji Yu Han's words. Deeply moved, she couldn't help but smile gently, shake her head, and say. However, Uncle Ju will not take this pill for now. Xiao Han, you're back, and you've brought us such a precious treasure. Uncle Ju needs to inform Uncle Gui of this good news first. Once I bring your Uncle Ghost over, we'll take it together. Zhu Douluo Yu Guan's handsome face was full of excitement as he smiled and said. Xiao Han, why don't you sit down in the lobby first? With that, Zhu Douluo Yugan led Ji Yu Han into the hall. After having the maid pour tea and serve pastries to Ji Yu Han, he hurriedly left the mansion to find Ghost Douluo, ghostly demon. Soon, less than 10 minutes, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan then arrived with Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, and dismissed the maids in the hall. Uncle Ghost. Upon seeing Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, Ji Yu Han immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Han, you actually gave us a precious treasure that can evolve a martial soul. How can we possibly repay you? Facing Ji Yu Han, the cold-looking ghost, Douluo ghostly demon spoke with a complex and sentimental expression in his eyes. Hee, Uncle Gui, you're joking. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile. You and Uncle Ju have always helped me hunt for spirit rings. Whenever I have any questions about cultivation, I always go to you and Uncle Ju. In my heart, you and Uncle Ju are the second and third teachers, besides our own teachers. I will always remember your kindness to me. These are just 2 pills that can evolve a martial spirit. In my opinion, it is far less than the kindness you have shown me. Ji Yu Han's words moved and impressed. Said both Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Xiao Han is such a kind and righteous child. Uncle Ju, Uncle Gui, it's getting late. Let's find a quiet room and take the pills first. Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui. Once your martial souls evolve, I'd love to taste your cooking again, Uncle Ju. Especially Uncle Ju's fried pork slices and 100-flour pastries, I haven't had them for 4 or 5 years. Ji Yu Han urged him with a smile. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, along with Ghost Douluo Gui Mei and Ji Yu Han, arrived at a spacious meditation room. Ji Yu Han will contain the Tongtian pill, which can evolve the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum martial soul of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugan. There is also the Night Shadow pill, which can allow Ghost Douluo's ghostly martial soul to evolve. It was given to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The 2 of them took a futon and sat cross-legged on the floor of the quiet room. Then, they opened the small jade bottles in their hands and, with great excitement, swallowed their respective pills. In an instant, dazzling golden light and pitch-black light burst forth from the bodies of Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. At the same time, the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum martial soul and the ghostly martial soul also emerged from behind Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Under the baptism of the medicinal power of the Tongtian pill and the Yiyu pill, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei's cultivation levels are rapidly improving. Meanwhile, the martial spirit behind it is also undergoing changes. The Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum martial soul behind Zhu Douluo Yugan began to grow larger. The layers of tightly packed golden petals and the star-like stamens became even more dazzling. Looking crystal clear, it looked even more noble. As for Ghost Douluo Ghost Phantom, the Ghost Phantom martial soul behind him has become even taller, and his appearance has become more majestic and domineering. Originally, his whole body exuded the aura of shadow, but now he has added the aura of darkness. In other words, the ghostly martial soul has gained a arc attribute in addition to its mutated shadow attribute. Immediately after their martial souls evolved, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei opened their eyes. Both of them were filled with surprise and excitement. Uncle Ju, Uncle Gui, congratulations. Seeing that Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei's martial souls had evolved and their cultivation levels had also broken through, Ji Yu Han immediately walked up with a smile and congratulated them. Xiao Han, Thank you. On Douluo Yugon's delicate and handsome face, his eyes were filled with gratitude. He stood up and summoned the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum Martial Soul. Looking at the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum Martial Soul in his hand, which had become even more beautiful and noble, Yu Guan couldn't help but feel extremely emotional. Although my martial spirit is the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum, but the real Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum is a divine herb. Although our Yu family possesses the Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum Martial Soul, the quality of our martial soul has not actually reached the divine level of the real Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. Otherwise, the celestial grade Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum Martial Soul, while not quite comparable to the six-winged angel martial soul, is definitely second only to the six-winged angel in terms of plant-based martial souls. But our Yu family has never produced a title Douluo whose cultivation level exceeds level 97. But now, thanks to your help, Xiao Han, my Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum has Suchi's fully reached the level of a celestial grade. I am confident that I will become the first title Douluo in our Yu family to break through to level 98, or even level 99 in all these years. As he spoke, Douluo Yugon was full of high spirits. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo Ghost also summoned his evolved ghost martial soul. They discovered that the evolved ghostly martial soul had not only become stronger, but had also gained the attribute of darkness. This will undoubtedly greatly enhance the power of his soul skill. Regarding the new martial soul after its evolution, because in the Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugon area, the martial soul Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum only truly reached the immortal grade after evolution. Therefore, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan named his evolved new Artial Soul, immortal grade, miraculous chrysanthemum. However, in the case of Ghost Douluo Ghost Phantom, the evolved Ghost Phantom martial soul not only changed its appearance drastically, becoming more majestic and domineering, but also possessed dark attributes. Therefore, Ghost Douluo named his evolved new martial soul, Shadow Monarch. The martial soul has successfully evolved. His cultivation level has also improved by more than one level. They broke through to level 95 from level 94, 3 or 4 years ahead of schedule. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan was very happy and prepared GIFTs for Ji Yu Han and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Especially Ji Yu Han, whom we haven't seen for many years, should give a good show of his culinary skills. During this time, Ji Yu Han sat and chatted with Ghost Douluo Gui Mei in the living room. And as they chatted, Ji Yu Han was also preparing to move on to his next goal. That is to try to win over Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Chapter 148 reveals Bibi Dong's true colors. Chrysanthemum Douluo Mansion. In the living room, Uncle Gui, what do you think the future holds for our spirit hall? During their casual conversation, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but ask with a smile. What will happen? Ghost Douluo frowned slightly on his handsome and cold face, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I haven't thought about those things yet. However, given the strength of our spirit hall and our ongoing plan to usurp the throne, if we succeed, our spirit hall will surely unify the continent and move towards a more glorious and peak future. Hee. That's how it is. But Uncle Gui, what happened after that? Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and continued to ask questions. What will happen to our spirit hall after we unify the continent? This question immediately stunned Ghost Douluo. Seeing that Ghost Douluo didn't know how to answer, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After that, an internal NFLICT is bound to break out in our spirit hall. An internal strife between the sanctuary and the papal palace. Ji Yu Han said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo Ghostly Demon was somewhat incredulous and wanted to refute it. But then I thought about the current situation. He had to admit that this future was very likely. Because, in essence, the spirit hall is the power of the Qian family. The 6 winged angels mentioned by Grand Elder Qian Douluo. The deities worshipped in their spirit hall are all angel gods. However, for now, Qian Douluo has temporarily relinquished the papacy to Bibi Dong, who is now his daughter-in-law. But given Pope Bibidon's personality, and then there's the fact that they actually managed to bring that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang back to Wuhan City. Anyway, that's how I feel about Ghost Douluo. In the future, if Bibi Dong goes even further, the Grand Master Sendoryu will certainly not tolerate it. At that time, a conflict will definitely break out. The most likely time is after their spirit hall has completed its grand plan to unify the continent. If a conflict breaks out between our Douluo Palace and the Papal Palace, Uncle Gui, which side do you think would win? Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and asked. Ghost Douluo frowned deeply at this. Because Bibi Dong has not yet shown her true strength. Of course, even now that it's been shown, it's still not as good as Sendoryu. After comparing the offerings in the Hall of Worship with the strength of the elders in the Papal Palace. In addition, there's Qian Runshui, who is plotting to usurp the throne. Ghost Douluo ghostly charm couldn't help but smile bitterly. It should be the Douluo Hall. The consecrators of the Hall of Worship, especially the esteemed Grand Consecrator, are far more powerful than us elders of the Papal Palace. Moreover, our young master, Qian Runshui, is still plotting to usurp the throne. If we really succeed in usurping the Heaven Do Empire, then the power of the Douluo Palace, plus the power of the Heaven Do Empire, will be. How could our Papal Palace possibly be a match for us? In the future, perhaps only old Chrisen Themum and I will be able to catch up with the strength of the other worshippers because of your elixir, Xiao Han. That's still far from enough. A hint of distress and frustration flashed across Ghost Douluo's ghostly, cold face. In fact, neither he nor Chrysanthemum Douluo were truly loyal to Bibi Dong. After all, given Bibi Dong's current darkened personality, soul masters from Wuhan Sea, ity who haven't had close contact with Bibi Dong might think she's approachable, yet also dignified and capable. He led the Spirit Hall to become stronger and stronger. However, as Bibi Dong's top henchmen, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were well aware of this. His Holiness the Pope is capricious and ruthless. But back then, when Bibi Dong first registered as Pope, she tried to win him and Yu Guan over. They promised extremely generous treatment. In particular, his and Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan's martial souls became graphic symbols representing the Spirit Hall, engraved on various tokens. In this world, the things that people can't avoid are fame and fortune. Bibi Dong tempted her with both of these. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui may naturally couldn't resist and agreed to follow Bibi Dong. However, they originally thought that Bibi Dong had resolved her feud with Xian Douluo and decided to settle down as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, he would not have been able to ascend to the papacy. However, they did not expect that Bibi Dong would actually ascend to the position of Pope, and that she would be engaged in various open and covert struggles with the Douluo Hall led by Qian Douluo. The two became opposing factions. But once they're on that pirate ship, there's no getting off. Uncle Gui, actually, I also gave these pills to the guests of the Douluo Hall. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo felt that he and Chrysanthemum Douluo had received the pills from Ji Han, and that they might have a chance to catch up with the enshrined figures in the Hall of Worship and reach their cultivation level. Ji Han couldn't help but smile and said slowly, "What?" Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo ghostly demon was stunned. "No, Xiaohan, how could you?" Ghost Douluo could hardly believe it. Because he felt that Ji Han was Pope Bibi Dong's disciple, and clearly belonged to their papal palace. How could we possibly give this precious elixir, which can evolve a martial soul, to the retainer of the Douluo Palace? Uncle Gui, there's something I've been keeping from you. Seeing the stunned expression on Ghost Douluo's face, Ji Han couldn't help but smile. It also means that he and Qian Runshui knew each other very early on and had already fallen in love. He had also told the ghost that he had gained the approval of the Grand Elder, Sendo Ryu. This made the ghost's expression extremely complicated. "You little brat, you've actually won over the young master of our Spirit Hall and are now the son-in-law of the Douluo Hall. No wonder you gave this elixir to the elder of the Douluo Hall." Afterwards, Ji Han smiled self-deprecatingly and said with deep emotion, "Uncle Gui, the reason I'm getting close to Douluo Palace now isn't just because of Shuai. It's because of this papal palace that I simply can't stay here any longer. My teacher treats me as a disciple on the surface, but you and Uncle Ju know the truth about it. I have a feeling that she might kill me in the future. I had no choice but to do this to protect myself. It shouldn't be that bad." Ghost Douluo couldn't help but say, "No matter what, you are still His Holiness the Pope's disciple. I know His Holiness the Pope sees you as a replacement for Yu Shaogang. But given the years of teacher-student relationship, she has no reason, nor any need, to kill you, right?" Ji Han smiled, feeling that Ghost Douluo still didn't quite understand Bibi Dong. "Uncle Gui, I have my reasons for making this judgment." Ji Han sighed softly. They will learn what happened between Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang back then. In particular, Bibi Dong actually used the power of the Spirit Hall to help Yu Shaogang. They sacrificed he prestige and reputation of the Spirit Hall to forcefully promote Yu Shaogang. They exaggerated Yu Shaogang's two flawed theories about martial spirits, making him seem like a master of martial spirit theory. Then, a few years ago, after he successfully evolved his martial soul Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon, Bibi Dong not only stopped providing him with cultivation resources, they even told Ghostly that he had kept his information from being kept secret in Wuhan City. Uncle Gui, you should understand now, based on what happened back then. I don't know what kind of spell Yu Shaogang has cast on my teacher. But he is completely devoted to Yu Shaogang at all costs, and he is willing to sacrifice anything for him. I evolved the Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon. My teacher soon brought Yu Shaogang to Wuhan City, wanting to help him evolve his martial soul as well. Then Yu Shaogang's spirit evolution had a problem, so he used the power of the Spirit Hall to have the Spirit Hall branches all over the continent come to me and ask me to help solve the problem. If I solve Yu Shaogang's problem and help Yu Shaogang's martial soul evolve, do you think my teacher might do this so that Yu Shaogang's title as a master of martial spirit theory can truly live up to his name? Thus, they pinned the blame for my discovery of the method for evolving martial spirits on Yu Shaogang, claiming that he was the one who discovered it. If that's the case, then I, the true discoverer, will definitely not escape death. And that's very likely, otherwise my teacher wouldn't have deliberately kept my whereabouts hidden in Wuhan City. Ji Yu Han sighed deeply and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Chapter 149 Preparing to treat Yu Shaogang. Ghost Douluo felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Because everything Ji Yu Han said was completely reasonable and well-founded. He had no way to refute it. And if that's really the case, the issue of Yu Shaogang's martial soul evolution hasn't been resolved yet. So things might be alright. But once Yu Shaogang's martial soul evolution problem is solved, Ji Yu Han is very likely to be in danger. Xiao Han, I know too little about you. Ghost Douluo sighed, looking somewhat apologetic. You should indeed join the Douluo Hall. Only the Grand Elder can protect your safety. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and shook his head. Uncle Ghost, you should know that I am an orphan. I never place my hopes on others. Now that I know my teacher's true attitude towards me, I dare to come back, naturally not because of the Douluo Palace. But I am confident that I already have enough power to protect myself. Ji Yu Han smiled confidently. Actually, my cultivation level is already that of a soul saint. Because of the martial spirit, plus some other life-saving abilities, I feel that I can now completely protect myself against a title Douluo. That's why I chose to come back. What, Xiao Han, you're already a soul saint? Ghost Douluo was shocked to learn that Ji Yu Han was already a soul saint. Because you need to know. 4 or 5 years ago, when Ji Yu Han left, he just broke through to the soul master level. In just 4 or 5 years, he has reached the soul saint level. This is basically an average of breaking through a major level every year. Is this some kind of outrageous thing? What soul saint? At this moment, Ju Douluo Yugan also finished preparing the meal and returned to the hall, asking with great curiosity. Behind him, a group of maids carefully carried trays into the hall and presented the food. After the maid finished serving the food and then respectfully left, Ghost Douluo then told him what Ji Yu Han had just told him, as well as the news that Ji Yu Han's cultivation had reached the soul saint level. He told everything to Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugan. This shocked Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, who found it hard to believe. A soul saint who was only about 13 years old. This cultivation speed has probably already surpassed that of the 6-winged angel soul masters of their spirit hall. In the future, as long as Ji Yu Han doesn't perish, it's practically a done deal that he'll suddenly become a limit Douluo. Perhaps Ji Yu Han could even become a legendary deity, just like the angel god worshipped by their spirit hall. They learned of Ji Yu Han's extraordinary talent. Thinking of what Ghost Douluo said, there will inevitably be a battle between the Douluo Palace and the Pope's Palace in the future. Ju Douluo Yugan's heart sank slightly. No matter how you calculate it, the Papal Palace is doomed to lose. Uncle Ju, Uncle Gui, I can tell that you two aren't truly following the teacher. After Ghost Douluo told Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan everything, Ji Yu Han spoke very seriously and sincerely. I truly regard you as my elders. If you continue to follow me as your teacher and stand in the Papal Palace's camp, if the Douluo Hall wins the victory and takes control of the Spirit Hall in the future, although I can save your lives, I may not be able to guarantee the status and position of you and your families, Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui. However, I have a solution that might offer the best of both worlds. What method? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo immediately asked. Actually, you could readily defect to our Douluo Palace and become our inside agents in the Papal Palace. Ji Yu Han smiled and said, we don't need Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui to openly stand on our side. We just need to secret Leak some information about the papal palace. With me here, your contributions will definitely be reported truthfully. In the future, if our Douluo palace achieves victory, when the time comes to reward those who have made contributions, Uncle Ju and Uncle Gui might be able to advance even further and perhaps even become retainers of the Douluo Hall in the future. Ji Yu Han's word street eared the hearts of both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, because of the rivalry between the Douluo palace and the papal palace. Whether now or in the future, they simply cannot imagine how the papal palace can win. In the end, after exchanging glances, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, their years of tacit understanding led them to make the same decision. Xiao Han, I never expect His Holiness the Pope to be this kind of person. What you said makes a lot of sense regarding the future of our spirit hall. And we believe in you too. Chrysanthemum Douluo took a deep breath and spoke in a soft, feminine voice. Since His Holiness the Pope is this kind of person, then we are no longer willing to be elders of the papal palace. Since you vouch for us, we agree to act as your inside agents in the papal palace from now on. That evening, Ji Yu Han also had a conversation with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. The two of them should then figure out how to act as an inside agent and prepare to report information. I'm planning to go to the Douluo palace tomorrow. Then tell this good news to old Deng Qiandaliu. However, Ji Yu Han did not stay overnight at Chrysanthemum Douluo's residence. Instead, they went to Wuhan City and checked into a hotel. Time quickly passed to the next day. Ji Yu Han had breakfast with Huliena and the other two in the morning. On the way, he told Huliena and the other two. Yesterday, he gave the three of them a good talking to. This made the three of them feel very relieved. And after finishing the meal, Ji Yu Han also went up to the papal palace again to apply for funding from Bibi Dong. We need to go to Wuhan City to purchase medicinal herbs that can solve Yu Xiaogang's problem. Xiao Han, have you found a way to solve Xiaogang's martial soul evolution problem? Upon learning of Ji Yu Han's purpose, Bibi Dong's mature and stunningly beautiful face flashed with excitement and anticipation. No, not really. We've just got a little clue. But we still need to verify it gradually. Ji Yu Han smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, appearing very modest. He certainly wouldn't allow himself to be blamed. He finitely couldn't have come up with a solution. Everything is just an idea, just a conjecture. It needs to be verified gradually. Teacher, don't worry, neither the evolution of a martial soul nor the solution to the problem of martial soul evolution is easy. Don't forget, it took me 2 or 3 years to successfully evolve the Holy Dragon into a Golden Holy Dragon. Ji Yu Han continued to deceive Bibi Dong. After thinking about it, Bibi Dong felt that this was indeed the case, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, whatever you need, I'll get it ready for you. Teacher, you are so busy. You don't need to trouble yourself with such a small matter. The solution I've come up with isn't difficult to solve. All I need to do is go to the pharmacy in Wuhan City and buy some medicinal herbs. You can provide the funding for this. Because this time, the solution to Yu Xiaogang's martial soul evolution problem also contained the secret of the Xuanji. It's definitely not acceptable to let Bibi Dong help with the preparations, he has to do it himself. Ji Yu Han quickly pretended to be respectful and said, is it just a small matter? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong did not insist any further. Instead, after thinking for a moment, he took out a soul crystal card with a limit of 1 million and tossed it to Ji Yu Han. He said in a deep voice, here'll be yours for 1 million gold soul coins. If that's not enough, just ask me for more. Okay, teacher. After receiving the soul crystal card, which resembled a bank card from Blue Star in his previous life, Ji Yu Han pretended to be respectful and left the papal palace. He turned around and went down the mountain, heading straight for the pharmacy. After arriving at a pharmacy, seeing the various medicinal herbs in the pharmacy, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but think to himself, Yu Xiaogang, since you like feeding Luo Sanpao white radishes so much, let him fart. Then I'll give you a proper fight with fire. As he approached the counter, Ji Yu Han immediately asked, do you have any medicinal herbs like Wanglian, Yemingsha, or Wangyusha here? If possible, I would like some of these herbs specially made. Chapter 150 Master and Mistress, we need to broaden our horizons. Huang Renzhong, Yi Ming Sha, Wang Yu Sha. Of course we have all these medicinal herbs here. But I wonder what you need these medicinal herbs for. Sir, what kind of special customization do you want this? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han came over to ask if we had any of these rarely used medicinal herbs. The staff behind the counter asked, looking quite puzzled. Of course I'll use this to make medicine. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As for how to make it specially, let's take human placenta as an example. Isn't Ren Zhang Huang a medicinal material made by soaking licorice in feces in a bamboo tube? I hope that when you make it, you can remove the bamboo tubes. Then, there are medicinal materials such as night shining sand, moon gazing sand, silkworm excrement, white horse tongue, and chicken droppings white. I hope you can also choose the freshest ones as much as possible. Hearing Ji Yu Han's words, the staff members were almost unable to hold back. No, sir, your request is so strange. This human placenta, licorice root, is not placed in a bamboo tube, but directly soaked in that. Well, you know. Wouldn't that turn into, well, you know. The kind of thing produced like this can no longer be called human essence. It should be called licorice soaked in feces. As for medicinal materials such as night shining sand, moon gazing sand, silkworm excrement, white horse tongue, and chicken droppings white. Choose fresh ones directly. These are unusable as medicinal herbs. Are you sure you want to use this to make medicine? Instead of being a scam. The staff had a million complaints they wanted to vent. However, the customer is king. Faced with Ji Yu Han, the staff could only offer hesitant advice. Sir, I'm afraid the medicine won't be as effective if you prepare it this way. Hee hee. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and offered his own set of logic. Why do you say that? Isn't everything better when it's fresh? Fresh food is more nutritious. Take fruit as an example. Do you think fresh fruit is more nutritious? Or dried fruit is more nutritious? That must be fresh fruit. The same principle applies to medicinal herbs. Ji Yu Han's words left the staff somewhat bewildered. That seems to make some sense. When do you estimate you can prepare these special medicinal materials I need? Seeing that the staff seemed to have been convinced, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile slightly and ask. How many days will this estimate take? The staff member hesitated for a moment before speaking. 10 times the price. Today, I want to see it this afternoon. Ji Yu Han frowned and immediately offered 10 times the price, indicating that he wanted the item today. We'll have to wait a few more days, and then how long will it take? He couldn't wait to send blessings to the master and Tang San and his disciples. Let these two, master and apprentice, enjoy the blessed manure. 10 times. Wouldn't 9 times the price be all mine? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han was so generous. The staff members felt a RGE of excitement and gritted their teeth. Sir, please rest assured. For such a distinguished guest as you, our pharmacy will do everything in its power. I will prepare the special medicinal herbs you need before evening. After passing by this shop, Ji Yu Han then went to several other shops and bought various kinds of medicinal herbs. In short, the main point is just one sentence. We Mu, Saint offer the best, Shang Shou, and Ti Yan, to our master Yu and God King Tang. Time flew by and it was already afternoon. After completing the cultivation, feeling that it was about time, Ji Yu Han went to the pharmacies where he had pre-ordered medicinal herbs that morning. After paying the bill, carefully put away the medicinal herbs and take them away. Then, I found another medicine-making shop. Using a medicine furnace, the various medicinal materials that had been ordered were processed in a simple manner. After that, they went to the papal palace. At this moment, Yu Shaogang and Hai's apprentice had already arrived at the papal palace. Master, Little San, good afternoon. After meeting Yu Shaogang and Tang San, Ji Yu Han smiled and said, Xiao Han, have you found another way to solve my martial soul evolution problem? Quote. Having learned the news from Bibi Dong, Yu Shaogang was filled with hope and eagerness, and asked in a slightly sharp and effeminate voice. It's not that it's possible. It's just that it might be. Ji Yu Han immediately corrected Yu Shaogang's grammatical error and then sighed. Master, your problem with the evolution of your martial spirit is no ordinary problem. Even you, Master, are helpless. Although I found the method for our martial spirit evolution, this problem is still too tricky for me. I have thought of some solutions, but I can't guarantee they will be absolutely effective. We still need you and me to verify it one by one, Master. Hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Yu Shaogang felt very comfortable. That's right. As people, especially young people, we should be more humble. Even I, a master of martial spirit theory, am helpless when it comes to this method of martial spirit evolution. Do you think a mere teenager can find a solution so quickly? That's definitely an exaggeration. However, you're quite lucky to have found a way to evolve our martial spirit. Perhaps, with your luck, you'll be able to. I hope to find a way to solve my martial spirit evolution problem. Thinking about this, Yu Xiaogang felt somewhat depressed and angry. But it's really infuriating. Why can't I, Yu Xiaogang, have such good luck? I, Yu Xiaogang, am the best in the world when it comes to martial spirit knowledge and theory. The only thing lacking is a bit of luck. If I had that kind of luck, I would be the one who truly discovered Luo Sanpao's evolution method. But, looking at Ji Yu Han, Yu Xiaogang seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. After meeting Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, Ji Yu Han, along with Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, returned to the experimental hall from the previous day. Although the main hall has been cleaned spotless, there was only a very faint odor. But after entering the main hall, thinking of the hellish torment they had endured yesterday, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San couldn't help but look pale, and their stomachs churned as they felt nauseous. Today, we shouldn't have to make Sanpao eat the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the light attribute anymore, right? Xiaohan, what should we do today? Upon entering the main hall, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and asked. Ed in a slightly effeminate yet sharp voice. Hee, master, you should summon Luo Sanpao first. Ji Yu Han didn't answer immediately, but smiled and replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang frowned, but still summoned his martial spirit. Luo Sanpao. In a burst of purple light, a strange martial spirit, resembling a plump little pig covered in purple fur and with two large, fan-shaped ears, suddenly appeared in front of Yu Xiaogang. And after seeing Luo Sanpao being summoned, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and took out 2 vials of medicine from his void ring, each filled with a thick, dark liquid and various dregs. This is. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were both slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled. This is a potion I specially made for you, master, to solve the problem of martial soul evolution. Ji Yu Han chuckled softly and spoke slowly. A potion? Will that even work? I'm having a problem with my martial soul evolution, but I'm not sick. Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly. He's facing the issue of martial spirit evolution. Not some kind of illness. What use is this medicine? No. Ji Yu Han smiled and shook his head. Master, mistress, you've both lost your perspective. What is a disease? In this world, whether it is a person or an object, as long as it shows unpleasant symptoms, it can be considered an illness. Ji Yu Han paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. A person getting sick is an illness, a tree being eaten by insects is an illness, and even iron rusting can be considered an illness. Everything gets sick, even the world. As long as you are sick, you can find the right medicine to cure the disease. Master, mistress, we need to broaden our perspective. Don't you guys think that Master and Luo Sanpao actually have problems with their martial soul evolution? Which can be considered an illness. In particular, Luo Sanpao suffered from indigestion after consuming the flesh and blood of dragon soul beasts with the attribute of light. These 2 vials of medicine are what I specially prepared for Master and Luo Sanpao to treat their indigestion. Ji Yu Han waved the 2 vials of medicine in his hand, his face full of a bright smile, and said. Chapter 151 Brothers. Let's do it. Inside the main hall, after listening to Ji Yu Han's theory on illness, in particular, Luo Sanpao's indigestion from consuming the flesh and blood of dragons with the attribute of light was considered an illness. This made Yu Xiaogang and Tang San feel that there seemed to be some truth to it. Yes, Teacher Sanpao's martial soul is a materialized martial soul, which can eat and excrete like humans and soul beasts. This can definitely be considered a living organism. If people can heal, then Teacher Sanpao's martial spirit should be able to too. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Damn it. Why? Such a simple solution. He never expected this. I can cure Sanpao's indigestion by treating his illness first. If this method works, after that, there are ways to treat the problem and resolve the conflict between the 3 attributes. In this way, my 3 cannons should be able to evolve normally. However, Yu Xiaogang had never thought of this. How to solve a problem. It's not enough to just offer a general solution. The key question is, how exactly to solve it. This is similar to someone who put forward 2 flawed theories about martial spirits and then considers himself a master of martial spirit theory. This is absolutely laughable. The key is how to use these 2 theories to truly create results that people can accept. Like teaching an outstanding disciple. However, Yu Xiaogang wanted to prove himself by cultivating Tang San, a genius with twin martial souls and innate full soul power, into a strong person. This seems to prove itself. But in the eyes of truly intelligent people, it only makes it seem more ridiculous. And because he was persuaded by Ji Yu Han's theory of illness, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but take the 2 vials of medicine from Ji Yu Han's hand. Looking at the 2 vials of medicine, the black, thick liquid, containing dregs, was quite murky. For some reason, Yu Xiaogang swallowed hard and asked Ji Yu Han with some difficulty. Xiaohan, how should I take these 2 doses of medicine? Should we give it all to Sanpao and make it take it? According to Ji Yu Han, these 2 doses of medicine were for Luo Sanpao to treat his indigestion. In addition, the previous method of evolving Luo Sanpao's martial soul involved feeding him the flesh and blood of a dragon-type soul beast with the attribute of light, as well as spiritual herbs. This led Yu Xiaogang to unconsciously assume that both vials of medicine were intended for Luo Sanpao. But Ji Yu Han shook his head at this. No, no, no. Master. Although our main purpose is to treat your martial spirit Luo Sanpao and solve its martial spirit evolution problem, there is an extremely special connection between soul masters and martial souls. The best treatment is for both the soul master and the martial soul to receive treatment at the same time. Only in this way can the best treatment results be achieved. Ji Yu Han said very seriously. And these words don't seem to make any sense. Anyway, Yu Xiaogang felt that this made sense. Since he wanted to solve the problem of Sanpao's IAL soul evolution and enable Sanpao to successfully evolve into a golden holy dragon. No matter what the plan is, we must do our best. So, Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and opened the vial of medicine in his hand. In an instant, a complex and varied flavor emerged. They looked like socks that hadn't been washed in decades. It was like a cesspool that had been fermenting for decades, incredibly sour and pungent. Then, a slightly refreshing, foul stench suddenly wafted out. The smell immediately turned Yu Xiaogang's face green, and he almost vomited. What is this thing? The stench made Yu Xiaogang shudder, recalling the hellish torture of yesterday, and he couldn't help but scream in a shrill voice. He nearly dropped the medicine in his hand. This is medicine to treat your martial soul evolution problem, master. And especially to treat Luo Sanpao's indigestion. Ji Yu Han frowned, looking puzzled as to why Yu Xiaogang would ask such a question, and replied. But shouldn't medicine be bitter at most? Why does it smell so bad? Yu Xiaogang was extremely anxious. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but shake his head and smile, and then spoke eloquently. Master, you wouldn't know this. Different symptoms definitely require different medications. For common illnesses, the medicines prescribed by doctors are likely to be mostly bitter. But this time, what we need to treat is your martial spirit Luo Sanpao's indigestion problem. The patients being treated are all different, so how could the same medication be used? Beside him, the strong stench emanating from the medicine in Yu Xiaogang's hand filled the air. Tang San quickly took a few steps back to the side, distancing himself from Yu Xiaogang. His face turned somewhat green as he recalled the hellish scene from yesterday and couldn't help but ask. Brother Ji Yu Han, what medicinal herbs did you use to prepare this potion? The main ingredients used are human placenta extract, night shining cinnabar, and moon gazing cinnabar. Ji Yu Han smiled knowingly to himself, without intending to hide anything. As if it were perfectly natural, he casually recounted the various medicinal materials used in making the potion, some true and some false. Among them are human umbilical yellow, night shining cinnabar, and moon gazing cinnabar. These medicinal herbs have certain detoxifying and digestive aiding effects. That could also be a rough explanation for why the medicine smelled so bad. In addition, Ji Yu Han added a lot of strong flavored medicinal herbs to it. However, some of the medicinal herbs did not treat Luo Sanpao's indigestion. Ji Yu Han naturally didn't say anything, although mentioning the names of these medicinal herbs might have some impact. For example, making Yu Xiaogang unwilling to take it. But Ji Yu Han felt, based on his understanding of Yu Xiaogang, as long as he could persuade him properly, Yu Xiaogang will definitely still hold his nose and drink it. However, if he does not disclose the medicinal ingredients used in the potion, for Yu Xiaogang, it was merely physical torment. But he revealed the medicinal ingredients used in the medicine. For Yu Xiaogang, it would undoubtedly be a double torment, both physically and mentally. Although he prides himself on being a master of martial spirit theory, Yu Xiaogang actually doesn't know much about pharmacology. After listening to Ji Yu Han explain the medicinal materials needed to prepare the medicine in his hand, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but look at Tang San and asked in a slightly effeminate yet sharp voice. Xiao San, do you know what these medicinal materials, such as Ren Zhang Huang, Yi Ming Sha, and Wang Yu Sha, are? Because they had been master and disciple with Tang San for several years. Especially after arriving in Wuhan City. Through the cultivation resources bestowed by Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang learned that his disciple Tang San seemed to have considerable knowledge of pharmacology. Now, upon hearing this question, Yu Xiaogang naturally asked Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Because of the medicinal materials Ji Yu Han mentioned, including human placenta extract, night shining cinnabar, and moon gazing cinnabar. If we were to explain the production process and what these medicinal materials are, we could find a better explanation. The teacher might find it hard to accept. But when he noticed that Tang San didn't answer immediately, Yu Xiaoging felt uneasy and continued to ask. Finally, after Yu Xiaoging's repeated questioning, Tang San could only grit his teeth and reply. Teacher, this has yellow philtrum, luminous cinnabar, and moon-gazing cinnabar. Ren Zhang Huang is made by placing licorice in a bamboo tube and soaking it in the food that humans consume. Night shining sand is made from dried bat droppings, while night shining powder is made from dried rabbit droppings. Hearing Tang San's explanation, Yu Xiaoging's face grew increasingly pale and ugly, and he trembled with anger. She glared angrily at Ji Yu Han and shouted in a sharp voice. Ji Yu Han, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to solve my problem of martial soul evolution? Quote. Bat droppings, rabbit droppings, and chicken droppings, can these be used as medicinal ingredients? But Ji Yu Han couldn't help but show an innocent expression and said helplessly. Master, you've misunderstood me. These are indeed medicinal herbs. They have the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, aiding digestion, and moisturizing the intestines to relieve constipation. They do have the effect of treating indigestion. If you don't believe me, you can ask the mistress. Seeing Ji Yu Han's innocent look, Yu Xiaoging was stunned and somewhat suspicious. Did I really misunderstand? The mistress. Yu Xiaoging couldn't help but look at Tang San and ask. That's true. I thought of the medicinal effects of herbs such as human placenta extract, night shining cinnabar, and moon viewing cinnabar. Although this medicinal herb is indeed somewhat strange, it does have the effect of treating indigestion. Tang San couldn't help but reply awkwardly. He just didn't quite understand. Renjiangwang, Yemingsha and Wangyusha. Although the production method and ingredients are somewhat unpalatable, it shouldn't smell this bad. But he realized that he had never heard of anyone making a medicine by combining these herbs together. Perhaps the combination of these medicinal herbs in the medicine produced some special reaction. Does it really work? Unexpectedly, the vial of medicine in his hand actually had the effect of treating the indigestion of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaoging was stunned and looked at the medicine in his hand with a somewhat difficult expression. Since it's effective, should he take it or not? However, the thought that this medicine was made from various kinds of feces made me hesitated. Yu Xiaoging thought about it for a while, and his stomach churned, his face turned green and he felt like vomiting. As the saying goes, extraordinary people are capable of doing what ordinary people cannot. Seeing Yu Xiaoging staring at the medicine in his hand, his face and body stiffened, his eyes filled with struggle. Ji Yu Han immediately perked up, stepped forward, and began to speak earnestly. He started frantically feeding Yu Xiaoging motivational platitudes. There's a motivational element in Yu Xiaoging's 10 core competencies of martial souls. Ji Yu Han judged that Yu Xiaoging probably really liked drinking chicken soup. And sure enough, it happened. After being given a lot of motivational speeches by Ji Yu Han, Yu Xiaoging finally made up his mind. He imagined the glory of returning to his family after his martial soul successfully evolved into a golden holy dragon. Yu Xiaoging gritted his teeth and picked up the vial of medicine that emitted a strong stench. Brothers, let's do it. Chapter 152 Yu Xiaoging breaks down in tears, he really can't eat anymore, After being fed a bellyful of chicken soup by Ji Yu Han, Yu Xiaoging finally made up his mind, his eyes filled with tears. And he tightly gripped the medicine in his hand with trembling hands. He drank the medicine made from a variety of medicinal materials, including human placenta extract, night shining sand, and moon gazing sand, in one gulp. In an instant, a strong, sour, and foul stench wafted from Yu Xiaoging's mouth. The intense stench assaulted Yu Xiaoging's nose. They made him wear a mask of pain, and his face turned green. My stomach was churning violently. My body's instinct was to keep feeling nauseous and vomiting. He wanted to vomit up the medicine he had just drunk. But Yu Xiaoging clenched his teeth. With sheer willpower, she managed to suppress her body's instincts. No, I can't vomit. Yu Xiaoging was internally roaring with rage. Yu Xiaoging, extraordinaire. Why people are capable of doing things that ordinary people cannot. You forgot the disappointed looks in your older brothers and parents' eyes after you awakened your martial spirit. And what about the painful experiences of being ridiculed by countless members of your tribe? Now, we've finally found a way to evolve the 3 canon martial soul. You must solve the problem of martial spirit evolution and successfully evolve Sanpao into the golden sacred dragon. That way, you can shock and impress your older brother and parents. Only then can those clansmen who were arrogant before but turned their backs on you and become ruthless afterward, once again fawn over you and dare not mock or discriminate against you anymore. Yu Shaogang. Keep going. Keep going. You have to believe that you can do it. Yu Shaogang clenched his teeth, closed his eyes tightly, and his face changed wildly. In the end, however, he persevered and managed to swallow the medicine. Seeing Yu Shaogang uggling in pain yet gritting his teeth and persevering, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile with amusement. That's interesting. That's really interesting. He liked Yu Shaogang's pained yet helpless expression. After drinking the entire potion, Yu Shaogang covered his mouth and gagged, looking pained as he spoke to Tang San. Mistress, water, water. Seeing this, Tang San quickly handed over a pot of water. Yu Shaogang took the water and gulped it down in one go. I wanted to wash away the foul smell of the medicine that lingered in my mouth and throat by drinking water. But after Yu Shaogang had only taken a few sips, Ji Yuhan frowned and stepped forward to stop him. Master, you can't drink anymore. You can't drink anymore. Yu Shaogang was completely bewildered. Why? Because our illness isn't cured yet. Ji Yuhan sighed and shook his head, looking heartbroken, and said, Master, you've drunk so much water now, how are we supposed to take our medicine now? Is the treatment not finished yet? Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang immediately screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, extremely anxious. Isn't there only 2 vials of this medicine? I drank one of these 2. And I kept giving them to Sanpao. How come there are still some left? No, no, no. Ji Yuhan smiled slightly. Master, you've misunderstood. There are indeed only 2 of these 2 potions in your hand. But if we want to cure your martial soul Luo Sanpao's indigestion and attribute conflict as quickly as possible, we definitely can't just take one kind of medicine. That old require too long a treatment period. Master, you probably don't want to see it take a long time to solve your martial soul evolution problem, right? Yu Shaogang nodded subconsciously. He's been a waste of time all these years. There was a burning anger simmering inside me all the time. Now that there is a feasible way to evolve a martial soul into the legendary golden sacred dragon. The faster the evolution is successful, the better. He couldn't wait to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and enjoy his glory. He gave a resounding slap in the face to those clansmen who looked down on him and discriminated against him back then. Xiaohan, how much of what medicine should we drink next? I need to take more medicine next. Yu Shaogang looked at the kettle in his hand and couldn't help but grit his teeth. With great determination, he handed the water bottle back to Tang San and then asked. What do you mean, we? It's clearly just you, Yu Shaogang. There is absolutely no relationship between me and you. Master and disciple. Ji Yuhan curled his lip inwardly in disdain. But on the surface, he said it with a bright smile. Oh, Master, you'll know about this. Let's give the other medicine to Sanpao first. After speaking, Ji Yuhan turned his gaze to Luo Sanpao. At this moment, due to the connection between the martial spirit and the soul master, Yu Shao had just finished drinking a medicine made from herbs such as human placenta extract and other auspicious ingredients. As a martial spirit, Luo Sanpao also fully experienced that exhilarating feeling. Upon learning that she was also to drink, she immediately ran away in terror and hid to the side. Unfortunately, Yu Shaogang still managed to pull him out of it. Sanpao, don't worry, it's nothing, you'll be fine soon. Amidst Yu Shaogang's gentle yet slightly sharp soothing voice. Soon, a series of pig-like screams echoed through the hall. All right. After feeding Luo Sanpao the medicine, Yu Shaogang looked at Ji Yuhan with expectant and hopeful eyes again and asked in a soft but slightly sharp voice. Xiaohan, what medicine should we continue taking next? Ji Yuhan smiled slightly, took out 2 more vials of medicine, and handed them to Yu Shaogang. However, the liquid in these 2 vials was not jet black and thick, but rather pale yellow. Master, here you go. You drink one of these 2 doses. And Luo Sanpao drinks the other. After Yu Shaogang received the medicine, he opened it. A familiar yet different, foul stench, tinged with a hint of savory, permeated the air once more. Yu Shaogang's face twitched immediately, and he was completely stunned. Why is it like this again? Don't they have any normal medicine? Yu Shaogang turned his head and said to Ji Yuhan with a face full of despair and anger. But Ji Yuhan still looked completely innocent and said helplessly, Master, there's nothing I can do about this. Of course, my potion also contains many herbs. But in pharmacology, there's a saying you might not have heard of, like cures like. What we need to solve is the indigestion problem of your martial spirit Luo Sanpao, so we naturally need to use me medicinal materials that are similar in nature. In the previous medicine, I added human placenta extract, night shining cinnabar, and moon gazing cinnabar. And in this potion, I added human hair charcoal, children's urine, human urine sediment, light autumn stone, and gold juice. Ji Yu Han recited the names of all the medicinal herbs inside as if they were his own. Hearing the names of the medicinal herbs, Ji Yu Han reported. Yu Xiaoging's eyelids twitched, and he felt even more pained and trapped in Bangbu. Because he didn't know exactly what things like blood charcoal, human urine white, and light autumn stone were. But he could still guess the meaning of child's excrement and golden juice, and he knew what they meant. Can these two things be used as medicinal materials? Yu Xiaoging was devastated, feeling his stomach churning again and wanting to vomit. And then there was Yu Xiaoging's devastated reaction when he realized he had increased the intensity again. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh. He was overjoyed. That's interesting. That's it. Although Yu Xiaoging appeared to be in a state of collapse and resistance, Ji Yu Han remained confident. Yu Xiaoging will still drink all the medicine he took out this time, and even all the more strong-tasting medicines he takes out in the future. Because this involves more than just Yu Xiaoging's obsession. There's also the sunk cost of drinking the first dose. Xiao San, is what he said true? Can these things really be used as medicinal herbs? In his despair and anguish, Yu Xiaoging looked at Tang San again, tears welling in his eyes, and asked. In response, Tang San could only tell the truth and smiled wryly, thinking of his teacher Yu Xiaoging's obsession with the evolution of martial souls. In the pharmacology I know, there is indeed a principle of like cures like, and Brother Ji Yu Han is right. As for the medicinal herbs that Brother Ji Yu Han just mentioned, they may be relatively rare, but they are indeed medicinal herbs. Tang San's words struck Yu Xiaoging like a thunderbolt. But looking at the potion in his hand that emitted a foul, pungent stench. To think that the ingredients of this medicine actually included children's urine and gold juice. Yu Xiaoging's hands trembled uncontrollably, his eyes reddened and filled with tears, he was torn between his own emotions and his own. At this point, it was naturally up to Ji Yu Han to take charge. The medicine he made did indeed have a strong, unpleasant taste. Ji Yu Han also knows this. So before giving him the medicine, we need to give Yu Xiaoging plenty of chicken soup. So Ji Yu Han stepped forward again, looking earnest, and poured a bellyful of chicken soup into Yu Xiaoging's mouth. Finally, Yu Xiaoging's eyes welled up with tears again. His trembling hand gripped the medicine tightly, and he drank it all in one gulp. Then, he suddenly knelt down on the ground, his face flushed red, and he clenched his teeth. While putting on the mask of pain, her body trembled, and she covered her mouth, trying to suppress her body's instinct to vomit. However, after drinking this dose of medicine, but it's not over yet. Ji Yu Han smiled again and took out 2 more vials of strong-tasting medicine. Under the wise words that good medicine tastes bitter but is good for the disease. With tears in his eyes, Yu Xiaoging drank and swallowed 1 vial of liquid medicine and another of ointment-like medicine, which was full of vomit and vomit. Then, experience the agonizing agony of a personal version of jet hell. Before we knew it, he didn't know how many vials of medicine he had drunk or how many ointments he had eaten. Yu Xiaoging felt he simply couldn't eat anymore. Thinking back to today, he actually drank and ate so many potions and ointments containing the essence of Fu and Shang. Yesterday, in the spray hell, he only accidentally ate a little bit. This caused Yu Xiaoging to burst into tears. I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Chapter 153 Yu Xiaoging, tormented to the point of ecstasy, and Bibi Dong, who has noticed the problem. And at the moment when Yu Xiaoging broke down in tears. Because of the loss of emotional control, the body's instinct to feel nauseous and vomit was also out of control. This made Yu Xiaoging unable to hold back any longer. He vomited up all the medicine and ointment he had drunk and eaten that day. However, the moment he noticed something amiss, Ji Yu Han quickly dodged to the side. Master, I saw that Yu Xiaoging actually vomited up the medicine he had drunk and eaten that day. Ji Yu Han pinched his nose and shook his head, looking disappointed, and sighed. Why did you throw up all the medicine you took today? Then today's treatment was essentially a waste of time. Upon hearing this, I realized that all the suffering I had endured today had been for nothing. Unable to withstand the blow any longer, Yu Xiaoging suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. And in the days that followed, Ji Yu Han would come to the papal palace every day to treat Yu Xiaoging. Every day, he was required to drink a potion filled with excrement and vomit, which was indispensable. Eat and drink as you please. During this period, after more than 10 days of treatment, there was no effect whatsoever. The attempt to give Luo Sanpao the flesh and blood of a dragon soul beast with the attribute of light still resulted in a massive spray. Yu Xiaogang also raised doubts. Is this treatment actually effective? But Ji Yu Han spoke directly and earnestly. It took him 2 or 3 years to evolve his martial soul. Your problem with martial soul evolution is no simpler than martial soul evolution itself. How could it be resolved so easily in just over 10 days? The treatment will definitely have to be done on a monthly basis. This statement left Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and his disciples with mixed feelings of belief and doubt. However, no better solution has been found at present. Yu Xiaogang couldn't even think of a single feasible solution. Besides being the discoverer of the method to evolve a martial soul into a golden holy dragon. Ji Yu Han was also the one who found the way. They also thought of a theoretically possible treatment to cure Luo Sanpao's martial soul evolution problem. Now, naturally, we can only trust Ji Yu Han. While treating Yu Xiaogang with a medicine full of Fu Fen and Shang Shou, Ji Yu Han also proposed other treatment options. For example, acupuncture, resolving attribute conflicts first, and then adding soul rings, etc. Unfortunately, due to Ji Yu Han's deliberate actions, this whole ordeal really put Yu Xiaogang through the ringer. Ji Yu Han used acupuncture to treat Luo Sanpao and Yu Xiaogang simultaneously. It was somewhat effective at first. Afterwards, Yu Xiaogang and Luo Sanpao were both stabbed until their eyes were crooked and their mouths were crooked, and they could only speak in a crooked and babbling manner. When things went wrong, Ji Yu Han naturally shifted the blame onto Luo Sanpao. As for the next step, we need to resolve the attribute conflict issue first. In the Douluo continent, there is no specific attribute that counters the lightning attribute, based on the knowledge Ji Yu Han had learned online in his previous life. According to the 5 elements theory, Thunder should belong to the wood element. If we calculate it that way, from the perspective of the 5 elements theory, the metal element should restrain the thunder element. However, objectively speaking, the fire element should be more restraining of the wood element. From a scientific perspective, lightning ultimately flows into the earth, so the earth element might be able to counter the lightning element. Because of Yu Xiaogang, Ji Yu Han never really thought about solving Yu Xiaogang's problem of martial soul evolution. That was something I pondered for a while. They directly used Yu Xiaogang as a test subject. Yu Xiaogang was given all sorts of strong-tasting medicinal herbs with metallic, fire, and earth attributes. Then it is manufactured into a medicine. As a result, Yu Xiaogang experienced it one after another. A potion made from the excrement of soul masters and soul beasts with metal, fire, and earth attributes. With reddened eyes and tears welling in her eyes. Her hands trembled as she swallowed it. Then, I experienced a different kind of sour, pungent, and foul stench. In the midst of collapse and pain, my body was nauseous and vomiting uncontrollably. Yet I could only desperately suppress it. Don't vomit. Don't vomit. If I throw up, all the pain I've endured will have been for nothing. And then, because it was useless, Ji Yu Han then successively created heavy metal elixirs, fire attribute potions, and earth attribute drug extracts for Yu Xiaogang. The heavy metal elixir nearly caused Yu Xiaogang to suffer from heavy metal poisoning. The fire attribute pills nearly caused Yu Xiaogang to dehydrate and be burned into a dried corpse. As for the earth elemental medicine extract powder, it formed a lump in Yu Xiaogang's stomach. It almost suffocated Yu Xiaogang. Ji Yu Han's treatment had tormented Yu Xiaogang to the point of near ecstasy. Several months later, because he took the pills made from immortal herbs and spiritual medicines given to him by Ji Yu Han, not only did it improve his cultivation level and allow his martial soul to evolve, but it also greatly increased his potential. After several months of training, Xie Yu and Yan finally broke through to level 51 after another. After breaking through to level 50, Xie Yu and Yan naturally applied to their teacher to prepare for hunting for spirit rings. These Ri are the most outstanding geniuses of the current generation of the Spirit Hall. Xie Yu, Huliena, and Yan have always been under the personal care of Bibi Dong, who is the Pope. Therefore, the teachers who received the applications also helped Xie Yu and Yan break through to level 50. This shocking news, which broke the Spirit Hall's record, was reported to Bibi Dong. What? Inside the Papal Palace. Upon receiving the news, I learned that Xie Yu and Yan had actually broken through to level 50. Bibi Dong's mature and stunningly beautiful face was immediately filled with shock and disbelief. Because she remembered, about 6 months ago, the disciple Huliena, as well as Xie Yu and Yan, are only at level 43 and 44 respectively. How could it be in less than 6 months? Yu and Yan's cultivation levels broke through from level 44 to level 50 in an instant. Something's not right. This is very wrong. Bibi Dong frowned, her heart filled with surprise and uncertainty. Then, thinking back to the Douluo palace, where many of the enshrined figures were incredibly strange, breaking through one after another almost simultaneously. She sensed that something was wrong. Douluo palace. Nana, Xian, and Yan. Bibi Dong frowned deeply, frantically trying to figure out the connections between them. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. Is it him? Bibi Dong thought to herself. Her expression shifting between light and dark. If we're talking about disciples who Liena, Xian, and Yan, what do they have in common with the Douluo palace? The only person she could think of was the disciple who had just returned from outside. She knew her disciple Nana, as well as Xian and Yan. It is also because of that bastard child that there may be a connection with the Douluo palace. Furthermore, this disciple, upon returning to Wuhan City, saw his Douluo hall's enshrined figures break through one after another. No, she needs to figure out what's going on here. However, Bibi Dong did not intend to start with Ji Han. Because of that bastard child. She was worried that the disciple might have attracted the old man's attention. She doesn't want to break ties with that old man yet. So Bibi Dong quickly figured out where to start. Someone come here. Bibi Dong's face was full of majesty as she coldly summoned several holy emperor warriors. Go and bring Huliena, Xian, and Yan to the papal palace to see me. Yes. Several holy emperor warriors respectfully withdrew from the papal palace. He then prepared to find Huliena, Xian, and Yan. And invite the three of them to the papal palace. Chapter 154 Bibi Dong transforms into the secret chamber Douluo. Inside Wuhan City, suddenly, several holy emperor warriors came to his door, saying that Pope Bibidon had summoned him. In the past, Bibi Dong often summoned the three of them. Therefore, Xian and Yan are unaware of this. Bibi Dong already knew about his breaketh out a level 50 and had noticed the problem. I still thought it would be the same as before. Without giving it much thought, the three followed several holy emperor warriors to the papal palace. Inside the papal palace, inside a magnificent, golden hall, Huliena, Xian, and Yan met Bibi Dong. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. X2. The three of them immediately bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, who was sitting on a throne. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling that the holy emperor warriors could leave. After several holy emperor warriors left, Bibi Dong, holding the papal scepter, slowly stood up and looked at Huliena and the other two with her mature, beautiful, elegant, and noble face, which carried a hint of majesty and indifference. However, to be precise, it is Xian and Yan. Xian, Yan, I heard that you two have actually broken through to level 50. To break through to level 50 at the age of under 18, you can say that you have already broken our spirit hall's record. Congratulations. Bibi Dong's words were full of praise, but her voice was somewhat cold. Hearing this, Xian and Yan were immediately jolted awake, breaking out in a cold sweat. Your Holiness, how did you know we had made a breakthrough so quickly? Knowing that Ji Han was standing up for the three of them, they did not intend to give the miraculous elixir to Pope Bibi Dong for the time being. Xian and Yan also knew the importance of loyalty. Together with Huliena, they decided not to report the matter and instead keep it a secret for the time being. They originally thought that Bibi Dong would learn about the elixir from Ji Han first. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong found out from Ji Han before she could even get the information herself. Surprisingly, it was because of their breakthroughs that a clue was discovered. However, based on her intuition, Bibi Dong may not have discovered the real reason for their breakthrough. Xian and Yan still wanted to make excuses. Your Holiness is too kind. We were just lucky, that's all. Xian tried his best to remain calm and respectful. Good luck. Bibi Dong's lips curled slightly as she spoke softly. What luck that allowed you to be level 44 just 6 months ago. I'm really curious how he broke through to level 50 in just 6 months. I guess this has something to do with Ji Han, right? In the end, Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at Xian and Yan with a half smile. Your Holiness, why would you think that? We've just been in a better state for the past 6 months. Xian forced a smile, still wanting to deny it. Unfortunately, Bibi Dong didn't buy into that at all. Upon discovering that Xian and Yan refused to tell the truth, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sneer and immediately prepared to take action. She definitely wouldn't have done that in the past. But now, because Yu Shaogang has come to my side, She couldn't wait to help Yu Xiaogang evolve his martial soul. They also wanted to help Yu Xiaogang break through the bottleneck of level 29, which he had been unable to overcome for decades. Therefore, she definitely needed to find out the secret behind Xie Yu and Yan's breakthrough to level 6 in half a year. She felt that perhaps Ji Yu Han had obtained an even more powerful elixir than the crystal blood dragon ginseng. However, Ji Yu Han might be under the watchful eye of that old guy. She had no choice. But she had no scruples when it came to her disciples Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan. Back then, she was willing to give up everything for Yu Xiaogang. Whether it's her status and position as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, or the generous treatment she receives there. Now, all we're doing for Xiaogang is prying some secrets out of the mouth of a mere genius. What does that even mean? Stubborn to the end, Bibi Dong sneered, suddenly stood up from her throne, and instantly summoned the Death Spider Emperor, entering a state of martial soul possession. The next moment, he activated his first soul skill, Death Spider Silk Binding. It released countless spider silk threads, which wrapped Xie Yu and Yan up like dumplings. Teacher. Hu Liena was shocked and disbelieving that her teacher, Bibi Dong, would suddenly attack her brother, Xie Yu, and Yan. She was extremely anxious. Don't worry, they'll both be fine. I just wanted to ask some questions. You go first. Bibi Dong spoke calmly, then waved her hand, unleashing a surge of powerful soul energy that instantly pushed Hu Liena out of the hall. The doors then slammed shut. Remember, no one is allowed to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, Bibi Dong's cold, threatening voice still echoed in Hu Liena's ears. After being escorted out of the main hall, Hu Liena was so anxious that she almost cried. She never expected that her teacher, Bibi Dong, would turn out like this. The elder brother, Xie Yu, and Yan Wuhan evolved. Shouldn't the teachers be happy for them? If it were a teacher from the past, they would definitely have done the same. But ever since Yu Xiaogang and Tang San came, the teacher seems like a completely different person. Hu Liena desperately wanted to ask someone for help. But when she thought of Bibi Dong's threat, her beautiful eyes reddened and filled with tears, and she dared not do anything. Because she was very worried. What if she tells anyone about this? Xie Yu, who would have been fine, was instead killed by his teacher, Bibi Dong. Now, she feels like she doesn't recognize her teacher at all. After Hu Liena left, inside the main hall, Bibi Dong leapt up, grabbed Xie Yu and Yan, and then turned and walked towards a wall. After a mechanism is activated, the wall slowly opens, revealing a passage leading to a secret room. Bibi Dong took Xie Yu and Yan into a secret room and imprisoned them separately. Xie Yu, tell me, what exactly did Ji Yu Han give you that allowed your cultivation to break through to level 6 in less than half a year? Bibi Dong interrogated Xie Yu first, asking in a cold voice. Your Holiness, what are you saying? I really don't know. We did meet Xiaohan, but he didn't give us anything. We've just been in better shape for the past 6 months, so our cultivation has progressed faster. Xie Yu gritted her teeth, still unwilling to betray Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han gave them incredibly precious pills, enough to tempt even a titled Douluo, capable of evolving their martial souls and greatly enhancing their cultivation. As someone who knows how to repay kindness, how could he betray Ji Yu Han? Unexpectedly, Xie Yu was so stubborn. Bai Dongmai's eyes grew even colder. She couldn't help but snort coldly, her jade hands clenched tightly, a murderous intent rising in her heart. Her heart filled with gloom. That's practically suicide. However, thinking of her beloved Xiaogang, she still needed Ji Yu Han's help to solve the problem of martial soul evolution. The disciple Hu Liena and Ji Yu Han have a very good relationship. Xie Yu is also Hu Liena's older brother. If she were to harm Xie Yu, Hu Liena might tell Ji Yu Han. Solving the problem of martial soul evolution for his beloved Xiaogang would have adverse effects. So Bibi Dong ultimately held back and did not attack Xie Yu, but instead sneered. Xie Yu, you're the toughest one. But I want to see if Yan is just like you. After saying that, Bibi Dong immediately turned around and left the secret room where Xie Yu was, heading towards the secret room where Yan was. After entering the secret room where Yan was, looking at Yan, who was bound like a rice dumpling by spider silk, Bibi Dong, dressed in a deep purple imperial robe, walked over with graceful steps, her curvaceous figure accentuated by a cold smile, and slowly spoke. Yan, Xie Yu has already told me. Ji Yu Han gave you some precious spiritual medicine that caused your cultivation levels to rise by 6 levels at once. What else are you trying to hide? Tell me the truth now. Just tell me everything so I can compare. How much of what you said differs from what Xie Yu said, how much is true, and how much is false. Perhaps I can still let you leave safely, otherwise. This secret room is filled with all sorts of torture instruments. Faced with Bibi Dong's threat, Yan couldn't help but grit his teeth. Feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, however, from Bibi Dong's words, he could tell that Xian Mu hadn't said anything. If I say it, it's definitely all a lie. Because Bibi Dong didn't mention the two most important words, immortal herb and martial soul evolution. Knowing that his mind lacked Xian Yu's spiritual light, Yan dared not lie and could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Although he was rivals for Ji Yu Han's affections, Yan considered himself a grateful person. Ji Yu Han gave him such a precious elixir. He definitely couldn't betray Ji Yu Han. Moreover, if he betrays Ji Yu Han, what will the goddess Hu Liena think of him? Your Holiness, I do not understand your meaning. Yan gritted his teeth and repeated Xian Yu's previous statement, saying that they had only been in good condition for the past 6 months, breaking through from level 44 to level 50. This has nothing to do with Ji Yu Han. These words caused a flash of murderous intent to appear in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. And she laughed in anger. What a pair of stubborn fools. However, I dared not touch that evil moon, for fear of affecting Xiaoging's treatment. But I don't have that kind of worry about you, Yan. If you don't talk about it, it's neither physiological nor psychological. I, Bibi Dong, have plenty of methods. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, still being stubborn. Then I'll see just how tough you really are. Inside the secret room, Bibi Dong used iron chains to bind Yan. Then, a charcoal fire was lit in the sealed room. Then came the rope, the spiked iron whip, the branding iron, and the basin of water. Various instruments of torture were used on Yan in turn. But as a simp, Yan was quite stubborn and never said anything to him. After enduring many punishments, Yan's body and mind became extremely weak. Finally, Bibi Dong, who also possessed the second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and was a spirit-type soul master, hypnotized Yan, whose body and mind had become extremely weak. They managed to pry out the reason for Yan's sudden breakthrough in cultivation from his mouth. Immortal herbs, elixirs. It can not only greatly improve a soul master's cultivation level, but also allow their martial soul to evolve. Upon learning the reasons behind Xian Yu and Yan's breakthroughs, Bibi Dong was filled with excitement and joy. Xiao Gang. There's finally hope for Xiao Gang's martial soul evolution again. Chapter 155 Moral Blackmail. Bibi Dong's demand for the immortal herb. However, after a period of excitement and exhilaration, thinking that Ji Yu Hanming clearly had such an opportunity. But since he didn't tell himself, I learned that Xiao Gang's martial soul evolution had encountered problems. The immortal herbs they obtained and the pills they refined possessed the power to evolve martial spirits. They never offered any immortal herbs or pills to help Xiao Gang's martial soul evolve. This made Bibi Dong's face turn somewhat gloomy. He had already been lured to the Douluo palace by that bastard. Or has he already guessed what I want to do? Regardless, she definitely had to find a way. See if we can get some immortal herbs or pills that can evolve a martial spirit from the cheap disciple. Ideally, we should try to take all the medicinal herbs and pills from her cheap disciple's hands. In this way, her cultivation level might also see a significant improvement. Moreover, if these immortal techniques and elixirs were given to Xiao Gang will definitely be very happy. Thinking of the SC. Where Yu Xiaogang praised and expressed his gratitude, Bibi Dong felt a little excited. At the very least, we must get some immortal herbs or pills from this cheap disciple that can help Xiao Gang's martial soul evolve. Bibi Dong secretly made up her mind. But in the past, Bibi Dong always believed that she could have complete control over Ji Yu Han, who was an orphan with no powerful backers. She told Ji Yu Han to go east. And he would never dare to go west. And this orphan disciple, they would definitely be 100% obedient and grateful to her. But after this incident, Ji Yu Han gave Hu Liena, Xian Yu, and Yan Dan medicine. This made Bibi Dong feel somewhat uneasy. I sense that this cheap disciple might not be as respectful as he appears on the surface. Things may not go as she wants. Time flew by and the next day arrived. Ji Yu Han arrived at the papal palace once again, just as he always had. I'm going to give Master Yu Xiaogang a good treatment. This time, however, they wait. Ed for Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and his disciples in a side hall. A holy emperor warrior approached Ji Yu Han and told him that Bibi Dong had summoned him. Is my teacher looking for me? Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Han didn't take it too seriously. They thought Bibi Dong was still the same as before, and they just wanted to ask her something. How well has he resolved Yu Shaoging's issue regarding the evolution of his martial spirit? Under the leadership of the Holy Emperor warriors, Ji Yu Han arrived at a spacious hall. In the magnificent hall, Bibi Dong was dressed in a deep purple robe, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding a papal scepter inlaid with jewels. Her mature, beautiful, and elegant face was full of majesty and composure as she sat on a throne. After the Holy Emperor warrior brought Ji Yu Han in, Bibi Dong immediately waved her hand, signaling the Holy Emperor warriors to leave. I wonder what business the teacher has with me. Facing Bibi Dong, Ji Yu Han smiled slightly, bowed gently, and asked. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han was able to remain calm and composed, unlike Xie Yu and Yan. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, a half-smile appearing on her face, and slowly said. Xiao Han, I don't know if you've heard, but your senior sister's brother, Xie Yu, has actually broken through to level 50. To have broken through to level 50 cultivation at the age of under 18. This breaks the record of our spirit hall for many years. Xie Yu and Yan have broken through because they were focused on torturing Yu Shaoging and Tang San and his disciples. Ji Yu Han would often have meals with Hu Liena and the other two, but he didn't really pay much attention to Xie Yu and Yan's cultivation levels. Ji Yu Han was somewhat surprised to learn that Xie Yu and Yan had broken through. But after calculating the time, it was discovered that Xie Yu and Yan had taken the pills, which boosted their cultivation and allowed their martial souls to evolve to their current state. It hasn't been half a year, but it's been 4 or 5 months. The two of them were previously at level 49. It's perfectly normal for him to break through level 50 now. However, Bibi Dong is asking this question with such a strange expression on her face. Ji Yu Han knew what was going on with just a thought. It's possible that Bibi Dong discovered Xie Yu and Yan's rapid breakthroughs, investigated, and found it was related to him. They probably already know about the magical herbs and elixirs he possesses. Ji Yu Han simply smiled faintly at this, showing no sign of panic. He hasn't decided yet regarding the immortal herbs and elixirs. Should we give it to Bibi Dong? If so, how should we give it to her? Therefore, he did not tell Bibi Dong about the immortal herbs and elixirs. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong indulged Yu Shaoging and his disciples, bullying their senior sister Hu Liena and the other two. So, senior sisters Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan did not tell Bibi Dong about this news. But ultimately, it's not that Ji Yu Han was afraid of Bibi Dong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the immortal herbs and pills to his senior sister Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan. Cause doing so would definitely risk exposure. Therefore, even though he now knows he has been exposed, Ji Yu Han remains very calm and composed. Oh, brother Xie Yu and Yan have actually both broken through to level 50. They've even broken our spirit hall's record. I really should visit them sometime to congratulate them. Ji Yu Han seemed to be just learning about this, showing a surprised expression, and then said with emotion. But they discovered that Ji Yu Han was still trying to play dumb and get away with it. Suddenly, a fire ignited in Bibi Dong's heart. She abruptly stood up from her throne and said coldly, Ji Yu Han, don't pretend you don't know. As a member of our spirit hall, you have obtained such an opportunity, and you are fully capable of creating a large number of top-level experts for our spirit hall. As my disciple, you should tell me about this. But you didn't do that. Do you even still consider me your teacher? Ji Yu Han almost laughed. Do you even have a teacher like me? How, you, Bibi Dong, are trying to morally blackmail me? You are indeed my teacher. But this opportunity is mine. There has never been a rule in the Douluo continent that disciples must hand over everything they own to their teachers, right? This disciple doesn't know what you're trying to say, master. I've almost used up all my opportunities now. However, I have also prepared a few immortal herbs for you, teacher, but I haven't decided yet which one is suitable. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly. He discovered that Bibi Dong was actually using her position as a teacher to try and morally blackmail him. Ji Yu Han sensed that they would probably bring up the fact that they had nurtured him and helped him evolve his martial soul into a golden holy dragon. Ji Yu Han finds this kind of thing disgusting. He didn't really want to owe Bibi Dong a favor in the first place. Since Bibi Dong has gone this far, he plans to simply repay her favor with a magical herb. I've prepared several medicinal herbs, but I haven't decided which one is the right one yet. But upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, a hint of greed immediately arose in Bibi Dong's heart. Since there are several plants, it would be best to give them all to her. She took one, Xiaoging took one, and then Xiaosan also took one. She could use the remaining herb to please Xiaogang. However, Asking directly is definitely the worst approach. So, Bibi Dong's mind raced, and she immediately frowned, her lips parted slightly, and she spoke in a serious tone. Xiao Han, you are a member of our Spirit Hall. You have grown to where you are today because of the Spirit Hall's nurturing. Now that you have obtained this extraordinary opportunity, you should have already used this immortal herb yourself. Shouldn't you hand over the remaining immortal herbs to your teacher so that he can use them where they're needed and lead the Spirit Hall to even greater glory? These magical herbs are useless to you for the time being. Chapter 156, a magical herb, and all is settled. Ji Yu Han. You've really lost all sense of shame for Yu Shaogang. Ji Yu Han was speechless about this cheap teacher. Others might be considered love-struck, but you're completely love-blind. Teacher, you are right. It was indeed the Spirit Hall that nurtured me. But when I become a strong person in the future, I will still contribute my own strength to the Spirit Hall. Isn't that also the original intention of the Spirit Hall in training me? Therefore I do not owe the temple anything. Ji Yu Han said calmly. As for the immortal herbs and opportunities I obtained, why are they useless if I keep them? Didn't I give these same opportunities to senior sister, brother Xiaoyu, and Yan as well? They are also members of the Spirit Hall. Doesn't what I'm doing also strengthen the power of our Spirit Hall? I have very few of these rare herb opportunities left. Anyway, I'll be giving them tea. Oh, the people in our Spirit Hall in the future, so you don't need to worry about that, teacher. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han remained completely unmoved by his seemingly righteous moral blackmail. Bibi Dong's face was rather unpleasant. And she was also very angry. Damn it, I've already said all this, and you haven't said a single thing. Do you still see me as the Pope and your teacher? If you don't give me these magical herbs, how am I supposed to separate two of them for Xiaogang and Xiaosun? How am I supposed to please Xiaogang now? Unfortunately, Bibi Dong is not Tang San. Otherwise, she would definitely be filled with anger and convinced that Ji Yu Han was already courting death. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han did not intend to donate all the immortal herbs. In her anger, Bibi Dong couldn't help but want to forcibly take it. But suddenly, Bibi Dong sensed a powerful aura outside the hall, locking onto her. It was full of intimidation. This immediately calmed Bibi Dong down, leaving her filled with anger and apprehension. Damn it, that old bastard Xian Douluo was indeed protecting him in secret. Upon discovering that Xian Douluo was secretly protecting Ji Yu Han, Bibi Dong had no choice but to abandon her plan to forcibly seize the immortal herb from Ji Yu Han. Then she remembered that Ji Yu Han had given her another immortal herb earlier. Bibi Dong naturally did not intend to choose a single herb that could benefit her. Instead, she planned to choose a plant that could help her beloved Xiaogang. It can help my beloved Xiaogang solve the problem of martial soul evolution. The immortal herb that will help my beloved Xiaogang evolve his martial soul. HMPH. I didn't expect that even after I, the Pope, have said all this, you still wouldn't understand. Looking at Ji Yu Han, Bibi Dong no longer wanted to act. She stood up, her mature, beautiful, and elegant face filled with coldness and icy indignation. She snorted and said, Ji Yu Han, you've really disappointed me. Compared to the mistress, you are a disrespectful and ungrateful traitor. All that effort I put into raising you was for nothing. If it weren't for my own efforts to forcefully suppress numerous opposing voices and give you so many cultivation resources, can you evolve your martial soul into a golden holy dragon, and also climb the social ladder? Now that you have a new backer, you actually don't take me, the Pope, seriously anymore. Good. Bibi Dong's face was full of indifference. I have no desire to say more about the past. To repay the favor I have done for you, you only need to hand over one of the immortal herbs in your possession that can evolve a martial spirit. I, the Pope, will consider this a clean break. Bibi Dong's voice was full of suppressed anger and indifference. But Ji Yu Han only found it laughable. Consciousness. What kind of awareness? I'm giving you all the immortal herbs I obtained from the yin-yang well of ice and fire. They want you to give the immortal herb to Yu Shaogang and Tang San and his disciples to curry favor with Yu Shaogang. Is this enlightenment? As for what Bibi Dong said about Tang San being very respectful of his teacher and grateful for kindness, Ji Yu Han found it utterly laughable. If Tang San is really like that, the divine realm will not be without Yu Shaogang. Holy Soul Village will not remain just Holy Soul Village forever. It's all just talk. Anyone can do that. As for the past, you single-handedly suppressed many opposing voices and provided me with cultivation resources. If it weren't for this, I really wouldn't have been able to evolve the Holy Dragon into the Golden Holy Dragon so quickly. But do you think I don't know your purpose? You're just using me as a substitute for Yu Shaogang. Upon learning that I had found a possible way to evolve a martial soul, they wanted me to be their test subject. If successful, I can use this opportunity to curry favor with Yu Shaogang. And though it was you who gave me the cultivation resources. But don't these cultivation resources belong to the Spirit Hall? Of course, Ji Yu Han knew this too. This was decided by Bibi Dong. He truly owes Bibi Dong a debt of gratitude for her nurturing. Therefore, he had considered using a magical herb to repay Bibi Dong's favor. Now that Bibi Dong has said so, Ji Yu Han directly took out a celestial herb from his storage soul tool, the void bright ring, and tossed it to Bibi Dong, saying indifferently, I never expected Your Holiness the Pope to say that. I, Ji Yu Han, am an orphan raised by the Spirit Hall. My heart will always belong to the Spirit Hall, and I have always stood on the side of the Spirit Hall. I don't understand. I clearly said that I would give all the immortal herbs to the people of our Spirit Hall. Why are you still so insistent on taking my magic herb away? Does being the Pope give him the right to righteously and arbitrarily confiscate the private property of ordinary members of the Spirit Hall in the name of the Spirit Hall? To refuse is to disrespect one's teacher, to be ungrateful, and to disregard the bigger picture. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Ji Yu Han's lips. However, the Spirit Hall belongs to everyone, not just to Your Holiness the Pope. I believe that everyone has their own judgment on this matter. However, I was able to evolve my martial soul into a golden holy dragon in the past thanks to Your Holiness the Pope's help. This immortal herb is called the Seven Absolutes flower, and it has the effect of evolving martial souls. However, this flower is a gift to you, the Pope of our Spirit Hall. I hope you will not give it to anyone else. Finally, Ji Yu Han glanced at Bibi Dong meaningfully and said calmly. But Bibi Dong didn't listen carefully to what Ji Yu Han said at all. All she heard was that this immortal herb, the Seven Wonders flower, possessed the power to evolve martial souls. This made Bibi Dong extremely excited. Finally, we can solve the problem of Xiaogang's martial soul evolution. We can help Xiaogang evolve his martial spirit now. I understand, you can go now. After obtaining the 7 absolute flowers. Knowing that Douluo was nearby, secretly protecting Ji Yu Han. But I am no match for this old man now. Bibi Dong had no way to snatch the immortal herb from Ji Yu Han. And she couldn't be bothered to see Ji Yu Han again. He was just incredibly excited and eager to meet Yu Shaogang. Then, he helped Yu Shaogang evolve his martial soul and earned his gratitude. Thinking of my own help. After successfully evolving his martial soul, Yu Shaogang said to himself with immense excitement and deep emotion. Donger, thank you for helping me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Actually, the woman I love most has always been you. This made Bibi Dong so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Chapter 157 Yu Shaogang coughs up blood. All the suffering he endured before was for nothing. After expelling Ji Yu Han from the papal palace, Bibi Dong was overjoyed and immediately sent someone to inform Yu Shaogang and Tang San to come over. Soon, Yu Shaogang and Tang San arrived at the papal palace. Where is Xiao Han? After entering the main hall. Upon discovering that Ji Yu Han was nowhere to be seen, Yu Shaogang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Because of these past few months, they always met with Ji Yu Han when they came to the papal palace. Then, with Ji Yu Han's help, he tried to solve the problem of Luo Sanpao's martial soul evolution. Xiaogang, stop calling him Xiao Han. Bibi Dong's mature and beautiful face was as cold as frost. She snorted and said, this is a treacherous and ungrateful person who betrays his master and ancestors. Why teacher wouldn't even do the smallest thing? Moreover, he clearly possesses something that could allow your martial soul to evolve, but he has never told us about it. If I hadn't discovered it, who knows how long he would have kept it a secret. A traitor who betrays his master and ancestors, an ungrateful wretch. Tang San was stunned, looking quite puzzled. Why do I say that? Does he possess something that could allow my martial soul to evolve? Yu Shaogang was shocked and couldn't believe it, so he exclaimed. Even her voice has become more feminine and shrill. That's right. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and explained. Didn't he leave our spirit city to travel and explore before? During this journey, he unexpectedly encountered a treasure land. It contains many top-grade spiritual herbs called immortal herbs that can greatly enhance a soul master's cultivation and even allow a soul master's martial soul to evolve. He refined these medicinal herbs into some more effective elixirs. After returning, I distributed the immortal herbs and pills to my disciple Huliena, as well as her brother Xie Yu and Yan. I even distributed them to many of the worshippers in the Douluo palace. But they didn't even tell me, their teacher. After learning about this, I went to him and asked him for a few immortal herbs, but he refused. Isn't this the kind of pay? RSON who betrays their master and ancestors, and is ungrateful and disloyal. A magical herb. Could this be the legendary, rare and precious herb that is so hard to find in the world? Upon hearing the name of the immortal herb from Bibi Dong, Tang San was filled with shock and astonishment. Immortal herb, also known as immortal spirit herb. In Tang San's previous life in the 9 provinces, it was a legendary top-grade spiritual medicine, possessing a variety of powerful effects, greatly enhancing cultivation as only a secondary benefit. As far as he knew, there were various kinds of celestial medicines. Some with fragrances that could neutralize all poisons, some that could make one indestructible, and others that could unblock all meridians. In any case, their effects are extremely powerful. In his previous life, he was able to obtain a divine herb that could be described as an incredible stroke of luck. According to Bibi Dong, Ji Yu Han actually obtained many immortal herbs. This made Tang San so jealous he was practically unrecognizable. And when Bibi Dong thought of asking Ji Yu Han for a few immortal herbs, Ji Yu Han actually refused to give them to her. Tang San could not help but grit his teeth and spit in disgust. As a disciple, I obtained so many magical herbs. The teacher only wanted a few plants, but that wasn't allowed. HMPH. What an ungrateful wretch, a traitor to his master and ancestors. If it were me, Tang San, I would have obtained so many immortal herbs. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, after learning that Ji Yu Han actually possessed a top-tier spiritual herb called Immortal Herb, whose effects could even help martial souls evolve, Yu Shaoging's face was contorted in pain. He looked like he was about to vomit blood. Damn it. Absolutely awful. Yu Shaoging was roaring with madness and resentment in his heart. You clearly have a magical herb that can help me solve the problem of my martial soul evolution and help my martial soul evolve. Why won't you give it to me? And yet they still tormented me like this, making me drink those nauseating medicines. You damned brat, you definitely did it on purpose. Thinking about all the pain and torment I've endured over the past few months. Originally, under the influence of Ji Yu Han's motivational speeches, he believed that these hardships were necessary for his martial spirit to evolve. But little did he know. It turned out that Ji Yu Han was just deliberately messing with him. All his suffering was for nothing. For a moment, Yu Shaoging was completely devastated, and his resentment and hatred towards Ji Yu Han reached its peak. They wished Ji Yu Han would just die. Bibi Dong originally called Yu Shaoging and Tang San over because she wanted to give the 7 absolute flowers to Yu Shaoging. It helped Yu Shaoging evolve his martial soul. But because Tang San was also there, Bibi Dong was a little worried. Now she gives the 7 absolute flowers to Yu Shaoging. Yu Shaoging will then give it to Tang San. Therefore, after finishing talking about Ji Yu Han's matter, Bibi Dong then asked Tang San to leave first, saying that she had something to say to Yu Shaoging alone. Bibi Dong, what brings you here? After Tang San left, inside the magnificent hall, Yu Shaoging put his hands behind his back, his stiff face furrowed with brows, and asked in a slightly effeminate yet sharp voice. A hint of sadness flashed in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes. Because initially, she approached Yu Shaoging, offering to help him evolve his martial soul. Yu Shaoging immediately addressed her affectionately as Donger. But after bringing Yu Shaoging back to Wuhan City, because of the repeated setbacks in helping Yu Shaoging evolve his martial soul, this made Yu Shaoging change his tune again, coldly calling her Bibi Dong. This caused Bibi Dong immense pain, leaving her heartbroken and saddened. But she also knew. She said she could help Yu Shaoging evolve his martial soul, but she failed to deliver on her promise. This must have disappointed Yu Shaoging. Therefore, Bibi Dong now urgently hopes that Yu Shaoging can successfully evolve his martial soul. Then, you can continue to call her Donger. Xiao Gang. Actually, I got a magical herb from Ji Yu Han, a magical herb that can evolve a martial soul. Bibi Dong smiled gently at Yu Shaoging and said, What? Yu Shaogan. Ji was immediately filled with excitement and surprise. He had assumed that, according to Bibi Dong, given Ji Yu Han's attitude, he definitely didn't give Bibi Dong the immortal herb in the end. He was still thinking about how to persuade Bibi Dong. This allowed Bibidon to abandon her status as Pope. Go and forcibly obtain a few immortal herbs from Ji Yu Han that can help his martial soul evolve. He also helped his disciple Tang San improve his cultivation. Let's see if we can also evolve Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong had already obtained a magical herb that could evolve martial souls from Ji Yu Han. They discovered that Bibi Dong had gained some benefit. Yu Xiaoging's previously somewhat indifferent attitude suddenly changed, his hard face was filled with emotion, and his eyes turned red. His voice trembled as he asked, Donger, is this for me? Certainly. When Yu Xiaoging called her Donger again, Bibi Dong felt incredibly sweet inside. As if she had been coated with honey, and smiled gently as she spoke. I called you over here, Xiaoging, to give this to you. As she spoke, Bibi Dong took out a golden red flower that was entirely crimson, had 7 leaves. And only 7 petals, and handed it to Yu Xiaoging, saying gently. Xiaogang, come here. Hurry up and consume this 7 wonders flower. With this 7 wonders flower, your 3 cannons should be able to evolve into a golden sacred dragon. Chapter 158 True Name. 7 Absolute Severing Yang Flower, Yu Xiaoging is tragic once again. Chapter 158 True Name. 7 Deadly Severing Yang Flower. Yu Xiaoging is tragic once again. My heart is pounding, my hands are trembling. Upon receiving the 7 absolute flowers from Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaoging was so excited he could hardly contain himself. It felt as if a bright future was beckoning to them. Donger, how should we take this 7 extinction flower? After receiving the 7 absolute flowers, Yu Xiaoging couldn't help but think of this question and asked Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt somewhat embarrassed. I was so excited when I got the 7 wonders flower. She didn't listen carefully to what Ji Yu Han said after that. After that, they immediately sent Ji Yu Han away. She naturally didn't ask how to take the 7 wonders flower. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoging was faced with the 7 absolute flowers he had given him. Surprisingly, he didn't refuse at all, but accepted it directly and even asked how to take it. Bibi Dong was still somewhat disappointed. Although I like Yu Xiaoging. But Bibi Dong is also a woman, and she also longs to receive Yu Xiaoging's care. Even Yu Xiaoging, when offered the 7 absolute flowers, would slightly decline. He also asked her, with concern whether she needed the 7 absolute flowers. This would make Bibi Dong very happy. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoging did not show any concern for her. But Bibi Dong was still deceiving herself. Xiaogang's lifelong dream is to evolve his martial soul. I gave him hope before, but then disappointed him. Now that we finally see hope for the evolution of our martial soul again, Xiaogang must be very excited. It's normal to forget these things. Since this 7 wonders flower is called that, then the flower should be the main part, so we just need to eat the flower, right? Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. Then expressed her opinion. Do you want to eat flowers? Yu Xiaoging couldn't help but mutter to himself in a barely perceptible, effeminate yet sharp voice. However, the evolution of his martial soul was extremely important to him. Yu Xiaoging thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to take a more cautious approach. We're going to eat all the flowers, stems, and leaves of the 7 wonders flower. This ensures that the spirit Luo Sanpao can absorb the most abundant nutrients from this immortal herb and successfully evolve. Inside the main hall, Yu Xiaoging also expressed his thoughts to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong thought about it and felt that it should be fine. This herb must be a powerful tonic, not a poison. Eating the stems and leaves as well would certainly be beneficial and harmless. So Yu Xiaoging sat cross-legged in the main hall, gritted his teeth, stuffed the entire 7 absolute flowers into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and finally swallowed it. In an instant, Yu Xiaoging felt a surge of warm current suddenly well up from his abdomen and quickly flow into his limbs and bones. His bottleneck of level 29, which had remained unbroken for decades, was still unresolved. Under the impact of this warm current, it finally began to loosen. This brought a surge of surprise and excitement to Yu Xiaoging's usually stiff face, almost bringing him to tears. Today, I'm having double the joy. Not only will the martial spirit Luo Sanpao evolve into the legendary golden sacred dragon, is his cultivation level finally about to break through level 30. Under the baptism of the 7 absolute flowers' medicinal power, Yu Xiaoging was about to break through in his cultivation. The martial spirit Luo Sanpao was also summoned uncontrollably. Finally, Yu Xiaoging's cultivation level broke through, successfully reaching level 30. The martial spirit Luo Sanpao also underwent a change. Amidst painful cries of, Luo Luo. Its body actually swelled and grew larger. But it was only just beginning. After consuming the 7 wonders flower, Yu Xiaoging only felt a warm current surging from his abdomen, making his body feel somewhat hot. But Yu Xiaoging felt that he should be fine after digesting the effects of the medicine. However, the warm current surging from her abdomen was far too intense. Soon Yu Xiaoging felt as if his body was on fire, and his skin turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. This caused Yu Xiaogang to let out a scream and collapse to the ground in excruciating pain, rolling around on the ground frantically. It's so hot. It's so hot. A series of soft yet sharp screams of pain. The sound echoed in the main hall. Xiao Gang. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was extremely anxious. And rushed out of the main hall to have water prepared. Then, carrying many buckets of water, they returned to the main hall. But considering that Yu Xiaogang is currently refining the immortal herb, breaking through in cultivation, and evolving his martial soul, if cold water were suddenly splashed on Yu Xiaogang, would it cause him harm? For example, Yu Xiaogang's breakthrough was suddenly interrupted, causing him to suffer a backlash that resulted in him vomiting blood and becoming a cripple. This made Bibi Dong very hesitant. At this moment, the intense heat emanating from Yu Xiaogang's body had turned his skin red and purple, and even scorched his clothes. Bibi Dong's pupils constricted in shock as she made this discovery. The lower you go, the redder and purple Yu Xiaogang's body becomes. The spot where Xiao Xiaogang was standing was even redder than purple, and was emitting smoke. This caused Yu Xiaogang to let out another shrill scream. Xiao Gang. Seeing this, Bibi Dong was extremely anxious. Finally, she gritted her teeth and poured the water from the bucket she had brought onto Yu Xiaogang. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. The water in the bucket evaporated into a mist as soon as it was splashed on Yu Xiaogang. However, under the stimulation of cold water, the medicinal power of the 7 deadly flowers became even more turbulent and intense. It caused Yu Xiaogang's entire body skin to turn from red to purple. The terrifying heat quickly turned Yu Xiaogang's clothes to ashes, and even burned away all his hair. The spot where Xiao X Iao Gang was located turned from purple to black again, and smoke started billowing out wildly. Amidst Yu Xiaogang's pig-like screams, he was quickly turned into a black, charred mess. And under extreme pain, Yu Xiaogang was also trembling violently, and then everything went black before his eyes, and he fainted. Xiao Gang. Unexpectedly, the 7 absolute flowers turned Xiao Gang into Xiao Gangzi. Bibi Dong was devastated and felt as if her whole world had collapsed. The next moment, Bibi Dong suddenly knelt down on the ground. Her mature and beautiful face was already covered in tears. She didn't know that after Yu Xiaogang woke up. How is she supposed to explain this to Yu Xiaogang? Xiao Gang. Sorry. At the same time, after meeting Bibi Dong in the morning, after leaving the papal palace, Ji Yu Han returned to the hotel and continued his cultivation. An hour later, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but open his eyes and look towards the location of the papal palace. A playful and cold smile appeared on his handsome and flawless face. I don't know what happened to the 7 wonders flower I gave it. Did Bibi Dong take it herself, or did she give it to Yu Xiaogang? I already warned you. It's fine if you take it yourself. But what if you don't know what's good for you and give it to Yu Xiaogang? That would be interesting. Because the 7 wonders flower, the immortal herb that Ji Yu Han gave him, is not actually called 7 wonders flower. It is the 7 deadly sins flower. In the Douluo continent, the medical community believes that there are 7 yang merity ands in a man's body that represent yang energy. The 7-fold yang severing flower has extremely potent medicinal properties. If a woman takes 7 deadly poisons flower, nothing will happen. Because a woman's body is yin in nature, it can absorb the medicinal power of the 7 deadly yang severing flower. It can refine yang into yin, greatly improving cultivation level, and can also temper the body to a certain extent. But if a man takes it, a man's body is yang in nature, and the medicinal power of the 7 deadly yang severing flower is also extremely intense, making it the epitome of yang and strength. The effect of adding yang to yang. That would be like a man practicing the sunflower manual, unbearable. Ultimately, the result will only be this. Its yang energy will be completely burned away by the medicinal power of the 7 deadly yang severing flower. Turned to charcoal. Ji Yu Han was very curious. If Bibi Dong had given the 7 deadly sins flower to Yu Xiaogang, what will happen between the two of them? Chapter 159 Yu Xiaogang. No. It hurts. It hurts so much. Night falls, and a waning moon hangs high in the sky. At this moment, in the papal palace, inside a grand hall, Bibi Dong sat on the edge of a bed, looking somewhat sad and haggard. Looking at the bed, the person was unconscious, completely bald, with not a single hair left on their body. Yu Xiaogang, my lover, whom I feel has become somewhat estranged from Xiao Gang. I'm sorry. Bibi Dong clenched her jade-like hands, murmuring with immense sorrow in her heart. She never expected that her disciple, Ji Yu Han, would be so despicable. They actually gave her a problematic herb. It caused my beloved Xiao Gang to suffer the pain of losing my little Xiao Gang. He went directly from Xiaogang to Xiaogangzi. How is she going to explain this to Xiaogang when he wakes up? This filled Bibi Dong with anger and hatred towards Ji Yu Han. I turned to look out the window. That waning moon. This made Bibi Dong even more heartbroken, thinking of Yu Xiaogang, who was burned to a crisp. While Yu Xiaogang was in a coma, she was calling Tang San to help Yu Xiaogang change his clothes. They also summoned the best healing and support type soul master from Wuhan City. They wanted to see if they could help Yu Xiaogang's severed limbs regenerate. Unfortunately, in Douluo continent, for an ordinary soul master to achieve this is clearly a pipe dream. That's all the best support healing soul master we could do. It was merely to allow Yu Xiaogang's charred little boy to recover, so that his wounds could be excreted normally. This is clearly not what Bibi Dong wanted. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. He could only grit his teeth and secretly resolve to find a way to inherit the position of the Rakshasa god as soon as possible. As long as she becomes a god, perhaps this can help Yu Xiaogang and restore his son Xiao Xiaogang to his former state. However, deep down, Bibi Dong was still very uneasy, nervous, worried, and afraid. After Yu Xiaogang woke up, upon discovering the changes in her body, he would feel immense anger and hatred towards her. Finally, a soft yet sharp moan, tinged with hoarseness, came from beside me. Bibi Dong turned her head and saw that Yu Xiaogang had opened his eyes, looking very weak. Water. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang needed someone, Bibi Dong quickly got up, fetched a glass of water, and handed it to Xiaogang. Xiaogang, here you go. Yu Xiaogang struggled to adjust his position, sat up, took the water glass, and drank the water in large gulps. Previously, I had taken the 7 deadly yang severing flower. The intense medicinal power felt like flames burning his body, almost dehydrating him. Now, he only felt incredibly thirsty. But as he moved his body, Yu Xiaogang felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Suddenly, he remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. After consuming the 7 deadly flowers, the medicinal power of the 7 deadly flowers seemed incredibly hot, making him feel extremely hot all over, as if he were in flames. But as time goes by, the intense heat in his body made it even more unbearable and caused him pain. It felt as if my body was on fire. Especially his lower body, particularly the spot where Xiao Xiaogang was, experienced a final, excruciating pain. As if it were truly burning. He could faintly smell a burnt odor. Finally, he fell into a coma amidst excruciating pain. As if he had just remembered something, Yu Xiaogang suddenly threw off the blanket. All that could be seen beneath him, where little Gang had been, was now empty. This struck Yu Xiaogang like a thunderbolt. He felt dizzy and completely stunned. His already weak and pale face turned deathly white. Overwhelmed with pain, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes, unable to look directly at the scene. My heart is screaming in agony. No, it hurts. It hurts so much. Xiaogang. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's broken and painful appearance, Bibi Dong was also heartbroken. I couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't but throw herself into Yu Xiaogang's arms, large tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. He apologized frantically to Yu Xiaogang. As Yu Xiaogang's former lover, Bibi Dong knew this very well. Although Yu Xiaogang is somewhat insecure, he is a very proud person at heart. Now, she has caused her beloved Xiaogang to lose his dignity as a man. She was terrified that her beloved Xiaogang would resent her, berate and yell at her, and leave her. He even wanted to sever all ties with her. However, despite losing Xiao Xiaogang, he became possibly the only eunuch in the Douluo continent. Although I am in immense pain and find it hard to accept. However, Yu Xiaogang did not feel any unbearable pain or urge to die. He had become somewhat accustomed to losing his dignity as a man. Previously, he still had Xiao Xiaogang. However, after mistakenly drinking the juice of the 1,000 streams flower, which was given to him by someone else, he was able to drink it. Yu Xiaogang's Ang meridians have basically been severed. Although there is still a little Gang, it has basically lost its corresponding functions. He was no different from a eunuch. However, before, Yu Xiaogang still had a sliver of hope in his heart. He felt that since Xiao Xiaogang was still around, he just needed to find a way to successfully evolve his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, into the golden sacred dragon. In the future, there might be a chance to find someone to cure me. But now it seems that there is no need to find someone to treat him anymore. Because he has already lost Xiao Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang naturally harbored resentment towards Bibi Dong for this. After all, although Ji Yu Han gave him the broken yang flower, it was ultimately Bibi Dong who made him take it. It was Bibi Dong Who personally caused him to lose his dignity as a man. But now, he still needs to rely on Bibi Dong to evolve his martial soul. Bibi Dong's powerful title of Douluo and her status as the Pope of the Spirit Hall also have their uses. He could exploit Bibi Dong's feelings for him and manipulate her. He used a cold attitude to make Bibi Dong submit to him. But he broke up with Bibi Dong. This is what Yu Xiaogang didn't want. So Yu Xiaogang chose to suppress his anger and resentment, put on a forced smile, and comforted Bibi Dong with a soft yet sharp voice. Donger, this is not your fault. I know you're doing this for my own good. If anyone's to blame, it's that damned Ji Yu Han. When Ji Yu Han was mentioned, Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Like a vengeful ghost crawling out of the deepest hell, it roared wildly in its heart. That damn Ji Yu Han. What have I, Yu Xiaogang, done to offend you that you would scheme against me like this? You wait. Dare to offend me, Yu Xiaogang. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Yes, it's all his fault, it's all that damn Ji Yu Han's fault. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Bibi Dong clenched her jade-like hand. Her voice filled with hatred and resentment as she coldly and angrily retorted. Bibi Dong still believes that the 7 absolute flowers given by Ji Yu Han are a problematic immortal herb. It wasn't even a miraculous herb, but a poisonous one. Because she had never heard of any powerful elixir that could cause such terrifying side effects. It can even cause men to lose their dignity. There's definitely something wrong with this. It was Ji Yu Han who deliberately betrayed his master and ancestors, and was ungrateful, in order to curry favor with that old man from the Douluo palace. And was trying to harm Bibi Dong. Xiaogang. There's something wrong with this 7 absolute flowers. You wait, I will definitely find a way to get you another immortal herb that can help your martial soul evolve. So that Sanpao can evolve into a golden holy dragon. Looking at Yu Xiaogang again, Bibi Dong felt sorry for her brother and couldn't help but swear. Because after Yu Xiaogang took the 7 deadly yang severing flower, he fell into pain. Bibi Dong then focused all her attention on Yu Xiaogang. They didn't pay any attention to Luo Sanpao's situation. After Yu Xiaogang fell into a coma, Luo Sanpao, as a martial spirit, was immediately taken back. Bibi Dong still believes that Luo Sanpao has not successfully evolved. But when Bibi Dong mentioned the 7 B solute flowers and the evolution of martial souls, Yu Xiaogang suddenly remembered that after he took the 7 absolute flowers, his martial soul Luo Sanpao seemed to have changed as well. This prompted Yu Xiaogang to quickly ask Bibi Dong to help him get out of bed. Then, in the main hall, Yu Xiaogang's heart stirred, and he summoned his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, once again. This time, however, it was in a burst of blue light. The spirit that appeared was no longer Luo Sanpao. Instead, it was a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, entirely blue with golden lightning patterns on its scales. Looking incredibly domineering and awe-inspiring. This immediately shocked and excited Yu Xiaogang. It has evolved. My 3 cannons have actually evolved. Chapter 160 Martial Soul Degeneration turns into evolution. Yu Xiaogang personally unleashes heaven and earth shattering. Inside the main hall, when he saw that his martial soul, Luo Sanpao, had actually evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, Yu Xiaogang was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Xiaogang, Sanpao has evolved into blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Beside her, Bibi Dong's mature, beautiful, and stunningly gorgeous face was also filled with surprise and joy. Originally, it was because Yu Xiaogang had a strong adverse reaction after taking the 7 absolute flowers. Even little Gang was burned to ashes. She had initially thought that this 7 deadly flowers was a poisonous plant. Unexpectedly, this 7 deadly flowers had very strong side effects. However, it still seems to have the effect of evolving martial spirits. Surprisingly, Xiaogang's beloved martial soul, Luo Sanpao, still evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, Thin, king of Ji Yu Han's sacred dragon martial soul, which is the same as Luo Sanpao martial soul of his beloved Xiaogang, but evolved into the more powerful, golden sacred dragon. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. Hateful. Even the 7 wonders flower, a magical herb with side effects, can evolve Xiaogang's 3 cannons into blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. If Ji Yu Han had given I am a miraculous herb without side effects, wouldn't that have allowed Xiaogang's 3 cannons to evolve into a golden sacred dragon? Xiaogang would definitely be even happier that way. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang was initially very excited when he saw his martial soul Luo Sanpao evolve into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is because there was a problem with the evolution of the martial soul Luo Sanpao. It hasn't been resolved after all this time. This made him almost afraid to even think about the evolution of his martial soul, Luo Sanpao. In addition, there were adverse reactions after taking the 7 deadly flowers. Yu Xiaogang also believed that the 7 wonders flower was not a magical herb. Instead, it's some kind of deadly poisonous plant. Regarding the evolution of martial spirits, he was just thinking about when he had taken the 7 deadly flowers. It seems that Luo Sanpao, the martial spirit, has undergone some changes. With a sliver of hope, he summoned his martial spirit, Luo Sanpao, to investigate. But unexpectedly, the martial spirit Luo Sanpao actually evolved. It evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul that he had longed for day and night. However, after a moment of excitement, thinking that the martial soul Luo Sanpao could have evolved into an even more powerful golden holy dragon, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel resentful again. That damn Ji Yu Han. They actually gave me a problematic herb. If it's a healthy, high-quality herb, Sanpao might be able to evolve into the legendary gold sacred dragon martial soul of the family. The martial spirit Luo Sanpao evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. After returning to the family, at most he will be able to get rid of the reputation of being a good-for-nothing. This made his clansmen afraid to discriminate against him anymore, and afraid to call him a good-for-nothing. But what if the martial soul Luo Sanpao evolves into the golden sacred dragon? If he returns to the family, he will undoubtedly become the most prominent new star in the family. Even the eldest brother would be outshone by him. Because of his golden sacred dragon martial soul. If it is passed down as a martial spirit, it will lead the family to an even more glorious peak. However, considering that Ji Yu Han gave him a poisonous herb, it street ill allowed his martial soul to evolve into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Ji Yu Han. You probably didn't expect that, did you? Yu Xiaogang, am blessed by the gods. Even if you gave me a poisonous plant that almost killed me, Yu Xiaogang. But Yu Xiaogang, still managed to turn misfortune into good fortune, and my martial soul, Luo Sanpao, evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. But is this really a martial soul evolution? Yu Xiaogang did not give this a thought. In his view, given the weakness of his martial soul Luo Sanpao, it was impossible for him to transform into a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. That is undoubtedly the evolution of the martial soul. The martial soul Luo Sanpao was discovered. And it successfully evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even though he was a little weak, Yu Xiaogang was still very excited and wanted to see how his soul skills would change after his martial soul evolved. Because it's not convenient to perform in the main hall, Yu Xiaogang then wanted to go out and test the soul skills of the evolved blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Bibi Dong naturally summoned Tang San, who was brewing medicine for Yu Xiaogang according to the doctor's instructions. Tang San helped Yu Xiaogang out of the main hall. We went to the courtyard of the papal palace. Let Yu Xiaogang test out the soul skills of the evolved blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Teacher, congratulations. Tang San was also very happy for his teacher Yu Xiaogang when he learned that Yu Xiaogang had successfully evolved his martial soul. Then they arrived at the courtyard of the papal palace. On Yu Xiaogang's weak and pale face, a flush of excitement and elation flashed. And he couldn't help but want to activate his soul skill. Unfortunately, after the martial soul evolved, Luo Sanpao has completely lost his intelligence and physical form, and has become a pure blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. Unlike before, you can no longer activate your soul skill simply by relying on Luo Sanpao. Instead, one must enter the martial soul possession state before one can activate soul skills. After discovering this situation, Yu Xiaogang didn't take it seriously. Instead, he excitedly activated his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, entering a martial soul possession state. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light burst forth from between Yu Xiaogang's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, the blue light seemed to transform into streaks of blue lightning, rapidly flowing through Yu Xiaogang's entire body, causing him to grow taller, his muscles to swell, and his body to become much larger and stronger. 2 yellow, century-old soul rings rose from beneath Yu Xiaogang's feet, encircling his entire body. After the martial spirit is attached to the body, looking at himself and feeling the power of his body after his martial soul evolved, Yu Xiaogang was quite mesmerized. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul has been bestowed upon him. This is exactly what he has been thinking about day and night since he was a child. First soul skill activated. After the martial soul possessed him, Yu Xiaogang was still incredibly excited. His pale and weak face was flushed with excitement. With a soft yet sharp shout, he activated his first soul skill. This time, the soul skill was successfully activated. As the first soul ring surrounding him lit up, a powerful surge of soul power erupted. However, Yu Xiaogang was somewhat stunned after activating his soul skill. Because he did not unleash any soul skills such as Thunder Strike, Thunder Lightning Ball, or Thunder Dragon Claw. What happened? While Yu Xiaogang was puzzled and stunned, suddenly, Yu Xiaogang felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Then, a gurgling sound came from Yu Xiaogang's stomach. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xiaogang's belly grew rapidly. Like a balloon being inflated. It quickly became larger than the belly of a woman who was 10 months pregnant. There were also various blue flashes of electricity and the sound of liquid flowing. It came from Yu Xiaogang's stomach. Teacher, Xiaogang. Beside him, they saw the changes in Yu Xiaogang's body after he activated his first soul skill. Bibi Dong and Tang San both widened their eyes in shock. Their hearts churning with astonishment, and they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Because of Yu Xiaogang's physical changes, the two of them were very familiar with each other. Isn't this what Luo Sanpao, the martial soul, looks like when he activates his first soul skill, farting like thunder, shaking the sky and cracking the earth? Previously, it was the martial spirit Luo Sanpao who activated this soul skill. Now, it's Xiaogang himself who's launching this earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. At this moment, it was discovered that after the martial soul Luo Sanpao evolved into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, its soul skills remained unchanged. Originally, the first soul skill activated by the martial soul was farting like thunder, earth-shattering Luo Sanpao. Surprisingly, it turned out that he initiated it himself. Moreover, this happened in front of Bibi Dong and her disciple Tang San. Yu Xiaogang was stunned. No, Yu Xiaogang once again donned the mask of collapse and pain, his body trembling, his heart screaming in madness and agony. Large beads of sweat streamed down his contorted, flushed face. At the same time, tears also streamed down Yu Xiaogang's face, his eyes brimming with grief, a string of glistening little pearls. Bang! Finally, after Yu Xiaogang's stomach swelled to its limit. With a deafening, thunderous explosion, Yu Xiaogang's pants were ripped open. It emitted a strong, foul odor from compressed gas, which seemed to have been baked at high temperatures and had a faint blue glow. It shot out like a cannonball, blasting away most of the branches, leaves, and flowers in the courtyard. Furthermore, all the trees and plants, including the floors and walls of many halls, were covered with a layer of foul-smelling green fertilizer. Bibi Dong and Tang San, who were already quite experienced, naturally stayed far away from this situation. After unleashing his first soul skill, which was even more powerful, farting like thunder, shattering the heavens and earth, oh no. It was Yu Xiaogang. In his normal condition, Yu Xiaogang's body was perfectly capable of withstanding it. However, at this time, Yu Xiaogang was seriously injured. And after activating this powerful soul skill, Xiaogang's wound reopened. In addition, there was a psychological breakdown. Yu Xiaogang could no longer bear it. And his vision went black as he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Beneath him, a large amount of blood flowed out, quickly staining Yu Xiaogang's lower body clothes red. And a pool of blood formed on the ground. Teacher, Xiaogang. Seeing this, Bibi Dong and Tang San were naturally extremely anxious. Ignoring the horrific scene in the courtyard that resembled a living hell, he rushed towards Yu Xiaogang. Damn, I don't know what happened, the chapter suddenly had a problem. Luckily I found it in the previous version. It scared me to death. To be continued.